quorum. Il est 11h02.
It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-356, Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé par
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moves that Bill C-356, an act respecting payments by Canada and requirements in respect of housing and to amend certain other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On Thursday, the Prime Minister admitted he's not worth the cost. He found out that I was holding a monster rally in a Liberal stronghold, and he panicked. His phones lit up as Atlantic Canadian Liberal MPs, bawling their eyes out, pleaded with him to relent to the pressure that the Leader of the Opposition was mounting to axe the tax. Prime Minister said he was stiff in spine and he would never back down. And the Liberal MPs from the Atlantic caucus said, well, then we'll oust you as leader and you'll lose your job. How will that do for your ego? The Prime Minister said, in that case, we'll pull together a press conference this afternoon. We'll try to time it right before the Conservative leaders' great rally in Windsor, where 1,000 people were scheduled to rise up against the tax, and we'll promise to pause the tax until after the election. So now Atlantic Canadians know that if they elect this Prime Minister, they will get a massive tax hike on their home heating oil, and if they elect the common sense Conservatives, they will have tax-free heat. Pretty simple choice. Pretty simple choice. The Prime Minister has just defined the issue of the next election. Vote for him and have a massive home heating tax. Vote for common sense Conservatives, and we will axe the tax for everyone and forever. What do you think, Mr. Speaker? Who would you vote for? But he sent out one of his Newfoundland MPs to say that the reason why only some Canadians were getting a pause on the carbon tax is because other Canadians didn't vote Liberal. So soon they'll have a new income tax rate for provinces that don't elect Liberal MPs, a new sales tax rate, new tax rates everywhere else. But the problem with this bloody-minded divide and conquer tax strategy is that some Liberals seem to have failed to win over the Prime Minister's heart. The Liberal MP for Sudbury has not got a carbon tax exemption. The two Liberal MPs in Thunder Bay, a very cold climate, they don't get a carbon tax exemption. The Liberal MP for Nickel Belt did not get a carbon tax exemption in those harsh, cold Northern Ontario communities that use gas and propane. The Liberal, extremely ineffective Liberal MP for Edmonton Centre has not got a carbon tax exemption. The loquacious and loud and never quiet member from Winnipeg over here, they call it Winterpeg, cold in Winnipeg, and yet the Liberal, what is this riding again? Winnipeg North. Winnipeg North, a man of many words but few actions, has failed to get a carbon tax exemption for Winnipeggers. Apparently, those people are forced to pay higher prices for their heat because their MPs are so ineffective that they could not mount pressure on the Prime Minister to back down. Mr. Speaker, it is proof that he's not worth the cost, just like he has not been worth the cost for housing. After 8 years, this Prime Minister has doubled mortgage payments, doubled the rent, doubled the needed down payment for a home. Let's just review the housing hell he has caused since he promised to lower housing costs. Let's go through it. It now takes 25 years for to save up for a down payment in Toronto. Before this Prime Minister, you could pay off a mortgage in that time. Families are now stretching out their mortgage terms to 90 and 120 years because interest rates on their exorbitant mortgages have stretched out the amortization. That means that not only, you used to pay off your entire mortgage by 25 years in, and then you could retire mortgage free. Now, not only will you never be able to pay off your mortgage in your entire lifetime, even if you hand the house and the mortgage to your kids, they might not be able to pay it off in their lifetime. They would then have to hand the house to a third generation who would still inherit a mortgage. So much for the government taking on debt so that Canadians don't have to. Under this Prime Minister, homes cost 50% more than they do in the United States, and you can buy a castle in Sweden for the price of a 2-bedroom in Kitchener. Toronto is now ranked the worst housing bubble in the world by UBS Bank. Vancouver is the third most unaffordable housing market on earth when you compare housing costs to income, and Toronto is the 10th. Vancouver is now more unaffordable than New York, London, England, Singapore. Singapore being a tiny island with 2,000 times more people per square kilometer than Canada. Canada should be the cheapest place in the world, Mr. Speaker, because of course we have more land per person than all but 4 countries on the planet. In other words, we have lots of space, just not a lot of homes. In fact, we have fewer homes per capita than all other G7 countries, even though we have by far the most land to build on. And in fact, we have fewer homes per capita today than we did 8 years ago when this Prime Minister took office promising more homes and more affordable homes. And if you want the best all-in-one measurement of this Prime Minister's performance on housing, look at the OECD, which compared housing costs to income starting in 2015 to present among all 37 OECD countries. So how have the ratio of home prices to family incomes grown in Canada relative to the other 36 OECD countries? We are the second worst. In other words, housing costs outgrew incomes in Canada at a faster pace than in all but one of the other 36 OECD countries. In other words, this is a new problem that occurred after this Prime Minister took office, and it is a problem that is unique to Canada. He cannot blame some prior government, and he cannot blame other countries, because he is worse than Canada has ever been, and worse than almost anywhere else in the world. This is a made-in-Canada problem unique to this Prime Minister. Why? Because he has spent the last 8 years building bureaucracy rather than building homes. He brags that he has the most expensive housing programs. He complains that when I was housing minister, my programs did not cost as much. And he is absolutely right about that. I had far more affordable housing programs. In fact, there were far few billions in my housing programs than there are in his programs. But we don't measure the success by how expensive we can be. We measure success by how affordable we can be. He even made up a fact. He looked at a CBC headline, which is always a dangerous thing to do. And he said that when I was minister that we only built 99 homes with $300 million. I said, what the heck is he talking about? I have a mind like a steel trap. I would have remembered if I'd announced a $300 million housing program. So I checked into it. But here's what actually happened. First of all, the program was created in 2008, a half decade before I even became the minister. Second of all, it didn't spend any money. The program was designed to encourage private home ownership by First Nations. It invested capital of $300 million and didn't spend a penny because the money was invested commercially. It actually grew to $380 million, and it wasn't 99 homes. There were 7,000 homes built, purchased, or renovated for First Nations people. So it didn't cost any money. It made a profit, and it built, renovated, and bought 7,000 homes. Oh, and by the way, the entire thing is run by First Nations themselves. No wonder the Liberals don't like any of that, Mr. Speaker. But forget the facts. If I had to deal with their body of facts in litigating the housing file, boy, I don't know what I would do. You might have to hallucinate to come up with some other facts, too. I might even get desperate enough to read CBC headlines as well. But, Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, let's talk about a real common sense plan to bring homes Canadians can afford. Let's talk about my bill, the Building Homes, Not Bureaucracies Act. Now, principle number one, it will require cities boost home completions by 15% per year, or they'll lose federal infrastructure money. We give them $5 billion a year in direct transfers. They can pretty much do whatever they want with that money. I'm saying this is going to be a housing incentive. We're going to start paying city bureaucrats the way real estate agents get paid, on volume. You get housing completed, you get more money. You don't get it completed, you get less money. So the bureaucrats will have to wake up every morning and say, how can we approve as many permits as quickly as possible so Canadians have a place to live? And it's going to be very mathematical. I'll require you hit 15% more home building per year. If you beat that by, say, 10%, you get 10% more money. You miss it by 10%, you get 10% less money. Maybe then the bureaucrats will wake up, and the mayors will wake up every day and say, how can we get this done quickly? Mayors would then be forced to move their offices right into the permitting room, have a big open room. You imagine that with big screens that say permitting times would be on one wall. Number of homes waiting. How many people are on hold right now? How many homes are being held up? Imagine if you had big screens in the city hall and all the bureaucrats were busy motoring away trying to get to yes and get things done. Wouldn't that be incredible if we actually focused on results rather than building more bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker? That's what my bill will incentivize. Right now, by contrast, the current housing minister has come up with a program. It works very simple. He calls up the mayor. He says, everyone knows housing is hell after 8 years of our government. Can I come to town and take credit for homes you were already going to build, and I'll write you a big check if you do it? So he shows up, the city says, yeah, there was already a subdivision going in over there. Let's give the minister credit for that, and in exchange, he'll stroke a big check for $40 million with which we can build more bureaucracy. And then the bureaucrats will be happy, the politicians will be happy, and everyone else will be miserable. And so that's what he's been doing. We know that this is not leading to more housing construction because housing starts this year are down 9%. So yes, he can show up and say, oh, look at these 24,000 homes that were already going to be built. But the overall housing starts, the number of shovels put into ground, down 9%. 2 years after this so-called housing accelerator was created, not a single solitary new house has been completed. A $4 billion housing program that doesn't build housing. My plan creates a strict mathematical formula that pays for results. Second principle, we're going to require every federally funded transit station be surrounded by housing, so that you can live right next to the bus or train. Countless stations that I've been to right across this country they don't have housing. In fact, in Winnipeg, the gatekeepers there actually stepped in to block 2,000 new homes right next to a transit station that was built for those homes. They had to get slapped down in the courts, and what did the Liberals do? They gave more money to the incompetent politicians at Winnipeg City Hall to block housing for the people who need it. Well, I'm going to put all the federal funds for transit stations into a trust, and the city will not get the money for the transit station until there are apartments occupied all around the station. And that way, they will have to hurry up and approve the housing if they want to get the money. We will again pay for results. Next, this bill will require that the federal Minister of Public Works do a full inventory and come to this House within months to announce all all of the buildings that will be sold in order to build housing. The Prime Minister promised this 8 years ago. And in 8 years, with all the 37,000 federal buildings and 6.2 million square meters of office space, and the thousands of acres, how many homes has he managed to build on federal land and in federal buildings? How many? I asked him. Don't worry, he didn't know either. 13. Not 13,000, not 1,300, 13. My bill will make it mandatory by law that the minister come here with a plan to sell off 15% of all federal buildings, thousands of acres of federal land, so that we can build on that land that's being used for nothing. And federal bureaucrats, on the fourth principle, are going to have to get their act together as well. I was speaking with a builder who builds beautiful, environmentally friendly homes and apartments in Atlantic Canada. He's in the process of building a carbon neutral home right now to be the greenest apartment complex in the world. He had to wait 2 years for CMHC to approve the financing on that home. The benchmark is supposed to be 60 days. So here's how life is going to work around here when I'm Prime Minister. And in this bill, the CMHC bureaucrats will have to hit the 60-day target within 6 months. If they don't, I'm cutting their pay in half. And if they don't do it within a year, I'm firing the entire executive. It's right in the bill. That's life. You're a barber, you don't cut hair well, you get fired. If you're a mechanic and the engine block falls out, you get fired. In the real world, when people don't do their job, they don't get bonuses. That's how life works under this Prime Minister for the senior six-figure bureaucracy. This bill puts an end for that. We're going to pay for results, not for bureaucracy and the privilege of incompetent bureaucrats who make life miserable and costly for everyone else. Mr. Speaker, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act is common sense. The common sense of the common people united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. And I think he left out of his speech that under his watch as the so-called housing minister, 800,000 fewer units of affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. But my question for him is, why go to war with mayors over infrastructure? Infrastructure is the key to getting more houses built. Why would he cut that? Inevitably, he'll see fewer homes getting built.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This will have to be a case for unsolved mysteries. He claims that when I was minister, there were 800,000 homes that went missing. Like, what happened to them? The aliens from outer space came and just plucked these homes, and they went up. And when we go around, what's remained? Are the basements still there? Like, where did they go? These guys are unbelievable. It sounds like he's having an LSD flashback or something, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about when I was housing minister. Rent cost half as much, cost $950 to rent the average one bedroom. Now it's just about $2,000. The average mortgage payment on a newly purchased average home was $1,400. Now it's $3,500, an increase of 150%. And the average down payment was a very modest $20,000. That was my record. And we're not proposing to cut infrastructure money. We're proposing to link in dollars for cities to the number of homes that our bureaucrats and mayors allow to be completed. It is an incentive. Those that build more homes will get more money. That's the real world. That's common sense. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell the Leader of the Conservatives exactly what happened to those 800,000 units. The rent went up from $750 a month to over $2,000. That's what happened. That's where those 800,000 units went. That's how the Conservatives lost the affordable rental apartments for people that need them. Right now, in this bill that the member has put forward, guess what? There is zero mention of social housing or the need. The Conservative leader talked about Singapore. They have 80% social housing. What does Canada have? 3.5%. The Conservatives cut the co-op program. They gutted social housing. That's why we have this crisis. Why are they not supporting communities in building social housing and co-op housing?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More homes and more affordable homes. They don't want nationalized government-controlled homes, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I was minister, the average rent was $950. Now it's over $2,000 under this NDP Liberal government. When I was minister, the average mortgage payment on a average newly purchased house was $1,400. Now it is $3,500. Housing was not just affordable, it was cheap. when I was minister, and Canadians could afford to buy a house. Now, under the NDP government in BC, BC is probably the most unaffordable housing market in the world. We've tried the Soviet-style experiment in the NDP's heartland of BC, the BC government, and we know the result. It is pain, it is misery, it is tent cities. We don't need a Soviet-style takeover of housing. We need Canadians to have the chance to own their own homes, and that's what they will have when I'm Prime Minister.
Encore une fois,
Once again, I would like to start things off nicely this week. I'd like to remind the member for Vancouver East that when she does have the floor and ask a question, I would like silence so everyone can hear them. And I'd like to ask the same thing for the answer. The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouat-Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear the leader of the official opposition. Well, he's talking about his magic wand this morning. It seems that we have a bill that will solve everything. Who are the real people responsible for the housing crisis? The mayors and municipalities. That's irresponsible and dangerous. You're accusing people who get up every day and try to make a difference in their communities. Yes, avoiding bureaucracy is nice, but this is just the opposite what we have here. In my colleague's speech, we're going to add new targets, new objectives, and we want to dictate to the municipalities the rules of the game. And these rules, I'd like to remind my colleague, well, the Canadian Constitution, paragraph 12, article, I don't want to interrupt the member, it's just that we're running out of time. Could we just get to the question? We need to leave enough time for the leader to answer. Inaudible. Why does he not respect the Constitution and provincial autonomy? And why does he want to dictate, once again, the rules, even though Quebecers have not asked for this? The honourable leader of the official opposition. Quick answer, please. We're not dictating anything to municipalities. There are no rules that we're dictating. It would dictate a result. The federal government already puts $5 billion towards municipalities. That's already the case. So the federal government is involved. I just want to tie this funding to results. I don't want to pay the mayor of Montreal to prevent the building of 20,000 buildings. I don't want to give money to prevent building. We want to incentivize the construction of affordable housing and private housing to allow Quebecers to have a home they can pay for.
reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Municipalities.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be here talking about housing. And the Conservatives talk a really good game. They, during question period, during the last 15 minutes, passionate discussion of housing. But, Mr. Speaker, when the rubber meets the road, they're nowhere to be found. The Leader of the Opposition just glossed over his loss of 800,000 units of housing. And when someone questioned him on it, he had the gall just to answer with insults. But the reality is there was no action on housing. And the decades previous, we find ourselves in a crisis that is decades in the making. But we're ready, we're up for the task. There's something that the leader said that I do want to correct. He said that housing starts were down. Housing starts are actually up 4%, 20% in Toronto, 98% in the city of Montreal. This is fundamentally an important issue for all Canadians. And what does the Leader of the Opposition want to do? He wants to go to war with municipalities. But municipalities understand the crisis before them. And it's one thing to come up here and pound your desk, Mr. Speaker, and say, we're going to take away infrastructure money from municipalities. But that doesn't work. We need to work with municipalities. We need to focus on infrastructure, because infrastructure is what's going to be housing built. You can't just take an empty field and plop down houses on it. The aliens, the leader of the opposition, talks about taking away housing, aren't going to deliver them on lands, on empty fields. There needs to be sewage. There needs to be water. There needs to be electricity. There needs to be all the services that are required. And that's forgotten. But they'd rather have a big speech, puff up their chest, pound their desks, and ignore the reality of actually getting housing built. It's about rolling up our sleeves. It's about getting the job done, and they're not interested in that. They're just interested in slogans. What their actual plan is to cut funding to municipalities, to increase the tax on rental construction. Again, the leader of the opposition spent the first few minutes of his speech talking about taxes. He left out the part where he's going to raise the GST on rental, purpose-built rental construction. It's shocking, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to point to a housing expert, Mike Moffat, who said of the Conservative plan that this is a sign the Conservatives don't understand the urgency or scale of the housing crisis. Now again, they pound their fists, they yell, they scream, they jump up and down, they call names to members, and they heckle, Mr. Speaker, but they have no plan. They have smug comments, smug heckles, but no plan to actually get the job done. That they can look Canadians in the eye and say, you know, we'll do it. We're not going to do anything to do it, but we're going to yell at people and we'll cut their salaries and we'll starve municipalities of infrastructure funds. And that's all they have. That's not going to get anything built. Their actual plan is to do less than what they were doing when they were in government, which is nothing, Mr. Speaker. It's actually shocking that they want to take steps backwards on this file. I look to cities across the country, and I've met with mayors, municipal officials. I've met with municipal officials in my own community, and there are infrastructure challenges. In the city of St. Catharines, there are sewer upgrades that are required to get more housing built. You can't just build you can approve a permit, Mr. Speaker, for a 20-story building, but if there isn't the sewer capacity, you can't build it. And I know it's not fun or sexy to talk about sewer capacity in this place, and some people may think it's very on point to be talking about sewer capacity in the House of Commons. But, Mr. Speaker, these are the important things that are required to get housing built. If he just wants permits to be approved, maybe that's a great thing. But if there isn't going to be infrastructure money that's going to be applied, if the federal government's not going to be there, then they don't understand the depths of this crisis. This is fundamentally a crisis of housing, but also of infrastructure. And we need to do more, and we need to be partners, not only with municipalities, but also with provinces. The more partners we have, the more housing that we can get built. And we're ready for this. The Housing Accelerator Fund is already seeing results. We've had partners across the country. We just saw in Kelowna, Halifax, London. We've seen in Hamilton. Housing getting built, making more housing legal in this country, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Housing is accomplishing this by seeing, as of right, 4 units of housing built in these municipalities. This will allow for greater housing built for generations in this community with the Housing Accelerator Fund, to also fund those infrastructure needs and those bottlenecks. Again, we can talk a good game, we can pound our desks, we can yell and scream. The member didn't mention the bottlenecks in our system and how he's going to accomplish that, apart from going to war with mayors, which is something I don't think Canadians want us to do. They want us working together. They want us to come up with a plan for more housing and work together. I genuinely look forward to more of these announcements, to see more municipalities step back from NIMBY policies, which have plagued municipalities across this country, and say, how do we get more housing built? And I know in my hometown, There are many ambitious councillors that want to see that work happen. And I'm hopefully looking forward to making announcements there soon. Over the course of generations, we've seen communities across the country make decisions that actively restrict the ability of communities to build houses for their residents. It creates challenges for building livable communities, but the Government of Canada has stepped up directly to support more housing, Mr. Speaker. We're actively working with all partners in the government and private sector to solve this generational challenge. And again, we didn't hear that from the Leader of the Opposition, is how we're going to work together on housing. He's just going to yell at bureaucrats. He's going to get into fights with mayors. That is not how you get anything built in this country. And I guess it explains his record as the so-called housing minister under the Harper government, when nothing got built, when there were 800,000 fewer units of affordable housing when they left office. Through the National Housing, Mr. Speaker, we've seen housing get built or repaired. 126,000 units of housing and more than 113,000 new homes have been created. 126,000 units repaired, 113,000 new homes. Now, what would the Conservatives tell us? We didn't support that. We wouldn't support that. They'd already be 200,000 more units behind if they were in charge. So adding that to the list, that would have been 1 million units fewer of affordable housing if they continued to be in charge, if that member continued to be the minister. But things are changing, Mr. Speaker. There is an understanding, and we're going to continue to work with our municipal partners across the board. And that's why we've brought forward legislation to remove the GST on purpose-built rental housing. And what are the Conservatives doing on that? Here's a tangible thing, Mr. Speaker, that they can actually do is help expedite, stall, delay, not work with government. And they, again, talk a good game, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure there will be many more passionate speeches about how the Conservatives care. But when it comes to tangible items that they can do, like voting for the affordability legislation before this Parliament, they're nowhere to be found. Silent on the issue. Silence on any effort to actually approve homes. And I get that their nature is wanting to get into a fight, wanting to yell and scream, hurl insults, come up with slogans. I think their environmental plan really is based on recycling slogans. But slogans don't get anything built, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, that's where the Conservatives are. We're ready to stand up and work with municipal and provincial partners. We're going to get housing built. This plan is half-baked at best, Mr. Speaker. It's not going to work. We're going to get the job done. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? Sorry. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to the legislation enacting Bill C-356. I'll talk about the Conservative position and then the Bloc's position, and finally, I'll say a word about homelessness. First of all, Bill C-356 repeats elements of the Conservative leader's speech on the housing crisis. According to the leader, municipalities are responsible for the housing crisis by slowing down real estate development projects with unnecessary red tape. Note that the Conservatives were amongst the first to play petty politics by directly attacking municipal democracies when, in their Conservative Opposition Day on April 28th, they announced that they wanted to penalize municipalities for not building enough housing. The Bloc has been saying for a long time that the provinces and municipalities are in the best position to know the housing needs on their territory. It's not up to the federal government to interfere. Let's not forget that housing is an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. And as a reminder, it's paragraph 92, sections 13 and 16 of the Constitution, which reserves legislative jurisdiction over property and civil rights, as well as matters of a local nature, to the provinces. The federal government has no business interfering in these matters. And let's not forget the importance of municipal policy. and of this level and its proximity to the population. It's municipalities that know their territory. They know the real needs of their population, and they are the ones who deliver services directly to them, and they are the ones who organize their living environment and neighborhoods. And when we hear the Conservatives say that municipalities and cities are the ones holding up the process, we think this is absurd. They call this phenomenon not in my backyard, or NIMBY. We understand that the Conservatives prefer to sidestep public consultation to help achieve buy-in by communicating effectively with the project's neighbours, preferring instead to give real estate developers a free pass. According to their logic, public consultations that cities and citizens demand are a monumental nuisance and harm everyone and don't make it possible to build housing. But our colleagues should understand why public consultations exist. One reason is that we just don't build anything anywhere anyhow. It's true that we build more housing faster in the last century, but we did so without any regard for the protection of agricultural environment, wetlands, and areas with high heritage potential. Urban planning and land protection are important measures. And elected in 2011, the Conservative government did not see fit to increase the budget devoted to helping households considered to be persistently poorly housed, leaving it at a flat $250 million a year. And when they presented their budget in 2015, they chose not to extend funding for social housing. C356 places the entire blame for housing shortage on municipalities, while the current crisis would largely be mitigated if the federal government had not withdrawn from federal social housing construction under the Harper regime. Condos at $3,000 a month will already exist on the market. What we're missing is housing that people can afford, and that's where the government should be focusing its attention. But this notion is completely absent from the Conservative leader's vision. C356 hands the keys over to the developers to build more condos at $3,000 a month. In short, the bill's solution to the housing crisis is to let big developers do whatever, whenever, and however they want. The bill's populist solution ignores the fact that people don't just live in houses, but in neighborhoods and cities. This means they need water and sewage infrastructure, roads and highways, as well as public and private services like schools and grocery stores. And cities have a duty to ensure their citizens are well served and to impose conditions. This bill is also disrespectful and divisive. Since 1973, and Robert Bourassa, Quebec law has prevented Ottawa from dealing directly with Quebec municipalities. The Canada-Quebec Infrastructure Framework Agreement reflects this reality by specifying that Ottawa has no right to intervene in the setting of priorities. What C356 is proposing is to tear up this agreement. Given that it took 27 months to negotiate, C356 is announcing a 2-year quarrel during which all projects would be paralyzed. In the midst of a housing crisis, this is downright incendiary.
If housing starts don't increase, as Ottawa requires in a municipality, C356 would cut the gas tax transfer and the public transit transfer by 1% for each percentage shortfall from the target it has unilaterally set. For example, since housing starts in Quebec fell by 60% this year, rather than rising by 15%, this would have represented a cut of about 75% in transfers had Bill C356 been in force. This bill adds another layer by withholding transit funding from cities if they may fail to meet the 15% target it has unilaterally set. The effect of this policy would be to encourage car use, since public transit development would take place after the fact rather than in parallel with new housing developments. Secondly, the Bloc Québécois already has a wide range of proposals and interventions for possible solutions to the housing crisis across Quebec and Canada. First of all, we welcomed the $3.7 billion Canada-Quebec housing agreement signed in 2020, half of which comes from the federal government. However, we deplored the 3-year negotiation period leading up to this agreement. This meant that the funds to go to Quebec were frozen until the two levels of government could find common ground. The Bloc deplores this constant need for the federal government to dictate how Quebec spends its money. Once again, we call for an unconditional transfer to Quebec of its share of the pie. Had this been the case, as early as 2017, Quebec would have been able to begin construction and renovation of several housing projects, notably social housing, 3 years earlier, which would certainly have alleviated the current housing crisis. Unconditional transfers would make the funding process much simpler, while the various agreements complicate the associated bureaucracy and increase the waiting time before the amounts in question are actually dispersed. The Bloc has also reiterated the importance of federal funding being targeted first and foremost to the many needs for social and very affordable housing, because that's where the needs are greatest. During the last campaign, our proposals included the following: that Ottawa progressively reinvest in social, community and truly affordable housing up to 1% of its total annual revenues. This to ensure consistent and predictable funding rather than ad hoc agreements. That all surplus federal properties be devoted as a priority to the development of social, community and very affordable housing to help reduce the housing crisis. We also talked about the creation of a tax on real estate speculation to counter the artificial rise in markets, a reform of the home ownership system to take into account the different realities of Quebec households and increasingly diverse family situations, that the federal government proceed with a financial reorganization of the various programs stemming from the National Housing Strategy to create an acquisition fund. The establishment of this fund, Mr. Speaker, would enable cooperatives and NFOs and NPOs to acquire housing buildings currently accessible on the private market, preserve their affordability and turn them into social, community and very affordable housing. That Quebec receive its fair share of funding unconditionally from federal homelessness programs while calling for the amounts allocated in the past year during the pandemic to be made permanent. By the way, these ideas, Mr. Speaker, I tested them during the last campaign in a regional debate. Groups appreciated our approvals, but they deplored that the Conservatives and the Liberals were absent from that debate. And they noted this, Mr. Speaker. What does it say when parties say that it's a priority but then don't turn up to debates? A few moments to talk about homelessness. Homelessness is ever present in Canada and Quebec, but now we see that homelessness is regionalizing itself. A huge amount of homeless people were in Montreal last year as compared to 2018. It's also the case in Shefford. This increase leads to the commercialization of housing, and so there is less housing availability, affordable housing availability. So we see that this is what leads to an increase in homelessness, I would say. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will vote against Bill C-356. And one last thing. Families and seniors are particularly hard hit by this housing crisis. They need realistic solutions for social and community housing that truly meet their needs. Granby is already, and Shefford is already addressing the issue of social housing and certainly doesn't need another example of Conservative misinformation to bash. They can manage their own files in my riding. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canada is faced with a housing crisis. The crisis didn't happen overnight. In fact, it began 30 years ago. People can't afford to buy or rent a home. Canadians are living in cars, and homeless encampments are popping up in communities, big and small, through the country. In Vancouver East, we have a permanent encampment. Earlier this month, Metro Vancouver homelessness count show a 32% increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness since 2020, with 33% of those are Indigenous peoples. Rent has skyrocketed. Young people have no hope of ever owning their home. Predictably, the Conservatives is suggesting that helping wealthy investors and developers will solve the housing crisis for Canadians who can't afford to buy or rent the very homes that these wealthy investors are putting on the market. No joke. The leader of the opposition talks about the elite, the gatekeepers. He should look in the mirror and those around him. Half of the Conservatives' National Council are lobbyists for Big Pharma, Big Tech, oil, anti-union corporations, and guess what else? You guessed it, real estate companies. The Conservative leader is the ultimate lackey for wealthy CEOs whose main job is to help perpetuate corporate greed. The Conservative leader is not who he says he is. He wants you to believe that he cares about the housing crisis for you and your family and what you're faced with. If that's the case, why is he completely silent about the wealthy investors who are displacing renters by rental evicting them so that they can jack up rent? The Conservative leader's housing bill doesn't even mention the very people that are in desperate need of a home that they can afford. It offers no solutions to those who are being rental evicted so that wealthy investors can jack up rent and increase their profits. As part of the Harper government, the Conservative leader had an influential role in that administration. He sat at that cabinet table. He was even the Minister of Housing. And what happened during that time? Not only did the Conservatives gutted housing programs, they canceled the National Co-op Housing Program. And in addition, right under his nose, Canada lost 800,000 units of rental apartments that costed $750 a month. While tenants were displaced, wealthy investors, corporate landlords stuffed their pockets. And what did the Conservative leader do? Cheered on the private sector, the people that are benefiting from Canada's housing crisis. He celebrated the fact that the Liberals gave special tax treatments to real estate investment trusts, whose business model is just to maximize profit. And even now, there is mounting evidence that wealthy investors are displacing tenants and jacking up rent. The Conservatives are still on the side of wealthy investors. Talk about gatekeepers, gatekeeping for wealthy investors. And as Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. This is just another Conservative plan to line the pockets of their friends and insiders. And while they're doing it, they are also kicking municipalities in the shins by slashing funding communities need. Just as they did before, they cut funding to housing programs, downloaded housing to local governments, and then blamed them for not delivering the homes that people need. Make no mistake, it was the Conservatives who canceled the National Co-op program and cut social housing funding in 1993. The Liberals, of course, know better. After promising that they would restore the funding cut during the election, they then went and canceled the National Affordable Housing Program. Much to the glee of the wealthy investors and corporate landlords, both Liberals and Conservative governments let the private sector run the show for 30 years. Both the Liberals and Conservatives relied on the private market to deliver the housing Canadians need, and look where it got us. Rents are up to $2,600 a month in Toronto, and in almost $3,000 in Vancouver. Hundreds and thousands experience homelessness annually. Shelters are underfunded and over capacity. I've met school children worry about their housing situation, women fleeing domestic violence who have to return to abusers because they are locked out of the market and housing supports are not there for them. I've worked with families whose children were apprehended just because they could not meet the housing needs, because they could not afford the rent. The wealthy investors and developers that the Conservatives want to give a blank check to are the same people that created a housing market that not even the middle class can afford to compete in. That the leader of the official opposition calls people are living in a shack. Guess what? Those are actually regular housing that people live in. Across the country, financialized landlords are pursuing aggressive rent increases and displacing long-time tenants, including seniors on fixed income, as a business tactic. Enough is enough. more for-profit solutions are not going to change course. The absence of any measures to ensure the homes built is actually home affordable to everyday people in the Conservative leader's bill is glaring. There is zero mention of the need to build up Canada's social and co-op housing stock in the Conservative leader's blueprint to fix Canada's housing crisis. He wants you to believe that the wealthy investors will suddenly wake up and decide that they're not driven by profits anymore.
No common sense there.
Delusional fantasy. Not in a million years. There is zero common sense in that belief. We have seen the results of the trickle-down theory of boosting for-profit housing over the last 30 years. 30 years of underinvestment from Liberal and Conservative governments resulted in the loss of over 500,000 units of affordable housing that would otherwise have been built today. And Conservatives and Liberals slashed programs that built and protected affordable housing in 1993. The next Conservative government lost 800,000 units of low-cost rental apartments priced at $750 a month. They allow wealthy investors buy up the low-cost rental apartments and jack up the rent to maximize profit. And the result? Canadians are locked out of neighborhoods that they love, where their family and friends and jobs are. To be clear, housing prices went up, not down, under the Conservatives government too. No question, the Liberals are no better. Canadians had lost another 250,000 homes under the Liberals. That's over 1 million homes that both the Liberals and Conservatives, while they were at the helm. Neither party now will even acknowledge the need to stop the loss of existing low-cost rental apartments to wealthy investors and corporate landlords. Steve Pomeroy pegged that on average, we've been losing 15 affordable homes to rental erosions for every 1 unit. And Hamilton is losing 26. The NDP takes a different view. We believe in investing people. We believe in putting people before profits. And we're saying that keep the private sector's hands off of public lands. Doug Ford promised to deliver housing, didn't he? He made backroom deals to carve up the green belt to make his developer friends even richer. He bulldozed local planning only to backtrack months later. And what does he have to show for it? 3 cabinet resignations, a criminal investigation by the RCMP, and no affordable housing. Unused federal buildings should be leased to nonprofits to provide housing for people in perpetuity. It needs to stay in public hands. Instead of privatizing Canada's federal lands for wealthy investors and corporate landlords, federal lands should return to the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people that it was taken from. The legacy of colonialism has led to drastic overrepresentation for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people experiencing chronic homelessness and living in tent encampments. Mr. Speaker, this has to stop. Lands should either be returned to Indigenous peoples, the First Peoples, or it should be kept in the public hands to nonprofits so that we can get that housing built for people. To suggest that you can rely on the market to address the housing crisis, we already seen that play before. And this is what the Conservative leader is advocating for. He just said just now that building social housing is a Soviet-style model. Oh my goodness, building co-op housing is Soviet-style model. He should give his head a shake. He should actually look and go into the communities and check out the social housing and the co-op housing that are there. They are a model that is to be envied. That's what we've got to do to address the housing crisis and not just strictly rely on the market, Mr. Speaker. Time for action and not more of the same.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for Carleton and our next Prime Minister for sharing his time with me on proposing his important private member's bill. For those watching at home today, they'll probably be familiar with our interventions during question period. And every day, our Conservative team stands up on behalf of everyday Canadians who are suffering after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government. And our job, of course, is to hold ministers to account and try.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I was here for the leader of the opposition's speech. He did not mention at any point in time that he was sharing his slot with anyone. So I see.
J'aimerais juste confirmer.
I just want to confirm with the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, thank you for your statement, but I would like to reassure her that there was no time splitting between the two members. This is a single and standalone slot for this bill.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill, you have 9 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Our job here in the House of Commons is to hold ministers to account and try to get answers on the things about why so many things have gone wrong here in Canada. But every day, members on the other side of this House get up and insist that Canadians have never had it so good. They have never had it better. Things are going so well in this country, as if they don't talk to anyone at home. And to make their point, they bring meaningless, manufactured statistics that are supposed to show how great they really are. But in fact, they show how out of touch and clueless they truly are. One of their favorite tactics is to talk about the global forces, other countries, wars in distant lands, to pass the buck from Ottawa to someone else, to somewhere else, to something else. And we're talking about housing today like we have been for many months and even years. But the Liberals still don't seem to get the message that a cost of a home in this country is just too high for anyone. So I'm going to try to put it in terms that they will understand, showing exactly how out of control our housing crisis has become. I'm going to take some prices and see what you can buy here and what you can buy elsewhere, which of course has the added benefit of showing Canadians that this is a uniquely Canadian problem, at least in scope. Let's start in Toronto, a 2-bedroom house covered in graffiti in the Kensington neighborhood. It's on the market for $2.8 million. That very same amount of money can buy you a 20-bedroom castle on 5 acres in Scotland. It has 45 rooms, a movie theater, botanical garden, a pond, and even a private beach. And you have the added bonus of living in a country with no carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. If you don't want to live in the big smoke, I can understand. Well, I don't really understand why people don't want to live there, but I can understand why you would have your preferences. How about Kitchener, where there's another 2-bedroom home up for the steal of $1.8 million. Spoiler alert, it's not a steal at all. You get a tiny property with a little backyard and hardly enough room to raise a family. $1.8 million. And if you want a little bit more breathing room, you maybe consider spending that $1.8 million on a lake-facing castle in Sweden on a 4-acre property. So there's much more space for everyone. If you're still not convinced, let's go to Vancouver, where the member opposite is from, where a 3-bedroom house sells for $4.6 million. You also get to pay the highest gas prices in Canada, some of the highest taxes. You get to drive to work in an open-air, government-supplied drug market, which this NDP Liberal government supports on your way to work. Absolutely stunning, Mr. Speaker. If you prefer more peace and quiet, or maybe you want a bit of a deal, there's an 11th century castle in England up for sale for $4.4 million. It comes with 32 acres of land, 22,000 square feet of living space, including 17 bedrooms. It's quote unquote an idyllic retreat with farmland and even its own creek for fishing, rights included. I can go on and on. France, Honduras, Argentina, Wisconsin. The fact of the matter is that Canada's housing market is so broken, and these Liberals are the ones who broke it, with the help of the NDP, of course. Housing prices have doubled in just 8 years. A mortgage payment has doubled. The average income needed to buy a home in Ontario is over $175,000, and that's much more than the average salary, as we all know. No amount of partisan spin can minimize the fact that it is now cheaper to buy a castle in Europe than a family home in Canada. And if that doesn't convince these Liberals to tell them that home prices are unattainable to the average Canadians, I don't know what will. So we have to ask the question, what are people supposed to do? Young people looking to break in the market, pay off their student loans, start a job, maybe start a family. 9 in 10 of those young people do not ever believe that they will own a home in this country. There are newcomers looking to Canada for opportunity and the life better than the one they left, like my parents did. 48 years ago. Everyone else who is struggling under repeated double-digit increases in the cost of rent, it's doubled too in just 8 years. It used to take you 25 years to pay off the mortgage. It now takes you 25 years in Toronto to save up for a down payment on a single-family home. The answer is, of course, is that they can't do anything because affordability is too far out of reach. And despite working 50, 60, 70 hours a week, multiple jobs, cutting back on the things that you want, people are getting left behind and they are losing hope and they are giving up on that Canadian dream that was on offer even 8 years ago. Things weren't like this 8 years ago, and they are not going to be like this when the Liberals are gone. Our mission is to bring that back, to ensure that you can get a good home in a safe neighborhood through hard work, dedication, and saving, the way that it always was in Canada, and to make Canada the place where we just don't have to compare the price of an average home to a luxurious castle in Europe to make the point. It's going to take a new government with a new vision to do that. And we cannot and should not trust the same people who got us into this mess to get us out of it. And we should specifically not trust the same people who spend $54 million on a useless border app to companies who didn't even do the work on the app, who lose track of nearly 1 million people, who have students living under bridges and tents, who can't bring themselves to put repeat violent offenders behind bars, who can't do anything close to competent. Our party is the only one with a common sense plan to put Canadians back into control of their own lives and return the promise of Canada that always was.
Je regrette interrompre.
I must unfortunately interrupt the member for Thornhill. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The member will have 3 minutes remaining. And now, orders of the day.
Stage of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, and the motions in Group 1.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
A government that is incapable of destroying non-state coercive actors is as harmful to the cause of freedom as a coercive state itself. We live at a time when our friends and our enemies are becoming more clear. Our strategic resources and our assets are under more threat to be taken over by foreign entities. And at a time when refining our future growth, potential, and lack of industrial policy will threaten Canada's economic future, safeguarding the resources we have while also attracting good investment has become paramount, not only to the success of our country, but to our children's success. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, numerous foreign state enterprises have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, our IP, intangible assets, and data. Billions of dollars of Canadian natural resources, ideas, IP, land, farms have left Canada and have been controlled by foreign enemies. It reminds me of the story of the giving tree that I sometimes read to my children. After 8 years, this Prime Minister and the Industry Minister have been the giving tree givers of Canada's industry, IP, and land. You see in the story, we have a little boy who comes to a tree, and the little boy says, "Can I have your leaves?" And the tree gives him our leaves. Of course, in January 2022, the Industry Minister failed to follow his own guidelines when he fast-tracked the takeover of a Canadian lithium company, Neo Lithium Corporation, by Chinese state-owned Zijin Mining without a national security review. And of course, we lost those leaves. It was one of the only companies in Canada that produces lithium, critical for producing batteries. We had Huawei, a state-owned enterprise that feeds intelligence directly to China, as this summer, still working with many Canadian universities. This is just like the boy who gave away or asked for the trunk and got given the trunk of the tree. The government also made commitments for billions of dollars to Volkswagen, Stellantis, and other battery plants, with literally all of the mine material composing the batteries coming from state-owned Chinese companies, not Canadian-owned critical mineral or mines. You see, this was the branches that this industry minister came to Canada with, these branch plants. And taxpayer-funded dollars at Dalhousie University are funding Tesla IP and research, which is all going back to California. You see, Madam Speaker, this is the stump. So at the end of the Giving Street story, at the end of when the little boy asked for all these items, the branches, the leaves, the trunk, and the stump, Canadians are left with nothing, as all of these companies, foreign-owned and controlled, have left Canada, and we are left with only the roots. As Canada loses literally billions of dollars IP and resources, this government and this giving tree of a prime minister is literally not worth the cost, as these investments go elsewhere and Canadians don't benefit from the outcomes. The future of our country, Canada, is in protecting our sovereignty, our land, our farms, natural resources, and technological assets and IP, while simultaneously attracting foreign investment that benefits Canadians and this country. It is imperative that we demand transparency and accountability from our government regarding foreign ownership and its consequences. We must advocate for policies that strike a balance between attracting international investment and safeguarding our national interests. We need regulations that prevent the unchecked outflow of intellectual property, ensure that our economic landscapes remain robust and sustainable for generations to come. We must be able to produce the stuff in Canada, getting international investment, but benefiting Canada and Canadians, creating powerful paychecks and GDP right here in this nation. With a new Indo-Pacific strategy aimed at countering a disruptive China that includes military, domestic security, and cybersecurity enhancements, we must ensure that we restrict the involvement of foreign state-owned firms in some of our most critical sectors, including Canada's critical mineral sectors. Conservatives with C-34 looked at this bill, and we submitted amendments. We had an amendment to reduce the threshold to trigger a national security review from $512 million to $0 for all state-owned enterprises, and I'm glad that that amendment went through. We ensure that the items reviewable under national security review process, including acquisitions of any assets by a state-owned enterprise. And we believe that decisions need to be made that allows Cabinet, not one minister, to make those decisions that are important to what should be reviewed and should not. No power should reside in all one minister. It's been famously said by Kanye West, no one man should have all that power. The clock's ticking, I just count the hours. The one thing that the Americans in the UK do differently with national security reviews is they utilize all of the federal departments in the process. The USA utilizes CFIUS, an international committee authorized to review certain transactions involving foreign investment. The USA gives the criteria to which CFIUS considers, oftentimes directed by the President of the United States. In Canada, under the current bill, that power would delineate to the INDU and to the public safety ministers instead of making sure that at the very least a cabinet decision. And that would severely hamper our national security. Well, why? In 2017, the Liberal government allowed a telecom company from BC called Norsat to be acquired by a company called Hytera, which is a Chinese-based company, state-owned. Hytera does not make any money. Conservatives demanded at the time a full national security review. The Liberal minister of the day refused to do one and approved the acquisition. And lo and behold, in 2022, Hytera was charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States and was banned from doing business there. But only 8 months later, the RCMP in Canada shockingly bought telecommunications equipment from Hytera to put in its communication system. The government says the change would streamline the process and give more security and intelligence agencies more time to complete the reviews. But as it currently stands, if the minister and this public safety minister were only responsible for those reviews, they would miss the mark, as they did with Hytera. We have another example, and more hypothetically. What if this minister, the industry minister, was from Ontario and the public safety minister was from Manitoba and about to make a decision about a security review in Quebec? Would Quebec cabinet ministers not want to be guaranteed feedback and a say in cabinet? If we give that power to just one minister and take away the in-order power and the power of cabinet, we would potentially lose that input from ministers across the whole country into something as important as national security. I've shared with my colleagues with satisfaction that we are seeing intangible assets included under this review, and I wanted to mention this today because it's very important. There are alarming statistics about how much of our intellectual property leaves this country. The University of Waterloo said 75% of its software engineer grads are being pilfered to leave Canada to go elsewhere. The U.S. has 169 times the IP production of Canada. Canada produces $39 billion worth of IP a year, but the U.S. produces $6.6 trillion, or 169 times the IP that Canada does. Not only do we need to develop and commercialize the IP, but through this legislation, we also need to protect that. And it's very important, as the economy of tomorrow is intangible and full of ideas, that we do all we can to ensure we protect the ideas that come out of Canada and not lose them. We have the largest gaps in the world. The OECD has forecasted that Canada will have one of the worst performing economies in the developed world in the next 25 years. Canada has not been able to keep up with the world when it comes to IP and a knowledge-based economy. Canadian policy is still firmly grounded in industrial-era concepts, and it's failing to develop national strategies for IP and data. China developed 30,000 patents in IE just last year, in AI. 30,000. Canada developed fewer than 30,000 patents in all of our industries across all sectors. The future of Canada needs to be protecting the airwaves, blockchain, AI, quantum computing, the sky overhead and the Arctic. It needs to be protecting our farms, food processing plants, genomics, oceans and fisheries, as well as develop Canadian LNG, which the world is desperately screaming for. Going back to the Giving Tree story, unlike the government, figuratively and literally, the Conservatives would just plant more trees and protect those trees. When we give the world what Canada makes, Canadians make paychecks and Canadians benefit. Let's agree to support this bill with a Conservative amendment to remove the power from the minister and make sure it stays in Cabinet, of course, in the future with a Conservative government that only protect available investment but build Canadian companies and attract investment to grow them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And to say that when I take a look at the legislation and how it is actually modernizing, there's been so much change over the last decade, 12, 14 years, that it dictates that the government does need to do something, recognizing technological advances to AI and the importance of international interference. What surprises me to a certain degree is the Conservatives seem to be buckling down on this whole idea is don't allow the minister to have the authority. And I'm wondering if they would apply that principle to other areas of responsibilities. What specifically is it? There is a consultation that does take place with other ministers, in particular I think it's public safety, I'm not 100% sure of that, but why is it the Conservatives do not want to see a robust legislation that would enable a minister to be able to take action necessary in order to protect Canadian interests?
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's quite obvious. The minister has failed in the past, and the minister is going to fail again. When it comes to national security reviews, we need to ensure we have all actors or all members who can participate in that review process be part of that process. I mentioned the example of having a minister perhaps from Ontario, a safety minister from Manitoba, but a industry in Quebec that's being looked at. I'm not sure why the member would not want a Quebec minister or member of cabinet also having a part of that conversation. But more importantly, in the past, the minister has given away these resources. So neolithium was the one example where we gave away resources to make batteries, and that was one minister's decision. We need to make sure it's cabinet because we can have bad ministers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Charlotte. My apologies. The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I noted that one of our amendments that the Conservatives put forward at committee was voted down at committee. I wanted to ask my colleague about it. It was the amendment that called for the modification of the definition of state-owned enterprise to include any company, entity headquartered in an authoritarian state, like China, for instance. And it was voted down. And I wonder if you could comment on the importance of that amendment and why it should have passed.
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for a great question. Not only in industry committee, but also in the ethics committee, we've had CSIS and other organizations talk about just what state-owned companies do in Canada. And one of the witnesses talked about Chinese law requires that all companies and individuals cooperate with their intelligence establishments and hide that cooperation under state-owned law in China. That, combined with the Chinese regime's unrelenting cyber and human source spying on our government, political parties, government departments, universities, and businesses, is reason enough to conclude that foreign investment from China must be subject to the most stringent national security tests, regardless of what sector or industry the proposed investment may target. We're under a new world now, and when we talked about the importance of identifying and ensuring we review all state-owned Chinese corporation involvement in Canadian companies, it's the utmost of Parliament. I wish other parties would take as much seriousness as we do on that matter. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on his speech. I would like him to address a part of the Investment Canada Act that he did not mention in his speech, and I'd like to know his thoughts on it. The Investment Canada Act deals with national security, yes, but there is also a part that deals with all transactions that the minister must assess to determine whether it adds net benefit to Canada. Is he pleased with how that assessment is done on an ongoing basis for net benefits to Canada? Or would he feel that this part of the Act should be amended or improved so that we can ensure that transactions that are done in the best interests of Quebecers in my case, and in his case, in the best interests of Canadians?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the great question. The net benefit review is extremely important because when we look at any kind of investment, state-owned or otherwise, we want to ensure that Canadians and Quebecers are getting the best part of that deal for that. And I can speak when we look at one aspect, the Volkswagen and Stellantis deals that have come into Canada. Certainly we're evaluating that now, and as parliamentarians we look at the net benefit to Canada, and it seems that they were investments that, as I mentioned, were more branch plant investments that didn't look the net benefit to our Quebec mining sector, which should have been included to ensure that any time there was an investment of batteries, we had investment in those mines as well, so we create more Quebec jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince George and Peace River Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak about Bill C-34 today. And it's been said before that weak leaders create hard times. And that's, the bill is meant to deal with foreign interference and the lack of infrastructure. I'm going to speak specifically about that lack of infrastructure in the north. Section B in the summary, the bill is meant to authorize the Minister of Industry, after consultation with the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, to impose interim conditions in respect to the investments in order to prevent injury to national security that could arise during the review. And again, I think it's pretty easy to make the case that this weak NDP Liberal government, after 8 years, and I will also include the members of Parliament from those territories, have put Canadians at risk in the north. And it doesn't, take too long to find articles that are really concerned about this. And I'll even quote from leaders that are actually in the north. It's an article just from a week ago. CSIS warning Inuit leaders about covert foreign investment in the Arctic, document show. The Canadian Security Intelligence Services, or CSIS as we know it, has warned Inuit leaders that foreign adversaries could gain a foothold in Canada by offering to fill infrastructure gaps in the north. And this is what this legislation says it's supposed to prevent from happening, and good, I guess. But again, this government, this NDP Liberal government's been in power for 8 years. I'll go on. We are making decisions every day that are currently not as informed as they could be about threats and considerations, says Inuit leader Natan Obed. I'll read on. CSIS documents obtained by CBC News show that the agency is trying to grow its presence in the north and deepen its relationship with Inuit communities in response to economic, strategic, and military interests of foreign states in the north. And I find it, I go up to the territories quite often, and it's quite a different perspective when you get to the north, because, you talk to somebody in the southern parts of Canada, the north of the territories, it's a very far away place, and it is. and they don't really get how sort of serious that the territories take this, because really it's their front yard. They're seeing the foreign activity increase right in their own yards or front yards. I'll go on. Foreign interference is a significant threat primarily from China, then Russia. Both desire access to natural resources in the Arctic, like minerals, said one of the CSIS documents released through an access to information request. To date, however, CSIS presence in Canadian or Canada's north in the Arctic has been limited. And I'll go on. The CSIS director, David Vigneault, he visited the region in 2022 and had meetings with local leadership. His talking points for those meetings, released to CBC News, included questions for the leaders about partnering with foreign communication providers. CSIS interests in Canada's North and Arctic stem from our mandated responsibilities to address security threats, including foreign interference and espionage. Talking points say, espionage in our Canadian North, Madam Speaker. These take the forms of activities such as covert foreign investments or partnership arrangements, efforts to interfere in decision-making at all levels of government, theft of research or data, and interference in research agendas or funding. Lastly, there's still incredible infrastructure deficits in the Canadian Arctic, whether it be for airports, for marine facilities, or just network shipping. So again, Madam Speaker, I started off by saying weak leaders create hard times. Indeed, this government has had 8 years to really strengthen what I would say we had a pretty strong approach. A former Stephen Harper government in 2015, we had spent a lot of time, made a lot of investments in the Arctic, and we just haven't seen that continue. So, but this goes beyond sort of what people think of, just security as in the military investments. Arctic sovereignty really refers to people supporting Northerners in the North to make sure that they have good jobs, that they can have healthy families and healthy lifestyles so they can reside in the North and do so in a strong position. And a way to erode that is to erode the economy, Madam Speaker. When you erode the economy, you erode those investments that are often made as a sort of a side benefit of infrastructure, or side benefits of industrial development like roads, fiber optic networks, and other really important infrastructure that really we all use. So I'm going to quote, this is from a previous action by the Liberal government. There was a moratorium that was placed on an offshore oil and gas development in the Arctic. And Bob McLeod, then Premier, who's the brother of the current NWT MP in this House, was not very happy about the decision that this Prime Minister made. Hey, look, we're going to shut down all development in the North. The Premier said that there was billions of dollars of investment that simply just got pushed off the table. And those investments would have also impacted, in large part, Indigenous communities. And this is a quote from the Premier. We made the decision to unconditionally share 25% of resource revenues with Northwest Territory Indigenous governments. We are proud to be at the forefront of preserving Indigenous languages. However, this is quoting specifically the moratorium, restrictions imposed on our vital energy and resource sector, 40% of our economy and source of middle-class jobs and incomes for many of our people, are driving companies away. And with that go the jobs that sustain healthy families and community life. Staying in or trying to join the middle class will become a distant dream for many. And so that's from then Premier McLeod. And this is all speaking to Bill C-34. When we have weak economies in our territories because of Ottawa knows best policies, this is what happens. Infrastructure does not get built, and this is what puts us in this precarious position. And that was from Northwest Territories. Now I'm going to go over to Nunavut, and this is just an article from today. It says, Arviat South MLA blasts proposed amendments to federal mining law, and this is the MLA in Nunavut criticizing the current Member of Parliament for Nunavut. During the 3 separate question periods in the Legislative Assembly on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Arviat South MLA Joe Savakatak asked Premier Akiakok and multiple ministers for their positions on MP for Nunavut's proposed amendments to the Territorial Lands Act. He said if adopted, this NDP MP's plan would impede the growth of mining in the territory and make it harder to increase Inuit employment in the mines. Quote, not everybody wants to be a government of Nunavut worker, Savakatak said. Her position is completely wrong for Nunavut. So, and I say that, Madam Speaker, and the relevance to what we're talking about today. Again, if economies aren't developing and they're retracting, this is what happens. Investments aren't made. We're put into a position where foreign governments can have undue influence because the lack of infrastructure is so, the territories are so desperate to get this infrastructure, needed infrastructure, that it puts us, our security and sovereignty at risk. I'll finish with, and I know I only have about a minute left, Madam Speaker, but just as it relates to the security aspect of it in the military, we've seen even recent quotes from former Liberal MP and General, Mr. Leslie, quote from an article, Canadian forces in desperate need of new spending procurement follow-through, the article says. And so the follow-through piece is imperatively what needs to be done here. This government makes a lot of promises. I've said in the House before, they promised billions to modernize NORAD, but only $45 million has been spent, and I have the documents from the estimates right in front of me. But I'll read from Mr. Leslie. $23.3 billion on the Department of National Defense, but Leslie said the department has a chronic problem with actually using the funds. Over the last 7 years, the Armed Forces has been allocated roughly that amount, but it hasn't been able to spend it all. And the blame for that lies squarely with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and I would add the NDP party to my left. Leslie, recruited in 2015 as a star candidate to write the Liberals' defence and foreign policy platform, is now disillusioned with the government procurement capabilities. So, Madam Speaker, I know my time is basically done. Like I started off by saying, weak leaders create hard times. This week, NDP Liberal government has created hard times for us in the North, and it needs to change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his interest in the North and the Arctic. I'm not sure how genuine it actually is. Regarding this act, the Investments Canada Act, I know that when it comes to ensuring that we're doing better to protect individuals, to protect the land, a lot of what we have to do in these pieces of legislation is that it allows for the prevention of certain acquisition of certain things. I know that, for example, in Nunavut, there is a mining company that is not owned within Canada, and a lot of damage is being caused by these mining companies to our lands in our territories. And what we need to do is make sure that there's free, prior, and informed consent so that Indigenous peoples can and have a will and a say in ensuring that legislation like the Investment Canada Act can have an actual positive impact on Indigenous peoples. And I wonder if the member agrees that ensuring free, prior, and informed consent is also included in acts such as these.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rock.
Well, thank you for the member from Nunavut's question. I guess I would go back to what I started off by saying. The NDP is really the no development party. And even quoting an MLA from Nunavut, not everybody, he said if adopted, the member for Nunavut's plan would impede the growth of mining in the territory and make it harder to increase Inuit employment in the mines. And what the member from Nunavut is actually doing is preventing this infrastructure investment. The very thing that this bill is talking about doing is to encourage investment so the infrastructure gets built, especially in places where it's already lacking in the North. All this member from Nunavut is doing is causing less infrastructure development and less infrastructure to get built.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague. He mentioned the issue of national security as well and the armed forces. But I'd like to hear if he agrees with me. But aside from the issue of national security, there's in this bill a question of preservation of our economic leverage. We have, well, how will this bill meet expectations to protect our economic levers?
George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I mean, the economic development, what we hope for this bill to actually get done is to prevent the foreign interference from really taking hold. A quote about another security issue: Russia is a persistent, proximate threat to North America, and we know that China has growing capabilities and ambitions. I don't think the status quo is going to keep us safe. And I don't know if the House fully knows this, but Russia has made claims to our Arctic sovereignty, the Arctic seabed that we actually claim belongs to Canada. There's many resources that are attached to that territory as well. Russia has reiterated those claims just in March of 2023. It's imperative that we have a strong infrastructure and a strong sovereignty and security in our north.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to build on the security aspect that the Investment Canada Act, as amended, is now providing additional security protections against foreign actors such as China and Russia that are wanting to capitalize on Canada's technological advancements, our skilled workforce, the economy that's really humming along compared to other nations that sets us at risk for security. And could the honourable member comment on how we are building our security through the amendments to the Act that's come back to us?
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess the big question is, I'm not sure the answer to his question. This NDP Liberal government, after 8 years, makes a lot of promises. Just for NORAD as the example, we've seen billions promised, but only, again, the last count that I have is about 45 million spent. This government is great at photo ops, great at talking about things and getting things done, but delivery is a problem. Again, 8 years, where have you been for 8 years?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Oh, bravo! Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the Edmonton Mall for his kind applause. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to always stand in this place and speak about legislation. In this particular case, speak about the report stage of Bill C-34. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, having just spent the weekend back in my riding, just arriving this morning back here in Ottawa, different events, lots of interaction with my constituents, I can't begin to tell you, since we're speaking about competition, the impact that the Prime Minister's decision last Thursday to limit the carbon tax, or actually take away the carbon tax on home heating oil within Atlantic Canada, how much of an impact that's having on the residents that I represent in Barrie Innisfil, in a negative way. Many are questioning and wondering why the same application of an exemption to the carbon tax wasn't applied equally across the country. I know the Prime Minister gave his rationale, but that is literally cold comfort to the people that I represent, especially the seniors, who are struggling to pay their groceries, who are struggling to pay their natural gas bill. I get many of them that are sending me their natural gas bill. In fact, the carbon price is it's oftentimes equal to the distribution charge of natural gas itself. Families who are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, moms who are worried about paying the bills on a daily basis, and of course single parent families who are just struggling to make ends meet, to keep a roof over their head, to buy nutritious food for their families, to pay their gas bills, especially with winter coming up. It was quite the topic of conversation this week, Madam Speaker, within my riding, and quite frankly, I didn't have an answer for any of them, because the Prime Minister's decision to exclude solely Atlantic Canada when the rest of us are still paying the carbon tax for home heating in particular, and those prices are going to go up. The cost of distribution is going to go up. The cost of the carbon tax is going to go up. And people in the riding that I represent are quite concerned about the inequity of not having the same benefit as what other Canadians have, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to share that message with you because it is something that I heard in the weekend in my interactions, many interactions with the people that I represent in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil. Now we're here today, Madam Speaker, to talk about Bill C-34 at report stage, as I mentioned, on the improvements and some needed improvements on the Investment Act. We just finished, Madam Speaker, and why is this important? Because we just finished at Ethics Committee a study on foreign interference and the role that nations are playing, particularly China and Russia, in state-owned actors making investments into our economy for the purpose, quite frankly, of controlling Canadian businesses, controlling Canadian minerals, controlling Canadian resources, and controlling, in many cases, as the honourable member just spoke about, some of our northern and offshore areas as well. And so it becomes critically important for the government to keep an eye, a keen eye, multiple eyes, in fact, on what's happening with respect to foreign investment and the approval. So what Bill C-34 highlights, Madam Speaker, are a few simple things. Number one, there are numerous foreign state-owned enterprises who have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property and tangible assets, and the data of our citizens. And we're finding more and more this access to data, this theft of data, not just to use for nefarious reasons, but to propagate disinformation and misinformation to create societal chaos. So we have to be mindful of that. And the government, quite frankly, is doing very little to protect our national economic and security interests with this bill, despite what we're hearing them say today and other days during debate and certainly at committee. We have to take sensitive transactions seriously. And frankly, we have failed to fully review some of the transactions, particularly as it relates to Chinese state-owned enterprises in the past. And later on, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be citing some examples of where we have put not just Canadian intellectual property at risk, but also Canadians in general. And you can agree with some of the principles of this bill. We certainly agree with some of the principles, but it doesn't go far enough, Madam Speaker, to address some of the risks faced by Canadians. And that's why, we work to pass significant amendments in committee in order to better protect Canadian interests and Canadian assets. And Madam Speaker, when I look through the list of the amendments that were proposed under Bill C-34, there were only 4 that were passed at committee out of a total of roughly 13 that we proposed. And one of the ones that was accepted was reducing the threshold to trigger a national security review from $512 million to $0 for all state-owned enterprise investment made in Canada. And that is critical, lowering that threshold so at least it triggers and initiates a security review. The other one that was passed ensures that items renewable under the National Security Review process include acquisitions of any assets by a state-owned enterprise. And again, it's all about, Madam Speaker, protecting Canadians, protecting our valuable assets, our businesses, and certainly our interests as well. The other one was ensuring that an automatic national security review is conducted whenever a company has previously been convicted of corruption charges. Well, anybody that wouldn't have supported that, I would have been surprised, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, because that's one of the proposals at committee that was adopted. And the last one requires the minister to conduct a national security review by changing may to shall to ensure a review is triggered whenever it's in the new threshold. And that just quite frankly was a no-brainer. But there were some amendments that were proposed that were not accepted at committee and rejected. And quite frankly, the one that concerns me the most is the one in requiring the minister to conduct a national security review by changing may to shall to ensure that the review is triggered whenever in the review threshold. So one of the things that we have to be mindful of, anytime there's a transaction that's being proposed that does impact the national security interests of our country, we have to make sure, and one of the amendments that were proposed as well was to have order in council, a government and council review of this, so that there's not just one eye, the minister's eye on this, that it goes to the cabinet table so that there are multiple eyes, multiple questions being asked, Madam Speaker, which I think is critical when you're dealing with sensitive national security interests. And why is this important? Because as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, there have been situations in the past where companies have not had the type of review that they should have, and it's been widely publicized. There was a Chinese takeover deal in 2015 that had been previously rejected by the Conservative government that was actually approved, Madam Speaker, in 2015. And that was based on Hong Kong ONET Technology Group as it related to a business here. And so, having multiple eyes on the review becomes critical. In fact, 3 years ago, there was a Deloitte study that said to the government and suggested to the government that we don't buy sensitive security IT from despotic regimes, and that was in relation to a $6.8 million contract to supply security equipment to Canada's embassies, and it was NukeTech, which is known as the Huawei of airport security. And you may recall, Madam Speaker, that involved X-ray machines that were being supplied for use by the Government of Canada. So, Madam Speaker, while there are some things to support in this bill, the amendments that were proposed by our Conservative colleagues in committee were reasonable, they were practicable, and they should have been applied to many of the aspects of this bill that we're debating today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'm going to ask a similar question that to this member that I asked to the MP for Prince George, Peace River, and Northern Rockies, because when I asked him this question, rather than responding to it, he resorted to mudslinging against me and using my constituents against me. So I'd like to ask this member, while Indigenous peoples are doing what they can to protect our assets, we're being violated against. Indigenous women are being violated for protecting their lands, for protecting their assets. Does the member agree that this act, the ICA, needs to be amended so that there's free, prior, and informed consent of the Indigenous peoples when it comes to mining activities?
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I believe that all Canadian interests should be protected, including those of Indigenous communities as well, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, the national security interests of this country become paramount as we debate bills like this, and as Canadians, as stewards of our land, protecting northern resources, northern offshore resources become critical. I believe, Madam Speaker, if we were to be serious about the protection of our national interests as it relates to foreign investment, that we should have a fulsome discussion around the cabinet table to discuss all aspects, and that would include, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Affairs as well, because there are certain things that minister can bring to the table and not just leave it with the minister, the one minister themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you to the honourable member across the way for his detailed presentation. I'm thinking of the timing of this this study, that haven't reviewed this act since 2009, and looking at the FDI reports showing Canada as a premier destination for foreign direct investment, and how our direct investment has really increased in the last few years, mostly as a result of our forward-looking trade deals that we have with many countries now. In fact, the only G7 country to have agreements with all other G7 countries. Could the honourable member talk maybe about the strategic importance of looking at this act now compared to where we were in 2009?
The honourable member for Barrie, Mr.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it is strategically important that we look at this bill, because we've actually, in fact, seen that strategic investment drop by almost 20% in this country. So we have to ask ourselves why. We've also seen, for example, the United States, their investment has increased on the reverse of that. So we have to, there's no doubt that we have to look at the strategic investment. We have to look at the impacts of what's going on as it relates to foreign investment. We have to understand why we've seen a decrease in foreign investment. Foreign investment, I know there was a reaction on the other side. Foreign investment shouldn't be confused with government investment. We've seen a significant amount of government investment over the last little while, some of which is questionable, but in terms of foreign investment, we need to have that national security review. All eyes need to be on it, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I remember the 2019 campaign. The leader of the Bloc Québécois and member for Belleuil-Chambly came to Shefford, to Valcourt, to present Bloc Québécois proposals with regards to economic nationalism in order to protect our headquarters in Quebec. It's essential in Quebec. We have a different SME system than the rest of Canada. This has been neglected in Bill C-34, Quebec's uniqueness. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on the importance of protecting our economic levers in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bill, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It should come as no surprise to the honourable member that my interest, and I am a Quebecer, I was born in Montreal, but my interests lie in the economic levers of the entire country, and that would include Quebec. It would also include northern areas of our country, offshore resources, those that are critical to the sustainability of our country. And so, again, I'm interested in all of Canada, not just one part of it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and contribute to the debate on Bill C-34 at report stage. It's a bill that has to do with empowering the government to be able to consider foreign investments in Canada and foreign acquisitions, and ask the question whether ultimately those investments or acquisitions are in Canada's best interests. And it's been some time before, or since, I should say, this bill was revised. There's a lot that's happened in the country and in the world since 2009. So I think it is a good thing to be looking at these things and asking these questions once again. Been some talk already in debate. I thought maybe I'd just spend a little time addressing some of what's come before, talking about foreign direct investment and trying to figure out why, according to some, there's less foreign direct investment in Canada now than before, or why we're not doing as well as certain of our competitors in attracting foreign direct investment. I think when we're talking about that, one of the things to note is if you look at over the last 20 or 30 years, the oil and gas sector as a target for foreign direct investment, what we're noticing is that a lot of foreign investors are scaling back their investment in Canadian oil and gas at a time when indeed they're trying to scale back their investment in fossil fuels generally as part of a movement by many countries to try and address climate change, diversify their energy generation, and be less captive geopolitically to countries who are suppliers of natural gas and oil. And so Canada has seen a corresponding decrease in foreign direct investment in the oil and gas industry, despite Conservatives liking to talk about how our allies want Canadian oil and gas. Actually, we're seeing a divestment, and Canadian banks have filled up that space. So it's not that oil and gas in Canada isn't getting private financing in order to be able to do what they're going to do. What it does mean is that Canada's financial industry more and more is that much more heavily invested in oil and gas as they pick up the slack that that investors from other countries are leaving. And so when you look at the global financial picture and where it's going, I think Canada has to watch that we don't end up having a financial sector that's overexposed to fossil fuels. And when we look at what Conservative premiers have been doing, like Danielle Smith in Alberta, who's kind of canceling on a whim tens of billions of dollars in renewable energy in her province, that is to say no to a lot of foreign direct investment, and to say no to foreign direct investment that would contribute to lowering our emissions, and to say no to foreign direct investment that would help position Canada in the new energy economy that is emerging, whether Conservatives here would wish it or not. And I think that's part of the larger conversation around foreign direct investment. Now, let's say that those tens of billions of dollars of investment in Alberta were going ahead, and those foreign investors that were interested in investing capital in Alberta in order to reduce their emissions, but nevertheless maintain Alberta as an energy superpower. Let's say the Conservative premier there didn't wantonly cancel all of that investment. What would that mean? Well, it would mean that there's a role for the Canadian government to evaluate who those investors are and to ask if they're investing in Alberta in a way that complements the national interest of Canada, or whether they're doing it for geopolitical reasons that don't ultimately serve Canada's interests. So, if Russian oligarchs or the Chinese state are the ones that are interested in building up Alberta's solar capacity and wind capacity, I think a lot of Canadians would rightly have questions about the motives of foreign governments who want to be owners of that, or who are closely tied to oligarchs that want to be owners of those things. And it's right and good that the Canadian government should evaluate those kinds of investments in advance, make a determination about the Canadian public interest, and then either authorize that investment or not. And we know that Canada's laws on investment in respect to foreign investment have been too weak for too long. I think New Democrats historically have argued for very strong oversight of foreign investment and foreign takeovers for exactly that reason, that we are concerned and very aware of the role that actors outside of Canada can have in coming to own some of our most strategic resources. So those are all important things to bear in mind. I think this legislation does create more tools. One of the things that I know my colleague from Windsor West, who is quite involved on this file and was a committee, was very concerned to include in the bill, and I was glad to see that an NDP amendment to that effect was passed, was to create better protection and to sculpt the thresholds better to capture intellectual property. We know that the economy today is not the economy of 50 years ago, that it's a knowledge-based economy, and that it's important to have thresholds that aren't just designed for big capital investments, physical capital investments, but thresholds that will also capture and alert government to potential investments or acquisitions by foreign actors of intellectual property. And because intellectual property, sometimes its real value isn't in the right to that particular property itself, but many of the kind of spin-offs and licensing and various other things that don't show up in the traditional balance sheet that would be looked at under the current provisions of the Act, it's important to rejig that threshold so that the potential economic value of intellectual property registers appropriately in the screening mechanism to ensure that where sensitive IP or very valuable IP, strategic IP, is being contemplated in a foreign acquisition or merger or investment, that the light goes on for folks in government who are supposed to be reviewing these things, and they give it a serious look. So a shout out to my friend and colleague from Windsor West for capturing what I think is a very important aspect of foreign investment review going forward, and ensuring that it gets an appropriate mention in the bill, Madam Speaker. I think we should also talk, I've heard some Conservative colleagues talk a fair bit about China, who should be on our radar. We know that China is flexing its muscles on the geopolitical world stage, has been for some time. It's why New Democrats were critical of the Foreign Investment Protection Agreement that the Harper Conservatives signed with China. And I think we should ask the question of how these changes to the Investment Canada Act will interact with that Foreign Investment Protection Agreement, particularly given that a lot of the proceedings that happen under the auspices of that FIPA are secretive and hard to access and don't permit the level of transparency that I think Canadians would expect to see. And so there are other important questions around foreign investment that I think we need to be asking. And I think it's important to have a long memory in this regard so that we can evaluate the claims being made by some in terms of their concerns about how tightly government regulates foreign capital that comes into Canadian markets, that we know the history of those parties and what they've done in government so that we can evaluate their claims to be the kind of guardians, if you will, of the Canadian economy. We know many Liberal and Conservative governments have allowed for the sale of important strategic resources. And in a time when we're talking about reshoring, reintroducing industrial planning, changes to this act are an important part of that, but changing the act itself won't matter if we don't have the political will on the part of whoever is in government to conduct those reviews in an appropriate way, to have a proper definition of Canadian interest, and to be willing, where those investments don't make sense for Canada as a whole, to say no. And of course, the record of this government saying no to things on behalf of Canadians and the interests of everyday Canadians. I think of the Rogers-Shaw merger. Track record's not that great. I think of the forthcoming decision about the RBC and the HSBC merger. I think these will be important moments. The Liberals have already failed at one on Rogers-Shaw. I think an important moment coming up for this government on the RBC-HSBC merger is another proof point for how willing Liberals are to say no to big corporate interests, whether they're domestic corporate interests or foreign corporate interests, in the name of Canadians' own best interests. So I look forward to that decision. I urge the government to make the right decision, and I think that will tell the story a fair bit about whether these are just changes on paper or whether the government intends to adopt a culture of protecting Canada's best interests over against corporate interests that would seek to subvert important pillars of the Canadian economy for their own gain. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from Elmwood-Transcona. The foreign direct investment in 2022 was $64.6 billion in Canada. That was up 13.6% over the 10-year average. Interesting to see that manufacturing, which I know in Transcona is a big deal, a big part of your economy as well, manufacturing was actually ahead of energy and mining. $15.5 billion of foreign direct investment in manufacturing. Green energy projects, the member mentioned, number 2 in the world. So the importance of having security as a main part of what our review is to attract even more than the 682 companies that have come to Canada to make investments. Could the Honourable Member comment on the importance of us displaying certainty around our security provisions so that we can even build more from where we are now?
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing some hard numbers. I think maybe our Conservative colleagues think that foreign direct investment is down because they only look at the oil and gas industry, and they mistake that for the entirety of the Canadian economy. But of course, Canadians are hard at work in many sectors, producing value. We want to see an economy where workers get to keep a larger share of that value, but it's certainly the case that Canada is doing well and performing well on many metrics. I would say when we talk about the geopolitical situation and talk about FDI, we should be careful to ensure that those direct investments, those foreign investments, are actually contributing in the ways we would like to see to the Canadian economy. And I think that's why changes to this act are important, because when we talk about reshoring and other things like that, We're living in an important moment. I think the pandemic really exposed a lot of the weaknesses in our supply chains. So we should be asking the question, is this a rush on Canadian assets before the door closes as we get better at reshoring? I would like to have a government that's more interested in getting the answers to those questions before those acquisitions are made, to the extent that this act may help in that.
The opportunity for another question, the Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my colleague from Winnipeg about there was an amendment at committee that would have required Cabinet to be responsible for, as a whole, to be responsible for triggering a national security review as opposed to just the minister. Now, that amendment, for some reason, was ruled out of order, but I'm just wondering conceptually if the member would agree that it would be better to have that considered by the whole of Cabinet as opposed to a single minister.
Transcona.
Well, I won't speak directly to that amendment. Of course, the member may know, because he's on committee with me and my usual assignment, that I wasn't the member at committee. So I would, of course, defer to the excellent judgment of my colleague from Windsor West on particular amendments. I would note it is nice to hear a Conservative advocating for a little more bureaucracy. Of course, usually they're not the ones who say more people should be included in decision-making, but that we should have fast, effective decision-making processes. I agree with fast and effective, but you do sometimes need to consult more. A deficiency of the Conservative Party. I'm glad to hear at least one member is thinking twice about that.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Of course, I, just like him, agree that this bill impacts mergers. There are also effects on foreign takeovers, hostile foreign takeovers. Now, here's what I would like to know from my colleague. Now, this bill is long awaited, and it's very important, of course. This is an important and necessary shift, but it doesn't go far enough, especially when it comes to defending our national domestic economic interests. C-34, in fact, doesn't fix anything that needs fixing. So this is an important first step, but can he talk to us about what will come next? How will we better protect our important economic power, especially in Quebec and in Canada? Especially us in Quebec, we want to defend our own. I think that for a long time, we've had Canadian governments, be they Liberal or Conservative, governments which felt that if investors wanted to invest, that was positive and could only be positive. And these governments did not ask questions. But we know that there are some things that are more important than money. Some things have more important value than monetary value. That's why the NDP has always supported the idea that we need a system that truly protects Canadian values and Canadian institutions. And under such a framework, there would be a lot of opportunity for people to make money, but we cannot have to choose between money and our values. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to speak to you for a second time about this very important bill, Bill C-34, which, as you know, would amend the Investment Canada Act. Now, this bill, the bottom line is that it has good intentions, but it doesn't go far enough. So this bill would increase the oversight and authorities of the Minister of Science, Innovation and Industry when it comes to foreign investment in Canada. And as the Bloc Québécois did at second reading last winter, the Bloc Québécois will continue to support this desire to better protect the Quebec and Canadian economy from foreign interests that can be injurious to us. Now, Madam Speaker, allow me to get right into it. Today, my colleagues and I were happy that the bill was subject to amendments in committee, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy that at committee we were able to truly study the bill, and we were able to broaden the concept of sensitive sectors, which will now include intellectual property as well as databases which contain personal information and data of Canadians. So this improvement will, of course, strengthen the bill and make it more effective, and we must support that. We're also happy, very happy, in fact, Madam Speaker, that the committee defeated Conservative amendments. The Conservatives wanted all foreign state societies, which are not in Five Eyes countries, to be considered hostile. And that would be very harmful to Quebec's interests, because Quebec is where is 40% of European investment in Canada. Here's the example of Airbus. Airbus is a French and German state company which manufactures its A220 plane in Mirabel in partnership with the Quebec government. And the Conservative amendment would have been harmful to Quebec and to Quebecers, because this is a business transaction that is done with democratic states, which are transparent and which are allies. Now, the new review process is essentially an imitation of the process in the United States. In modifying our system, we will increase the trust that our American partners have in us so that they can continue to consider us trustworthy partners of choice in their supply chains. And I think the bill is positive in that regard. In March, in debate, C-34 had the support of the House. And at that point, the United States decided to include Canada in their critical material supply chain. That's positive. That's a sign that this bill is meeting its objectives and also strengthening the trust that our partners have in us. And of course, it goes without saying, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you will agree, that C-34 improves our legislative toolbox in many positive ways. But these changes are, in fact, incomplete. It doesn't go far enough. That's why the Bloc Québécois is calling on the government to go further, especially when it comes to oversight of foreign investment in general. We need to take things a lot further. Allow me to explain. The bill under study is limited to investments which relate to national security. This category of investments is very sensitive, and it's important to target it. But when you look at foreign investment in Canada, well, those that deal with national security are a very, very tiny part of the pie. Madam Speaker, there were 1,255 investment projects proposed in 2022, and under the new rules in C-34, only 24 of those would be evaluated. That's teeny. That's tiny. Just 2% of all foreign investment projects would trigger our security processes. The other 1,221 investments would be subject to the old rules. These rules state that there is only a review if you go beyond a certain monetary threshold. And that's where the problem is, because over the years, this threshold for a security review has increased. So over just the past 10 years, investment and investment projects have more than tripled. And what's the result of this? Well, almost all projects are automatically approved without any further review. Now, I'd like to get back to last year's statistics, Madam Speaker. 1,255 investment projects were proposed, and only 8 of them were reviewed under the Investment Canada Act. That's 8 projects out of 1,255 which were reviewed under the Act. That's less than 1%. But in 2009, 10% were subject to a security review. So there are too many gaps, and it makes it such that our Investment Canada Act can't be effective. And that's why we really need to go further and do more, Madam Speaker. Now, I'd like to draw a parallel between this and our history. It's important that we know our past to avoid repeating the same mistakes, but also to learn from best practices of the past. So I would like to share some historic concepts with House colleagues to show why it's important to have better oversight over foreign investments. Since the Quiet Revolution, Quebec's government has given itself important economic and financial tools. These tools allow Quebec to have better control over its own economy. But this does not mean that Quebec is closed to foreign investment. In fact, we're open to foreign investment because foreign investment leads to growth and development. But we believe that we need to support our own businesses. We need to help our businesses grow so that they can maintain decision-making power. And decision-making power is at our headquarters. In 1988, the former Premier of Quebec, Parti Québécois Premier, Bernard Landry, he advocated for NAFTA. NAFTA was signed between the United States, Mexico, and Canada in the early 90s. It's important to understand that Quebec's strategy worked. What is economic nationalism? It means protecting headquarters rather than protecting big, important subsidiaries, international subsidiaries. And through this strategy of promoting and developing our own businesses, Quebec's gems, important companies that have headquarters in Quebec, have thrived. And this allows us to create jobs in Quebec as well as to attract talents and to foster supply and supply chains through local providers, which leads to an excellent economic circle. So we have businesses, and they have their key strategic activities and business activities like scientific research and tech development. They do those important activities, these businesses, where their headquarters are. And now I'd like to give a few examples of how foreign investment can have harmful effects on our economy. Sometimes we lose decision-making power and we lose headquarters, so we end up with an economy of subsidiaries. An example of this would be Rona. Montreal is a very important center for world finance, but we cannot be too dependent on foreign supply chains, which are more fragile now than ever before. And there's another very important example that I need to bring up, and that is that wealthy foreigners can take control over our lands when they have no business doing so. We could also possibly lose control over our natural resources, which are, of course, the greatest source of wealth that our land affords us. Now, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is a constructive partner, and as such, we suggested 3 types of amendments, very tangible ones, that the government should heed. First, we would like to lower the threshold for assessments and evaluation so that the government could give itself more authority to assess more investment projects, because you will understand, Madam Speaker, that only 2% or such of projects are being assessed, and we need to assess more projects and evaluate more projects to ensure that foreign investment is helpful. Our second suggestion is to pay specific attention to strategic sectors of our economy, for example, high-tech or land ownership and natural resource ownership and management. And the Bloc Québécois' third suggestion would be to set up a mechanism, or really a tighter, stronger mechanism, when transactions involve control over intellectual property patents. For example, in pharmaceuticals, Quebec businesses patented molecules which were then bought up by big international pharmaceuticals, which offshored production abroad outside of Canada. So we need to ensure our long-term economic security and prosperity. Those are the priorities. So let's be clear, Madam Speaker. We don't want to close the door to foreign investment. Quebec and Canada must remain open to business with the whole world. But as Jacques Parizeau said in 2001, when China joined the WTO, he said that we need to protect ourselves, and when we protect ourselves, we're strong. But the Investment Canada Act has weakened over time, and we need to re-strengthen it to protect ourselves.
Madam Speaker, and I do look at the legislation of a form of modernization, given AI and technological changes, and just the global scene today. When we talk about trade agreements, Canada and as a government, we've been more successful at negotiating and signing off on trade agreements than any other government before us, quite frankly. And it's because Canada is a safe place to invest. And I guess the question I have for the member across the way is, would he not agree that updating the legislation is indeed important, given what's taking place around the world and the fact that Canada is that safe haven to make investments, and we've demonstrated that through the different types of trade agreements we've been able to accomplish over the last number of years.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néja-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. Now, the bill is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't go far enough. Out of 1,255 investment projects, only 2% were evaluated with this new legislation. And that is not enough, Madam Speaker. So that's exactly what I said in my speech. This bill is a step in the right direction, but we need to go much further, because when we look at the thresholds, even with this bill, the thresholds are not enough. And our mechanism doesn't go broad enough. So I hope that the government will be reasonable, and I hope that we will be able to pass legislation that will meet current needs, the current situation, and I hope that we will be able to assess more projects through a national security lens and an economic lens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the member would like to see the legislation broadened and updated. I'm just wondering, though, there was an amendment at committee that would bring in, subject to review, assets that were acquired by a state-owned enterprise. This wasn't the case before. So, for example, if you were going to buy the shares of a state-owned enterprise was going to buy shares, that would be reviewable. Now, if you're going to buy, for example, a single mine from a mining company, the asset itself is now reviewable based on the amendment. If it were to pass this House, does he agree with such an amendment?
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néja-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I expressed this very clearly in my speech. That said, I thank my colleague for his question. The Conservative amendment sought to reject all projects that don't come from Five Eyes partners. That would jeopardize Quebec's economy. I'll give an example. The example I already mentioned, 40% of European investment is in Quebec. And what that means is that a large swath of Quebec's economy and all of these foreign investment projects would be endangered. So, of course, we could find a happy medium, a happy middle in all this, but we were totally in disagreement with the Conservative amendment.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and je vous remercie.
I thank my colleague for his speech.
Unfortunately, I missed the first part of his speech, so I hope he forgives me if he mentioned this, but he sits on the Science and Research Committee with me. We are looking into situations like this where intellectual property is leaving Canada, industry is leaving Canada because of foreign takeovers. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on situations like I talked to companies in the hydrogen tech sector where they get to a certain size, they need some investment to expand to that next stage, and it almost always comes from abroad, and so that technology goes to China, goes to the United States, goes to Germany. Just wondering if he could comment on that process and how this legislation could help that, or what the government could do to help keep those technologies in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néja-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague with whom I have the privilege of sitting on the Science, Industry and Research Committee, and I thank him for all of his work. Now, in the Science and Research Committee, we are studying the matter of intellectual property and national security and research. Those are important topics, but our homemade knowledge is of interest to people abroad, even though our best interests may not be of interest to them too. So we need to protect our intellectual property to ensure that it isn't given away to foreign entities that don't have our same values. So we need strong mechanisms, we need to support our economy, and we also need to support research being done here. So the government is on the wrong track and needs to invest heavily in science and research, Madam Speaker. If we invest this way, then we can prevent foreign businesses from taking over our intellectual property.
Calgary Heritage.
Sure. Thank you. I'm grateful to rise in this debate about securing the future for Canadians, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, this is also my inaugural speech. As I first stepped into the chamber, Fanny Awedro, or Fanny as she's belovedly known, was on my mind. The last I saw her, she had offered up a bottomless spread of her legendary blintzes. I loved Fanny, and even as her body began to fail, it was the intensity of her eyes I remembered. This is a woman of indomitable strength. She survived the Holocaust. She built a business and a family with her husband, Leo. She founded the Canadian Magen David Adom. At the University of Calgary Convocation, where she received her honorary doctorate of laws, the woman who was forced to shovel dirt over Nazi mass graves, which would have included her mother, the woman who escaped a fire-engulfed ghetto, take refuge in empty pits, hid in a forest for nearly a year, said this: "Don't think that standing here before you is a 95-year-old woman. In front of you is a 14-year-old girl whose life was taken away, was left with no parents, no grandparents, no relatives, no one. Yet I had to go out into the world, and let me tell you, it's a wonderful world. Spread light into the world. Cherish and respect your country." Shadows define the light, Madam Speaker. In her final days, as her new Member of Parliament, I made a promise to Fanny that I would fight those who would tear this country down. I bade her farewell with a kiss on both her cheeks, and on her insistence, I took a blintz on the road. Fanny died days before her birthday on August 27th this year. As I stood at the entrance to this chamber, her memory was the blessing I carried here with me. 5 days later, I watched this chamber be desecrated by the presence of a Nazi whose hate-filled collaborators were Fanny's oppressors. In the last 21 days, I've watched the world forget never again, replaced instead with the horrifying resurgence of the ancient hatred unleashed by tyrants determined to unravel our alliances. An anti-Semitic regime in Iran, the anti-Semitic pogrom at a Russian airport, Beijing's anti-Semitic propaganda imposed on its people, mobs across our streets glorifying terror and death, trafficking in tropes, hearts having turned to darkness. A soul I treasure deeply in Israel today reminded me recently the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. Across every issue I have watched debated in this chamber, I don't see a determined government rising to this moment. I see indifference and the politics of division. The single mother who may not have had a home come December, waking up to news that one part of the country would get relief from the carbon tax destroying her dreams, but that she would not. Waking up to an indifferent government offering up electing Liberals as her answer, rather than axing the hated carbon tax for everyone. The newcomer young couple, presented with performative announcements rather than shovels in the ground to build homes, generate jobs, unshackling the lives they wish to lead. The senior, for whom after paying into the system for a lifetime, watches the invisible thief of inflation denying them the retirement they were promised, the retirement they earned. These are my neighbors. Across this country, our neighbors are hurting, and for them, the promise of Canada is broken. As I stand here today, I represent a riding of people, including former MP Bob Benzin, a gentleman businessman, who goes to work every day for an energy sector under systemic attack by a government indifferent to the consequences of its decisions. Unlocking our resources, enabling investment, is the single most important nation-building decision Canada could make today for the benefit of every Canadian. The Just Transition legislation will kill directly 170,000 jobs. It will reward our rivals in Russia and Iran as they scale production, subvert sanctions, fund their war machine at discounted prices to Beijing. It punishes our friends who need more Canada. At precisely the time Canadian resources represent over $3 trillion that would fuel, feed, and secure the world, bring home paychecks for our people, build energy projects reducing emissions, build economic reconciliation with First Nations, rebuild our armed forces. This Prime Minister and his radical NDP Liberals repeats Trudeau the father's failed legacies. That of the National Energy Program that former MP Bobby Sparrow ferociously fought, of rampant inflation, of nonstop tax hikes. One retired prison guard in Eastern Ontario told me, in his lifetime, he has never seen the government give money for food since wartime. Do you remember what Preston Manning said when eulogizing his father, the premier who unleashed Canada's energy sector? He said, "Do not let apathy do to Canada what wars and depressions and hard times were unable to do. Continue to build. Continue to build." I take heart in knowing that it wasn't just democracies that won the wars of their age, it was also conservatives. It was Sir John A. Macdonald who fashioned and forged what today is among the oldest democracies on earth, upon ideas of freedom and ordered liberty rather than linguistic or religious division. It was Sir Winston Churchill who was recruited after experiments with appeasement failed to confront fascism with iron will while cautioning of an iron curtain in the age to come. It was Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, Brian Mulroney who pursued policies of peace through strength to defeat communism and reverse bad economic decisions. I rise in this Parliament in a seat once held by Preston Manning, who built the modern Conservative movement, and by Stephen Harper, whose Conservative government, through global economic calamity, delivered a prospering Canada at peace with itself, confident in its future. Today, in this Parliament, the leader of His Majesty's official opposition, our Conservative leader, the next Prime Minister of Canada, has been described by Lord Daniel Hannan of Kingsclere as the most important Conservative in the world today. Because, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, his is the leadership of conviction, not division. Amid all the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder, economic anxiety, and diplomatic disaster, I've been reflecting on what constitutes the kind of strength to be the fighter my neighbors elected. In Mere Christianity, C.S. Lewis says this about government. It is easy to think the state has a lot of different objects, military, political, economic, and whatnot. But in a way, things are much simpler than that. The state exists simply to promote and protect the ordinary happiness of human beings in this life. A couple chatting over a fire, friends having a game of darts in a pub, a man reading a book in his own room or digging in his own garden. That is what the state is there for. And unless they are helping to increase or prolong such moments, all the laws, parliaments, armies, courts, police, economics, etc., are simply a waste of time. If what Lewis described is the purpose of the state, then Natan Sharansky later writes about the resilience of the people for whom the state serves. He describes a town square test, one in which anyone can walk into the middle of a town square, say anything they want, however odious it might be. The test distinguishes between a society of freedom from a society of fear, a country capable of fierce debates, or one ruled by state-controlled social unrest and mob rule, of true patriot love at the heart of our national life, or the indifference of a financial and moral corruption destroying it, of those who build versus those determined to tear everything down. In these 8 long years, we have seen an NDP Liberal wrecking ball take aim at and undermine 175 years of democratic tradition, resulting in broken trust across every institution in this country. We have seen this Parliament and its honour be desecrated in a chamber where government and opposition are separated by 3 sword lengths to engage in the fierce debates defining their age, with words not with war, where parliamentarians are elected as servants, not as masters of their people. All this as clouds of war gather across faraway oceans, wars in the Middle East, war in Europe, the steady drumbeat of war in the Indo-Pacific. Wars now threatening to overtake our streets, requiring leaders of conviction to step forward, pursue policies of peace through strength, and unleash the freest, most prosperous country on earth. So let me, Madam Speaker, rise in this Parliament today, in the home of our democracy, as its newest member from Calgary Heritage, with an answer to the mob of woke ideologists and their allied extremists rolling across this land, with an answer to those foreign and domestic that would undo our democracy, imperil lives, erase history, attack our freedoms. Calgary Heritage is a rock that will be the rock that the woke wave of tyranny will crash and fail upon. Calgary Heritage will be a strong voice and a chorus of voices restoring the promise of this great country. Our heritage, our inheritance, is the very promise of Canada itself. And for all the single mothers, we're going to restore the promise. For the senior, we're going to restore the promise. For the young couple and newcomer, we're going to restore the promise. We will never give in, never back down, never surrender before the cancel culture rage. And to my dear and beloved friend, Fanny Wedrow, I will never forget my promise to you. We will spread light into the world. We will cherish and respect this country, and we will restore the promise of Canada for you. Thank you.
Great job.
Questions and comments. Questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't believe for a moment it's as dark and as bleak as some Conservatives would try to portray Canada as a broken country. Nothing could be further from the truth. The reality, Madam Speaker, when the member makes reference to things like seniors, Stephen Harper did absolutely nothing for seniors. In fact, he tried to bump the age of retirement up from 65 to 67. When it comes time to deal with young people, or he talked about women, mothers, well, it's this government that's brought in the $10 a day child care. I would suggest and encourage the member to read more than Conservative spin notes. That at the end of the day, there's a lot of good things happening in Canada, and one doesn't have to be as bleak.
For Calgary Heritage.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the partisan invective. I think it's always enriching to hear that in this chamber. And we know that he is indeed a master of that in all of his interventions. I've only been here for a minute, but I've been able to watch his commentary, and sometimes I wonder, what kind of fantasy land is he living in? Former Prime Minister Stephen Harper left this country as a singularity among its peers. It was the fastest growing economy in the planet. Its middle class was expanding where every other middle class in the world was retracting. It had established trade deals with every region of the world from Atlantic to Pacific, preparing us for the world to come and giving Canadians the opportunity to compete, invest, and grow in stature in the world. He led a principled foreign policy that didn't equivocate over simple issues of good versus evil. So let me just say the former Prime Minister was a giant of our times, the best Prime Minister of my lifetime, and I'm grateful for his service.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I almost laughed when I heard about good debates in the House to respect democracy when the Conservatives are some of the worst hecklers I've heard in the House. But he spoke specifically about single moms, something that I also find very disingenuous from a lot of Conservative males who talk about the struggling single mom. I actually was a single mom. Trying to provoke fear. He just spoke about good and evil. This is the most toxic, violent place I've been in years since the new leadership of the member from Carleton. And, I wonder if my respected colleague can speak to some of the behaviors and the males in his party and its constant toxic masculinity, and how he feels like he can change that behavior if he truly does respect democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
I thank the honourable member for her commentary. In 55,000 doors that my campaign knocked, 24,000 which I did with a couple of friends, I had the opportunity to meet Canadians of all walks of life, Calgarians who are hurting and struggling under the yoke of NDP Liberal tyranny. I have watched NDP Liberals spend the last number of years destroying their livelihoods, imposing a carbon tax on them, which makes life completely untenable. For the women, the seniors, the newcomers, and young couples who I represent and serve, the savings that would be accomplished by axing the carbon tax alone would allow them to think beyond the next 2-3 months, would allow them to think about the way in which they would respond to the inflationary pressures of this time. Mortgage payments are out of control. Cost of groceries and food are out of control. Cost of fuel is out of control. All because of the poverty-crushing, identity trafficking NDP Liberal coalition government. And so I'm here proudly to represent the idea that every human being has inherent dignity and net worth, and that in us, they have a fighter. Thank you.
Short question from the Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was reminded during my colleague's speech of one of my favorite Ronald Reagan quotes when he said, what are the 9 most frightening words in the English language? Which were, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. I'm wondering if you could comment on whether that's as true today of this Liberal government as it was of the Democrats when Mr. Reagan spoke of it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage, 10 seconds.
I thank my friend and colleague for the question, Madam Speaker. I mean, when government invents means to interfere in the lives of people, to control what they see and think online, when government is sitting around wondering about ways in which they can try and solve problems for people, you usually see the expansion of government doing things that are utterly unhelpful ultimately. So, I appreciate the comments by my honourable colleague, because I agree with them wholeheartedly. I think that the best government is one that gets out of the way.
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Bruce, for Huron Bruce.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to present here today on Bill C-34. And before I start, I just want to recognize a couple of local baseball teams in my riding that won provincial championships this summer. The Kincardine Cardinals 13U baseball team and the Kincardine Cubs senior team. In our region, in Western Ontario, baseball, some of the best baseball in the country and maybe in North America. So it's great those guys both won and brought titles back to Huron Bruce. I'd also like to recognize Mary and John Hughes from Bayfield that hosted a tremendous event Saturday night, and they invited all the volunteer firemen and firemen and women from Bayfield to attend, and it was just a random act of generosity, and it was great to be a part of that, and congratulations to them, and thank you to all the volunteer firefighters around. If you look at the Investment Canada Act and you look at the purpose of it and the depth and the breadth of the goals of Industry Canada and of this act, probably very helpful to go to some of the beginnings of ideas and innovation in Canada, and that's at the university and college level across this country. And some of the members here today who I'm on the committee with know that we're studying a number of different topics at committee, but one of them is studying the state-owned interference at the university level. And if Canadians read the headlines from a year ago, they would realize that there is some very concerning activities that were going on at Canadian universities, mainly through People's Republic of China and some of their universities there that focus on their defense. And I guess my point is if you think of a young person that's in university today, they're studying very hard, let's just say in engineering or something to do with computers. They finish their degree, maybe they get into some research afterwards, maybe they work in a few labs, but they really are working to come up with the next idea that's going to be a game changer for Canada. And there's all sorts of federal dollars, there's provincial dollars, there's hundreds of millions and billions of dollars that are allocated through NSERC and CIHR and CERC, all for the hopes that this will be great for Canada, for innovation, and for the next generation of businesses that are in this country. So it's a multi-year, multi-decade, lifetime worth of investment on behalf of the Canadian taxpayers through these organizations to the young people and professors and researchers in our country. And out of all those years of effort and partnerships with companies and so forth, there are good ideas and there are businesses that are started in this country. What is of concern today and going forward is the high cost of protection that's going to be required at Canadian universities that do this research. And at our committee last week, the HoC President Ted Hewitt announced that there's $125 million, $25 million a year being allocated to universities to try and sift through all of the applications and determine if there are safety risks to the research. And is that research going to be brought back to the People's Republic? And could it be used against Canada, or basically just the idea stolen? And so that's just the beginning, really, of the high cost of protection and security in this country, which really leads itself then to look at the Investment Canada Act the net benefit test, and many other items that are located within the Act. I'll give you one example. This is a little outside of what we're looking at C-34, but really it's right there in parallel, and it's a recent purchase within the last year of Magnet Forensics, located in Waterloo. And if you look at the education that those individuals have, the experience that they have, likely the grants that they applied for with their business, whether it be SHRED, whether it be IRAP, or any of the other taxpayer-led initiatives that provide ideas and provide support for these businesses, there's a lot of money that goes into this, and there's a lot of value that's been given to the Canadian taxpayer, also by the individuals that owned the company and the workers that worked there. But the company was sold for $1.8 billion to a private equity company in the States. And the threshold for that transaction that would have been reviewed is $1.9 billion. Now, I'm not saying that's a coincidence. I know there's a different threshold now being proposed through this bill for different transactions, but this one here, American company, obviously we have a trade deal with the United States, that's the threshold if it's purchased by a private equity company. But you think all those years of support, all those years at university and everything else that goes into it, SHRED, IRAP, everything else, and then it's sold for $1.8 billion. I'm happy for the founders. That's a great payday. But if you think about it, eventually those jobs are going to head to the United States, the majority of them, and all those years are gone. Now you have to ask yourself, is that the net benefit of the Canadian taxpayer? Is that the net benefit of the workers? Is that the net benefit for the country that's provided all those dollars of support? You really have to question it. You really have to question it. I'll give you another example, and it's for a company I used to work for, Westcast Industries in Wingham, Ontario. At one time, it was the largest exhaust manifold supplier in the world, producing over 10 million manifolds a year. It was bought 11 years ago by Bohong Group that is financed by the China Development Bank. And everybody knew that when that purchase took place, of course, the founders of the company, Levan family, were ready to move on. They needed a buyer. This was one of the ones that came forward. However, I believe, if you take a look at it, that acquisition should have been reviewed. And it was much lower than the threshold, but if you look at the knowledge and the value that those jobs provided this country and my region, there's no way that that transaction should have been approved. And everybody in our area, of course, all the guys and gals I used to work with, we all knew what they were going to do. They were going to take all the ideas, they're going to take all the skill and know-how, take it back to their headquarters, and basically when the bones were picked, they would shut it down and operate solely in China. And that's in fact what has happened over 11 years. And that's a shame. That was a great place to work. So many people you get to know. There was thousands of employees across southwestern Ontario. These are examples of where the Investment Canada Act and the net benefit test could do more. Specifically to this bill, I think one great amendment that was accepted by the government was our amendment, which set the level to zero for a review by a company that has any connections or ties to state-owned. It's zero, so that everything will be reviewed and we can look at it, which also lends itself to the fact that I believe it should be more than just the minister. I realized in the beginning it's not, but at the end, the final decision should be from a cabinet that consists of members from all provinces and hopefully some of the territories to really drill down and decide if it is in the net benefit to the country. And I think what we'll find is that a lot of these acquisitions are not. Another great example is the one, I made a note of it, if you'll remember a number of years ago, Retirement Concepts. And when they sold to Ang Bang Insurance, their 20 or 21 retirement communities, it should have never been approved. It should have never been approved. That was in nobody's net benefit in British Columbia, and there's no way that a Chinese state-run insurance company should have been operating healthcare in this country. So I think we're coming to a close, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The member is talking about decreasing the threshold, in which it was brought forward to committee and it ultimately passed. The government has said in the past, if there's ways in which we can improve upon legislation, then we're always open to good ideas. And compared that to the former government that never allowed amendments unless it was a government amendment. So I see that as a positive thing. The question I have for the member, Madam Speaker, is that given the very nature of Canada being what I would say and most would say is a safe place to invest because of the environment in which we're in, whether it's the trading agreements, the dependency that Canada has in terms of just wanting to be able to expand where it can. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to why it's so important that we do update the Act.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, it is important. Obviously, it's been over a decade since it's been reviewed, so that's great. And then the trade deals, though, I think this is where this member sometimes gets mixed up. If you look back at the trade deals that have been approved in the last few years, they were all done by the Conservative Party. We took it right to the 1-yard line, and I know with the European trade deal, the finance minister, who was the trade minister at the time, she fumbled it about 10 times before she got it into the end zone. So the member from Abbotsford, Jerry Ritz, Stephen Harper, really, those are the people that did 99% of the work. And yes, they bobbled the football into the end zone and they get the touchdown, but really the heavy lifting was done by our government in previous years. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher de Patriot Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He seems to have really read the bill through and through. It's always important in this House to speak to the bill when we speak about the bill so that we can have a good discussion. I would like to talk about a subject. My colleague spoke about what he would like us to do to analyse a greater number of files. When files are analysed, what should the government do in their analysis more specifically? In my riding a few years ago, HoC was sold. It was a high amount, this sale, so it fell under the Investment Canada Act. And so I wanted to know why the minister decided to trigger the review. I filed an access to information request, and the answer I got was as follows. We found no document about your request. So we wanted to know what study the minister used, what analysis the minister used to trigger a review. So I'd like to hear from my colleague. Should we be a bit more rigorous when we decide upon files?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And that's from my neighbour who sits right behind me. So he's a decent fellow. He hasn't hit me in the back of the head yet, so I appreciate that. But the fines and penalties are increasing. And I think it's so important that the businesses know that we're open for business, that Canada is open for business. But if you're going to do an acquisition, you have to go into the office and disclose what your intentions are with the Canadian business and how you'd like to conduct yourself. I think today, and to answer his question, there's not enough of that done in the beginning, and then we get into these 11th hour scenarios where it's not good for the business, it's not good for the government of the day, and usually the wrong decision is made. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'm glad that he mentioned Anbang Retirement Concepts as a company operating retirement centre in my backyard, basically in Summerland. It was in trouble before Anbang got involved. That's a Chinese-owned insurance company, and that was approved, as he said, probably mistakenly. And then Anbang was taken over by the Chinese government. And the NDP put forward an amendment to this bill that would trigger a review if there was a subsequent takeover by a previously okayed deal of a state-owned enterprise. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on that and why that didn't pass through at committee.
Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much. And I just, with the member, he's not wrong. And that deal should have never been approved. There's no way that deal should have never. I remember reading that deal and I thought it's a bad deal. And that's why I say, that's why it's so important they come in the beginning to the office, they disclose exactly, so it gives the government and the officials plenty of time, and it should be reviewed at committee as well. Give the committees more power. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to talk on the update to C-34, a bill to amend the Investment Canada Act. Now, when it comes to business investment, it's clear that after 8 years of this Prime Minister and the Liberals, that this government is not worth the cost. Now, since coming to power, business investment per employee in Canada has actually dropped 20%. At the same time, in the same 8 years, business investment per employee in the U.S. has actually increased 14%. It puts things into perspective. Canada's dropping productivity, and as we go forward, the fear of declining prosperity in our country. Now, more shocking is the very final year of the Harper government, Canada business investment as a percentage of GDP was actually higher than the U.S. Now, after 8 years of this government, we're at about 15% lower. Now, according to the National Bank, business investment is now lower in this country than housing investment. First time ever that investment into housing is lower than it is business investment. And you think of all the manufacturing, the oil production, manufacturing, everything else, it's actually lower than it is in housing. First time ever. Manufacturing capital stock is the lowest that we've had since 1988. 2/3 of our main 15 industries experienced declines in business investments under this government, including wholesale trade, accommodation of food services, utilities, professional services, and manufacturing. And this is all pre-pandemic. This is not because of the pandemic. This is all numbers pre-pandemic that have fallen. The Business Council at BC has issued a report on investment in Canada, and they called it Stuck in the Slow Lane. Now, what better title than what's going on in our country right now with investment in our country than being stuck in the slow lane? In their report, they noted, and it has been brought up, I think, in previous speeches about C-34, and in this House, an OECD report showing that Canada, of 38 members in the OECD, over the next decades is going to have the slowest economic growth. We'll have the lowest real GDP per capita growth in the OECD going forward. And they list several reasons why. Among them, inefficient regulatory approvals. C-69, anyone? Now, of course, we've seen C-69 overturned or ruled against by the Supreme Court. We'll hope we'll see this government recognize what the Supreme Court has said and eliminate C-69. But C-69 was only one of many regulatory burdens added on this government that's chased away business investment in this country. The Business Council also noted punitive tax rates as companies grow, lack of relief for energy-intensive trade-exposed industries from the carbon tax, high internal trade restrictions. And one thing that they also note in this report is our anemic business investment would be all the worse if they backed Alberta out. Alberta has the highest per capita investment in the entire country. If you back out Alberta, our numbers are even worse. And what do we get with this government? Every possible regulatory move, every possible attempt to strangle the growth in Alberta. So we have one province driving most of the business investment in this country, and this government is trying to destroy it. Now, there'll be some members across the way, perhaps a member from Winnipeg North, who will get up and say, well, aren't there some good things this government has done? Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you just agree that this is good? So yes, there are some good things there are some things this government has done to spur business investment in Canada. such as greenlighting the purchase of ITF Technologies by a Chinese-based or China-based company. Now, this was a deal that the Harper Conservatives had kiboshed. The Liberals reversed and allowed a Chinese-based company to buy out ITF Technologies. Now, ITF has done national security work with national defense, and the government overrode the ban on a purchase by a Chinese-based company. Now remember, China's National Intelligence Law of 2017 requires companies, and I quote from this law, support, assist, and cooperate with the state intelligence work. I can just read that part again. Chinese companies must support, assist, and cooperate with the state intelligence work. And we have this government approving the sale of a technology company that has done work for our national defense. They waived the security review of Chinese takeover of Vancouver's Norsat, despite Norsat being involved in communication tech for Canada Public Safety and our Defense Department and the Coast Guard. Our Norsat had also done work for the Pentagon. Now, the US and our Five Eyes allies had all asked us not to allow the sale to go through, but it did. Now, when not allowing the sale of sensitive tech companies, the Liberals are going out of the way to actually bring Chinese regime companies into our security systems. NukeTech, that my colleague from Barrie Innisfil talked about. NukeTech is called the Huawei of scanning. It is a Chinese-based company, partially owned by the Chinese state. It has been fined and charged and convicted around the world on various fraud issues, regulatory issues, spying issues. And this government went out of the way to bring their technology, to give them a contract to bring their technology into every embassy we have around the country. CBSA, which is meant to protect us, for some reason, basically jury-rigged the RFP to ensure that only NukeTech, ahead of two Canadian companies, one in Quebec, one in Calgary, ahead of two Canadian companies, they actually wrote in the requirements the exact specifications of a type of scanner, down to the exact how many inches across, how many inches above. And guess what? One company in all of the world happened to have a scanner that was 33 inches across and 21 inches high, NukeTech. Oddly enough, PSPC warned the government not to buy it. CBSA went ahead anyways. So when it was exposed, the government came out and said, well, you know what, we'll hire an outside consulting company to do a review. Now, apparently McKinsey was not available at the time, so they hired Deloitte, and for $250,000, Deloitte did what we had done in OGO, the mighty OGO, and of course I can't do a speech without mentioning Operations and Estimates Committee. They did what we had already done, which is expose the fallacy of buying equipment from Chinese security companies, but they came out for $250,000, a 4-page report that basically said, do not buy sensitive IT technology from despotic regimes. I went out through West Edmonton Mall that week with the report, randomly asking kids, adults, strangers about this. And they all actually laughed. Not one person said, yeah, I think we should buy sensitive technology from despotic regimes. Now on to C-34, I appreciate the government's finally getting around to updating the issue. One major change we'd like to see is taking away the ability of a minister to basically make the final decision. We would like to see a minister bring that to cabinet so the cabinet is consulted. There's too much power for such important issues such as our state security to leave with the minister. The minister should be required to bring that purchase of a sensitive company, whether it's a mining company, a tech company. It should not be the role of the minister. We've seen repeatedly this government bring bills to the House giving ministerial power over such a thing. We would like to see that changed. There was a couple of other amendments we tried to bring that got shut down. I'd like to see the government reconsider. one of which is modifying the definition of a state-owned enterprise to include any company or entity headquartered in an authoritarian state. Again, this goes back to my previous comment about the Chinese intelligence law that forces those companies to act and assist in concert with that regime. I see I'm down to my final 30 seconds, so I'll just briefly bring up a couple other amendments that we'd like to see. Listing specific sectors necessary to preserve our national security rather than a systematic approach, but also exempting non-Canadian Five Eyes intelligence states to allow their state-owned enterprises, exempt them from the security review. Mr. Speaker, I'm down to 5 seconds. I'll let you count down to final 3, but I will turn things over to question period and do Q&A after. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for his understanding. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Islamic History Month comes to an end, I've been reflecting on it and indeed on history in general. My recent meetings with the Ismaili community at the Aga Khan Museum and Islamic Center allowed me to see firsthand the artistic, intellectual, and scientific contributions of Islamic civilization throughout history. The celebration I joined with the Dawoodi Bohra community in our area also highlighted the overall human progress this Muslim community has made. Islamic history is rich and varied, like the histories of all faiths, cultures, and peoples. The brilliance and creativity of all beings create this history. At times, it is for the common good, and at other times, it is not. Because as humans, we are both amazing and flawed. As we write this next chapter of our history and histories, I pray that we will all join hands and work for the common good. Let us show that we have learned from the past and evolved. And as Canadians, we must reach out to one another with understanding and acceptance to ensure that our actions create a chapter that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a literal life and death matter for millions of Canadians: reliable and affordable cellular service. Recently, a rural Leamington resident had to race several kilometers to get enough cellular signal strength to call the fire department. A Chatham resident's medic alert monitoring calls for his diabetic father keep failing because of no service. The survival of remote communities, such as Pelee Island, are dependent upon reliable service to face the dangers of weather, fire, lake flooding, health services, and so much more. After 8 years, why does this broken Liberal NDP government provide rural Ontario with the second worst and costliest cellular service in the world? The CRTC needs to immediately review the integrity of Canada's cellular infrastructure and report to the House by the end of February 2024. Instead of drop signals, Canadians would do better to drop this government, since they are not worth the cost.
Thank the honourable member, and I'd also like to apologize for not getting his riding correct. It was Chatham-Kent Leamington. The honourable member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, a very successful technology entrepreneur, Mark Andreessen, recently published a techno-optimist manifesto, which I believe every policymaker should read. He's the same person who wrote Why Software is Eating the World in 2011, where he foresaw the digital disruption that has since unfolded, underscoring the significance of software in redefining industries and shaping contemporary business landscape. In the manifesto, he says there is no material problem, whether created by nature or by technology, that cannot be solved with more technology. Our civilization was built on a spirit of discovery, of exploration, of industrialization. He concludes with, we owe the past and the future. It is time, once again, to raise the technology flag. It is time to be techno-optimists. It is time to build. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Mr. Speaker, Hélène El Hari, Bloc Québécois Member of Parliament for Louis Hébert from 1997 to 2000, passed away last week. She never raised her voice. She had laughter and smiles on her face. Hélène El Hari was a quiet force and a pioneer. She was the first woman agronomist in Quebec. At a time when the pesticide industry was booming, she was looking for a more respectful form of agriculture that better respected the Quebec land that she loved so much. As a member of Parliament, she spearheaded the debate on genetically modified organisms and tabled a bill on compulsory labeling of GMOs at a time when no one had even heard of them. As Vice President of the Bloc Québécois from 2001 to 2007, she reminded us of the importance of Quebec's regions. Then, as a retiree, she became involved in the Scottish independence movement, whose similarities with Quebec were clear to her. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you, Hélène Allary, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to her family and to all those who had the opportunity to work with this exceptional woman. Our condolences, the Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. We are confident in our future with our rich past and confidence in the present too. We are celebrating in Châteauguay-Lacolle. The municipalities of Napierville and Saint-Cyprien are both celebrating their 200th anniversaries, and Sherrington is celebrating its 175th anniversary. These celebrations are an expression of our shared history, courage, solidarity, and cohabitation, living together. Our region is rich in agricultural land, people, and historical events that have shaped the country that we live in today. Thank you to all those who have contributed to the growth and to the prosperity of this magnificent region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to live in one of Canada's most beautiful ridings, Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The region is known for the richness and beauty of its urban and rural areas, as well as its magnificent holiday resorts. The region is also known for its dynamic entrepreneurs and hard-working, involved people. I'd like to make a special mention of an essential sector that is part of our riding's DNA, agriculture and livestock production. Do you know where you can find the best dairy cow in all of North America? The best in Canada? The best in Quebec? Is she in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier? Yes, she is. And more specifically, the best dairy cow is in Cap-Santé. On October 6th, the judges at the World Dairy Expo named Shakira, a Holstein cow from the renowned Ferme Jacobs, the best cow of 2023. Congratulations to the Jacobs family. And among the other winners, Petit Clair Lambda Annie took first place in the yearling heifer category. I'd also like to congratulate the Petit Clair family from Saint-Basile. Thank you to all of our passionate farmers. You mean a lot to us. Honourable Member from Vimy. Mr. Speaker, in these difficult times, and as Remembrance Day draws near, I would like to take this opportunity to remember October 28, 1940, and to commemorate the incredible sacrifices made by Greece, a longtime ally of Canada, during the Second World War.
28, 1940, with the Greek rejection of Mussolini's ultimatum to occupy Greece with a loud no, or HoC, the entire Greek population fought against overwhelming Italian, then German, and Bulgarian fascist and Nazi forces. They continued a courageous fight for 4 terrible years during the brutal occupation, suffering immense losses. Nous ne devrions jamais oublier.
We must never forget the Greek contribution to our ultimate victory for freedom. Their contribution far outweighed their numbers.
Vive le Canada.
Long live Canada. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to share some exciting news. The Sustainable Finance Forum 2023 will be held this week on Wednesday, November 1st and Thursday, November 2nd at the Shaw Centre here in Ottawa. In just a couple of days, we will welcome 500 participants at this year's forum to engage in many constructive conversations over 2 days. The program consists of 16 sessions showcasing the power of finance in helping build a more sustainable, just, and prosperous economy. We can leverage our markets and mobilize capital to help solve many of our greatest challenges, from affordable housing to food insecurity to climate change and much more. With many renowned speakers and thought leaders coming together, this year's forum will provide an opportunity for policymakers, innovators, financial institutions, and international experts to come together and explore ways that we can align our financial system with our values and build the economy of the future.
Then I have
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years, Canadians can't afford any more of these NDP Liberal fairy tales. The carbon tax, with no way of measuring its effectiveness, according to the Commissioner of the Environment, is the most expensive, punitive, ineffective, and useless virtue signal in the history of Canada. Last week, the Prime Minister finally admitted that Canadians can't afford it when he announced he'd remove the carbon tax on home heating for Atlantic Canadians. But beyond the mirage of yet another false promise, in reality, this Prime Minister has committed to fully implement a quadruple carbon tax in 3 years after the next election. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. I'm from Atlantic Canada, and I thought, what about the rest of the country? They can't afford it either. And how did the Liberal government respond? They suggested maybe the West should elect more Liberals. Good luck with that. Perhaps Premier Higgs from New Brunswick said it best. Just cancel this unaffordable carbon tax altogether. Common sense Conservatives agree. In every part of the country, Canadians from sea to sea are asking, get off our backs and axe the tax.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Earlier this month, I joined a panel in Toronto to talk about the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council's Isotopes for Hope campaign. The updated report, which highlights the significant progress achieved in just 6 months, includes federal funding of $35 million for the Canadian medical isotope system, which I was proud to announce at Bruce Power in July of this year. Joining me on the panel was Saugeen Ojibwe Nation Chief Greg Najuan, who talked about how this funding will provide the community with an equity stake in the production of lutetium-177 and has led to healing with Bruce Power. Canada is a leader in medical isotope development, supply, and use, and with the global market expected to reach $33 billion in the next decade, Canada is in the unique position to participate in this growth. Thank you to James Skongag, Chair of the CNIC, for your leadership and vision, and all those working to save lives in Canada and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have the honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Bloc Liberal coalition, last Friday's announcement is a humiliation for Quebecers. The Prime Minister needs to stop ignoring Quebec and must announce the complete, not just temporary, withdrawal of the second carbon tax, a tax that adds 17 cents per litre of gas. This tax is supported by the Bloc Québécois, which proves that it costs a lot to vote Bloc. The impact of this Bloc Liberal inflationary spending is catastrophic for everyone in Canada. The proof is in the unprecedented increase in food bank use. Where I come from, in the Beauce region, there is no public transit. Parents have to use their cars to get to work, to take their children to activities, and especially to go to the grocery store in order to feed their families. 82% of food bank users are workers who can no longer make ends meet, and 35% of them are children. This Bloc Liberal coalition is completely out of touch with reality. These carbon taxes have a direct impact on Canadians' ability to feed themselves. It's time to bring back a government that will use common sense, a Conservative government. The honourable member for Kenora.
After 8 years of the NDP Liberal government, even this Prime Minister is recognizing that he's not worth the cost and that his carbon tax will do nothing to help the environment. Last week, he saw the poll numbers and desperately delayed carbon tax payments on home heating in Atlantic Canada. But why not across the country? Well, the minister from Long Range Mountains admitted the exemption wasn't granted to other Canadians because they don't vote Liberal. She says if other regions want an exemption, then they should have voted for this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, well, the people of Thunder Bay, Superior North voted for a Liberal minister, but where was their exemption? Clearly, she has been ineffective in advocating for those of us across Northern Ontario. Only common sense Conservatives have a plan to axe the tax for good and bring home lower prices. We are ready to pass legislation today, Mr. Speaker, so we can take the tax off and keep the heat on for people across Northern Ontario and right across the country.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, our Canadian gymnasts performed brilliantly at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. René Cournoyer, Félix Dolcy, William Aymar, Jason Ramperstant, and Zachary Clay embody infinite determination, breathtaking talent, and a tenacity that takes them to the top. 3 of Laval's gymnasts, Félix, William, and Jason, accompanied by their coach Adrian Ballon, shone at the World Championships in Belgium. They achieved the extraordinary feat of qualifying the men's team for the Olympic Games in Paris in 2024. That's a feat that had not been achieved since 2008. We look forward to seeing our colors shine at the Paris Olympics. Laval Excellence's unwavering support for these athletes over the past 15 years is an immense source of pride for Alfred Pellan. Hooray for Canada and hooray for our exceptional athletes. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember the story of my father, a Holocaust survivor. After arriving in Canada, he and my grandmother would hide under the table when they heard a plane because they were worried about being bombed. My grandmother and father were riddled with trauma. My grandmother as a survivor of the concentration camps, and my father as a child in hiding during the war. My father became a peace activist. In fact, he lost a teaching job in the 60s after he refused to take off his peace button. I think of the families and children in Gaza right now who will lose their whole family as a result of war, and the Israeli children being held hostage who will live with similar trauma as my grandmother and father. I know if my dad and grandmother were alive, they would be calling for an immediate ceasefire. They would not want anyone to endure what they had to in life. In honor of my father, Albert Gazan, and my grandmother, Gina Gazan, I call for a ceasefire now, the release of all hostages, and not to disrespect their legacies as Holocaust survivors to justify ethnic cleansing, not in their names. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, from October 30th to November 3rd, the Mouvement Autonome et Solidaire des Sans-Emploi is organizing National Unemployment Week. I would like to applaud this initiative, in which a number of groups defending the rights of the unemployed in several regions of Quebec are mobilizing to remind the Liberal government of its many broken promises to reform the employment insurance system. The new employment minister recently said that they wanted a strong program. Well, there's only one thing to do then, and that's to thoroughly reform the current unfair employment insurance system. The Bloc Québécois is calling for this reform. The Bloc has been working hard on this for years and will continue to do so. In these times of economic uncertainty, the need for reform is more apparent than ever. This is more than necessary, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's urgent. We stand in solidarity. Happy National Unemployment Week. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, the saying goes, desperate people do desperate things. And after 8 years, this is exactly what we saw from the Prime Minister last week with his last-minute desperate announcement on the carbon tax. In a typical Liberal fashion, his own minister admitted the exemption wasn't granted to all Canadians across the country because they didn't vote Liberal. Okay. Well, it begs the question, just how ineffective and out of touch are the Liberal MPs in Nickel Belt, Sudbury, North Bay, and Thunder Bay that they couldn't get the same deal back home? Winters are pretty cold in Northern Ontario too, and they should be treated the same as everybody else. Here's our common sense Conservative plan. Take the carbon tax off all home heating for all Canadians. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not try this because Canadians are hurting. He only did this because he is hurting. After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know he's just not worth the cost, and now with his latest plan, even he knows it too.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our price on pollution incentivizes greener choices and puts more money back in families' pockets. But we heard from many on home heating oil. While they wanted to switch, they needed more time and support, and we listened. Now, home heating oil will be exempt from the price on pollution for 3 years. We're giving free heat pumps to those below the medium income, plus $250 to sign up. We are helping to get rid of the upfront cost of heat pumps for everyone else. And we're doubling the rural top-up to 20%. the plan saves people energy and it saves them money. Thank you.
Oral question.
The honourable member, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Prime Minister has finally admitted that he's not worth it. After how many years? Well, the carbon tax has done nothing for the environment, and it actually hampers families. Just minutes before I was going to host a big gathering in a Liberal riding to cut the carbon tax, the Prime Minister flip-flopped, but he didn't eliminate the second carbon tax that applies to Quebec with the support of the Bloc. Will be consistent and eliminate the second carbon tax for the Quebecers and all Canadians. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the Leader of the Opposition that we have been consistent. But I'd also like to remind him that today, as climate change hits Canadians and people across the planet, a party that wants to be a responsible government has to take account of climate change and help with affordability. And in terms of the Conservatives, there's nothing there. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Knew that this Prime Minister was not worth the cost. We just didn't realize he would admit it himself. But here's what it took. I was moments away from holding a massive 1,000-person rally of common sense Nova Scotians to axe the tax. The Prime Minister heard the news. He was huddled up in a ball in the fetal position, sweating bullets as Liberal MPs pounded on his office door asking for some relief. But only some relief came, Mr. Speaker, not for everyone everywhere. Will I need to hold massive axe the tax rallies in every Liberal riding to finally do away with it?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has developed and will be rolling out a plan to deploy heat pumps, free heat pumps in Atlantic Canada and across the country. It will address affordability issues, put more money back in the pockets of Canadians, and actually help us to address climate change, something that the opposition members seem to ignore on an ongoing basis.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition
admitted that he's not worth the cost by announcing that he would pause his carbon tax for some people on some fuels for some period of time. And then his Rural Affairs Minister said that other Canadians could have had the same pause, but for the fact that they didn't elect Liberals. Apparently, we're going to have different tax rates in different constituencies depending on how people vote. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal MPs in Thunder Bay, North Bay, Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie, other freezing cold communities are not getting the same break? Is it because their local Liberal MP is utterly useless?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly it is very important that we are addressing both affordability concerns and fighting climate change across this country. The heat pump program, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, if he'd done his homework, would know applies across the country. It actually will help to ensure that we are reducing the costs of home heating, oil heating in every province and territory while continuing to address climate change in a thoughtful way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That is hot air in cold weather. Just today, the snow started falling in cold Ottawa. Edmonton's also cold. It has Liberal MPs. Winnipeg, they call it Winterpeg for a reason. People there are forced to pay tax on natural gas. All these cities have Liberal MPs. The Prime Minister claims that he only backed down on the carbon tax for some Canadians because of the advocacy of terrified Liberal members. So is he really saying that Liberal MPs in the areas where this pause does not apply are totally useless and will never be able to defend Canadians heating their homes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows that Canadians who live in jurisdictions where the price on pollution applies get over $1,000 a year from the Government of Canada to fight climate change. When it comes to the Conservatives, they want to take that $1,000 out of the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Our climate policy has resulted in 53 megatons being removed. That's the equivalent of 11 million cars a year. Mr. Speaker, while they keep their heads in the sand and pretend that climate change isn't real, we're going to fight climate change and we're going to help Canadians with affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Affairs Minister says that if Canadians want a pause from the carbon tax, they need to elect a local Liberal MP. She's got it exactly wrong. What they need to do is elect a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax entirely. This is not only hurting the pocketbook of Canadians or forcing seniors to choose between eating and heating. Now, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, and Ontario are asking for similar breaks. In fact, the Saskatchewan government is refusing to collect the tax on the utility. Does the Prime Minister realize that he is not only bankrupting Canadians and leaving them in the cold, he's actually dividing our country?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, look, as a resident of Ontario, I remember the last time that a province elected a common-sense Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. Look what they did to education. Look how they gutted healthcare. Look what happened with Walkerton, Mr. Speaker. We know as Canadians what happens when you elect common-sense Conservatives. They gut programs, they hurt Canadians, and they're certainly not there when it comes to fighting climate change or supporting Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, literally, tens of thousands of companies say that they are in danger in the wake of the CEBA program. The pandemic hurt them, of course. Inflation is hurting them. Interest rates are hurting them. Consumer perspectives in Quebec and Canada also are hurting them. We have asked for an agreement with banks to have a credible solution for these companies. Is the government ready to take action? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government and all we're listening to small companies. Small businesses have asked for our help, and that is why our government has extended the deadline for CEBA until January 18th, 2024. We also announced for extension of 1 year for reimbursement until the end of 2026. Our government is always there for small businesses. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We're talking about real companies, real entrepreneurs, real jobs. We're talking about a real economic impact in Canada and in Quebec. Everyone in all provinces is saying that the current deadlines and delays are not enough. Companies are at the risk of closing their doors. We're just hearing fantasies here. We're talking about real jobs and real companies, and this is almost nothing. They need a hand. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we're talking about CEBA in Canada, it's an account we established to help companies and organizations throughout the pandemic. We delayed the reimbursement till the end of 2023. There's a portion that is non-refundable. And then we also extended it by another couple of weeks so the companies could make some adjustments and benefit from that non-refundable portion. But we can't scare organizations and companies for nothing. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
On home heating only benefits Canadians that live where Liberals need to save their seats. All Canadians need some relief when it comes to the cost of home heating. That's why New Democrats propose taking the GST off of all home heating. A measure that would help all Canadians. But it's a measure that Liberals and Conservatives have both opposed. So when will the Liberals stop playing games and bring in relief for all Canadians this cold winter?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would just say that folks in the chamber need to do their homework. This program actually applies across the country. The rebate applies, the doubling of the rural top-up applies across the country. The heat pump program applies across the country. It applies to all folks who are actually challenged by the cost right now of home heating oil.
Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Doug Ford et le Greenbelt sont l'exemple.
Doug Ford and the Greenbelt are the perfect example of the Conservative strategy on housing. They sell interest to their rich promoter friends. And the Liberals, after 8 years, have not done better. Record rent prices, rent evictions. The worst record in the G7. It benefits those who are profiting from the crisis, not those who are facing it. We need to build. What is the government doing to build not-for-profit housing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that I am opposed to what the Ford government was trying to do in the GTA. And the Conservatives did support this. We are in favour of environmental protection across the country. In the last month, we signed agreements with the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Nova Scotia to protect 1,000 square meters of territory across the country. That's 4 times the size of the Great Britain, and we still have much work to do. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Liberal NDP government is finally saying the quiet part out loud. They admitted that their carbon tax makes life more unaffordable and does nothing to help the environment. But only certain people get relief. Those who happen to live in places where Liberal polling numbers are the worst. Everyone else gets told that their vote doesn't matter and that they don't care. If the Liberals can take the carbon tax off for some Canadians, why can't they take it off for all Canadians?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, this program applies across the country in every province and territory of this country. We have developed a solution with respect to home heating oil that will put more money back into the pockets of Canadians. It will continue to fight and reduce emissions. It will address both the climate issue and challenges with respect to affordability.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
The Minister can rely on his prepared talking points all he wants, but that wasn't quite how the Minister for Rural Economic Development spun it yesterday. She told Canadians that if they wanted to be exempted from Liberal carbon taxes, they had to, wait for it, vote Liberal. My neighbours in the GTA have a question then for the Minister. They have 24 Liberal MPs in Toronto, 11 in Peel, 7 in York, 10 of them are cabinet ministers. If this is the largest concentration of Liberal ridings in Canada, then why are they still paying a carbon tax?
Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, home heating oil is a challenge not just for Atlantic Canadians but for many in rural Canada. That has been the case for many years, but became more forceful in the last couple of years as the price of home heating oil skyrocketed, went up 75% in 2022. What I would say is we've come up with a solution that actually will enable Canadians to do the right thing with respect to fighting climate change. We'll actually put more money in their pockets. It is a good solution for the climate. It is a good solution for the affordability of Canadians in Atlantic Canada and everywhere across this country.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin.
Has finally admitted the carbon tax makes heating your home more expensive, and he's pausing the carbon tax in Atlantic Canada. And we know why, because the Minister for Long Range Mountains said Atlantic MPs forced the Prime Minister to do it. So actually what the Prime Minister is saying after 8 years is that if you're a Liberal MP from Brampton, Toronto, Mississauga, or Thunder Bay, your voice doesn't matter at all. You can't have any change. They are effectively useless. So will the Prime Minister stop playing politics with the carbon tax and just axe it?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as a Member of Parliament from Ontario, I know that Ontario families get over $1,000 a year for fighting pollution, Mr. Speaker. I guess that Ontario MP wants to take that $1,000 right out of their pockets, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what he's advocating for. Instead, our government is committed to making sure that we help Canadians not just fight pollution, not just fight climate change, but also deal with affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Now we've just been treated to the great carbon tax fable. First, it was revenue neutral. Second, you get more money than you pay into it. Third, it fights climate change. It does none of those things, Mr. Speaker. Right. What it does, and what the Prime Minister's admitted by pausing the carbon tax, is it makes it more expensive for everyone. The real tragedy is for MPs, is for Canadians outside of Atlantic Canada. Why? It's not being paused. And no, most people heat their homes in Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, BC, and Quebec, not with heating oil. It doesn't apply across the country. Will they stop playing politics, picking winners and looters, dividing Canadians, and axe the tax?
Colleagues, let us have minute.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to correct a record. When we came into power in 2015, projections in emission growth in Canada were going that in 2030 we would be 80 million tons above our 2005 levels. We took that out of the atmosphere, Mr. Speaker, and we've reduced emissions by another 50 million tons. That's the equivalent of removing from our roads more than 20 million vehicles, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the things that we've done in the last 8 years. We've done so many more things to fight climate change. We have the best record of all G7 countries, something that never happened, not once, under the Conservative Party for 10 years, Mr. Speaker.
Before I give the floor to the Honourable Member, I'd just like to encourage all members to wait your turn to speak until you're recognized by the Chair. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-en-Séchard. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, the Prime Minister looked at the polls and panicked. And what did he do? He paused the carbon tax in Atlantic Canada. And yesterday, his Environment Minister said in an interview that he wasn't even prepared to help Canadians in his own province. And this is humiliating for Quebecers who also pay the carbon tax. Quebecers also have to eat and pay for gas. Will the Prime Minister announce the complete, not just temporary, withdrawal of the second carbon tax that applies to Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my honourable colleague to go back and listen to the show on Radio Canada, and I'm happy he does listen to it because we do fund CBC and Radio Canada. But what I said was that all the measures that we have put in place in terms of dental care, daycares, and the fight against climate change are all measures that the Conservative Party of Canada is opposed. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Like the tax, I didn't just listen to the show once, twice, but 3 times, and that's wrong. The minister even said that as long as he will be Minister of the Environment, he will not make any other modifications to the tax in Canada. He confirmed that there will be no changes as he's in place. So what is the Prime Minister going to do with that? But right now, the Bloc is supporting the carbon tax, and they say it doesn't apply to Quebec. And at the same time, they want to radically increase it. At the end of the day, what is this government doing? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if he listened to the show once, twice, or 3 times, he would have practiced his question once, twice, or 3 times. Yes, there is a carbon price in place across the country. And yes, we make sure that there will be a mechanism that will be fair for all Canadians, and we support Canadians in the fight against climate change, and also in terms of affordability. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the federal government cannot let 250,000 companies go bankrupt without trying to save them. Everyone is asking it to defer repayment of CEBA loans for another year without loss of the subsidy. All the premiers of Quebec and the provinces, the National Assembly of Quebec is unanimous, as is the Fédération de l'Entreprise Indépendante and the Restaurant Association. It's unanimous. Federal inaction is leading us toward a wave of bankruptcies. When will the government finally offer SMEs an adequate deferral of repayment? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, nearly 900,000 companies would have closed their doors during the pandemic. What did we do? We created the CEBA account to help small businesses stay open. And what are we doing? We're offering them additional flexibility so they can pay their loans. And what is our government continuing to do? We're continuing to help small businesses across the country and to support them, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about federal flexibility. Companies had until December 31st to repay CEBA without losing the subsidy that saved them from bankruptcy. And do you know how much more time Ottawa gave them? 18 days. The Liberals are giving 18 days to companies that have been struggling for 3 years to pay off their pandemic debts, and they call that flexibility. Mr. Speaker, the survival of 250,000 businesses is at stake. When will we see a real deferral of payment? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CEBA in Canada was offered during the COVID pandemic. We're talking about no interest loans for a 2-year period or more, depending on the date, and with a portion that may be non-refundable if reimbursement is done before the deadline. We could also extend the deadline without having to pay back the loan at the beginning of next year. You can extend the reimbursement till the end of next year. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it's not true that the government is flexible. It's not true either that it's financially responsible. If it were, it would do everything to avoid the bankruptcy of 250,000 companies. If it were responsible, it would understand that companies pay back faster when they're staying alive rather than going bankrupt. And if it were responsible, they'd know that the employees of these companies are far more profitable on the job than on EI. And if they were responsible, they would defer payments again, then evaluate each company file and offer personalized solutions. That is what is financially responsible. Can they give it a try? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for small companies. We did grant small companies a prolongation of repayment until this year. When they did ask for more support, we offered them greater financing flexibility and more time with a one-year extension of the deadline for reimbursement. Thank you.
President.
The honourable member for Foothills.
It must be in the air because the Prime Minister has announced his re-election campaign. Vote Liberal in 3 years. We're going to quadruple the carbon tax on home heating, gas and groceries. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is in a panic mode because he knows his NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost. And now we have a Liberal minister from Long Range Mountains, Newfoundland, Labrador, admitting that only Canadians who vote Liberal will get an exemption from the carbon tax. Well, what about the Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre or the Liberal MP from Calgary Skyview? Were these MPs so incompetent and so out of touch they couldn't secure an exemption on the carbon tax for Albertans? Yeah.
The Honourable Minister.
We know that carbon pricing works. It both reduces emissions and puts more money in the pockets of middle-class families. We made a decision to attack a highly polluting source of fuel, home heating oil, in a different way so we can get rid of it faster. Mr. Speaker, we're doing this by making a record investment in heat pump technology, which is not only going to reduce emissions at a household level, it's going to save families thousands of dollars every year. This is sensible policy. It's good for the environment, it's good for the economy, and it's good for the households, not just in my riding, but right across the country.
Hear, hear.
Then I have Deputy Foothills.
The carbon tax works only if it's politically expedient. The Prime Minister's carbon tax exemption doesn't help 97% of Canadians who are already struggling to put food on the table and heat their homes. Now we have a Liberal minister from Newfoundland, Labrador, telling Albertans that the only reason you're not getting an exemption is you didn't vote Liberal. Wow. So is the Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre and the Calgary Liberal MP from Skyview not defending Alberta families? Were they not defending their own 81% of their constituents who rely on natural gas to heat their homes will not get a carbon tax exemption? Will these Liberal MPs from Alberta stand in this House, defend their constituents, and admit their Prime Minister is not worth the cost?
Mr. Speaker, well, I guess that member didn't hear the minister earlier when he said that home heating oil was exempted right across the country. Furthermore, for his constituents in Alberta, they're getting over $1,000 a year in a climate rebate to help fight climate change. But if that member and any other member from Alberta really wants to stand up for Canadians, why don't they stand up to Premier Danielle Smith as they're trying to gut their pensions, Mr. Speaker? Here. On this side of the House, we're going to stand for Canadians right across this country when it comes to their pensions, when it comes to affordability, and it fights to climate change. They're reckless and they're not worth the risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Really, I would seek the cooperation of all members, please, to keep your comments so that the Speaker can hear the questions, but also so that the person who would ask the questions can certainly hear the response. The honourable member from Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, this desperate Prime Minister in total freefall finally admitted that his carbon tax is punishing Canadians. The Prime Minister also announced in his re-election platform that to vote Liberal in Yukon means quadrupling the carbon tax on home heating. And this weekend, the minister from Newfoundland admitted the exemption didn't apply to all Canadians across the country, including all Yukoners. My question is for the Liberal Member of Parliament for Yukon. Will he step up and stand up to this Prime Minister and demand that the carbon tax be permanently removed for all Yukoners?
Yeah, great job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times, this program and the heat pump program actually applies in every province and territory across this country. But I would also suggest that, yes, disproportionately there are more heat pumps and more heating oil in Atlantic Canada. We actually are focused on ensuring we are addressing pressing needs in every part of the country, including providing significant funding for abandoned oil and gas wells in Alberta and British Columbia.
L'honorable député de Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians right across this country are struggling with the cost of home heating, and Canadians right across this country want to be part of fighting climate change. Yet, while this government sweetened the heat pump rebate for Atlantic Canada, the rest of Canadians are stuck with a lengthy bureaucratic application process that only gets them 1/3 of that dollar amount. It does seem, Mr. Speaker, like these Liberals care more about rural Canada when they hold seats there than they do about helping everyone across this country. So will the minister stand today and commit to increasing the federal heat pump rebate for all Canadians?
L'honorable ministre.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it is important that folks actually do their homework. There is an existing heat pump program across this country that provides grants of $10,000. It actually enables people to get a check within 3 days. It applies just as much in British Columbia as it does in Newfoundland and Labrador. Last week, we announced we were increasing that by another $5,000 so long as provinces actually step up to be part of the solution. So, yes, the answer is yes.
L'honorable député de Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, today Air Canada announced obscene quarterly profits of $1.2 billion. At the same time, another passenger was forced to drag themselves off an Air Canada flight because the necessary wheelchair and staff weren't in place. It's degrading and a violation of human rights. Under the Liberals' watch, Air Canada has been allowed to mistreat Canadians while making billions in profits. When is the minister going to do their job and make sure travelers with disabilities never face discrimination again?
L'honorable ministre des Transports.
Mr. Speaker, I was horrified to learn how Rodney Hodgins was treated by Air Canada. Like every Canadian, Mr. Hodgins deserves to be treated with dignity and with respect. My office called Air Canada. They're investigating. And Air Canada apologized to Mr. Hodgins. That's the very, very least they can do. Persons with disabilities deserve equal rights and access when traveling. Canadians expect Air Canada to do better, much, much better.
L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, last week members of this House voted on my private member's bill C-252, which aims to prohibit the marketing of unhealthy foods and beverages to children aged 13 and under. While the Bloc and the NDP voted in favor of this initiative to protect the health of children, the Conservatives voted against it, once again demonstrating that the health of Canadians is always their last priority. To the Minister of Health, can you please speak to the importance of the Child Health Protection Act?
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for St. Leonard, St. Michel, for championing children's health. And, you know, when we take a look at the absolute unfortunate tsunami of chronic disease and illness that is coming as a result of childhood nutrition not being where it needs to be, we know one of those leading problems is advertisers going after children to push, unfortunately, unhealthy products that are going to have injurious effects on their health. I'm so proud of this House that we took action. I'm so proud of this member for introducing this private member's bill. I'm utterly confounded as to why the Conservatives would stand against it. It's imperative we do everything we can for children's health.
L'honorable député de Barrie-Innisfil.
An obvious, desperate Prime Minister admitted his carbon tax is punishing Canadians and making life unaffordable. After 8 years, he finally proved to himself last Thursday that he's not worth the cost. And his only strategy at this point is not about climate, it's about protecting his Liberal MPs. In Sudbury Nickel Belt, 55% of homes are heated by natural gas, yet for these struggling Canadians, they get no exemption from heating their homes. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has proposed to axe the tax in all forms of home heating for every Canadian. Will the Prime Minister agree with that?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I spoke about a record in terms of greenhouse gas reduction, which no thanks to the Conservative Party, we've been able to do, Mr. Speaker, over the last few years. But let's talk about the record level number of electric vehicles that are being deployed. 10% of sales now in Canada are electric vehicles, something the Leader of the Opposition doesn't even believe in. He thinks it's a myth. Whereas 10 years ago, 1 in 25 vehicles sold in the world was electric. Today, it's 1 in 5 around the world, Mr. Speaker. We're catching up to the rest of the world, no thanks to the Conservative Party of Canada.
L'honorable député de Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years, this NDP Liberal government is so arrogant that it doesn't even try to hide its corruption. The Minister for Long Range Mountain openly admitted that Canadians who don't vote for Liberals will be punished with higher taxes. She insulted Canadians and gave a slap in the face to her coalition partners. What about the NDP MP for Timmins James Bay? Can the minister tell us why the NDP partners are so incompetent and ineffective they couldn't get a tax break on home heating for people suffering in Northern Ontario?
Hey, great job. L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important to address affordability. That is exactly what we are doing with the heat pump program, to ensure that people are actually saving money. It's also important that we actually are fighting climate change in a thoughtful and substantive way. I do find this question a little bit odd coming from the only member in the House of Commons who voted against the Paris Agreement.
Certain members would like to listen to the question which is being asked by the honourable member. If I could ask for your attention, the honourable member from Renfrew and Nipissing, Pembroke.
And Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister once said a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. After 8 long years, now he says some Canadians are more equal than other Canadians. The NDP Liberal government is so desperate to cling on to power, they will pay any price. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost of national unity. Will the Liberals introduce legislation today, listening to the Leader of the Opposition, and axe the tax on all home heating for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure how many times I need to repeat in this House that the program applies to all Canadians, all provinces and territories across the country. We are addressing a particularly acute issue with respect to home heating. Most folks in this chamber should be aware that this has been an issue for a number of years. We are doing that by accelerating the deployment of heat pumps that will save people money and will continue to help us to address climate change. That is a responsible, thoughtful way to approach public policy.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Prime Minister finally admitted that his carbon tax is unaffordable for Canadians. But instead of removing the carbon tax for all Canadians, the Prime Minister chose to further divide this country by only helping those who voted for him. The Liberals are saying that Manitobans didn't deserve the tax relief because they didn't vote Liberal. Unfortunately, Manitoba elected 4 Liberals. Why did the Manitoba Liberal minister from St. Boniface, St. Vital fail to get a carbon tax exemption on home heating for Manitoba?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, the member opposite clearly wasn't listening to the minister when he said that home heating oil exemptions apply right across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, what's more is that folks in Manitoba get a rebate from the price on pollution. So not only are we helping Canadians to fight climate change, which I remind my colleagues is an existential threat to our well-being, we are also helping them with the high cost of living. So instead of taking their money away, Mr. Speaker, they should be joining us in ensuring that we can all provide more supports to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Longet. Mr. Speaker, our farmers continue to suffer from the catastrophic weather in July. In a survey, the UPA revealed that the rains had ravaged no less than 60% of Quebec's market garden acreage. Respondents lost a third of their turnover in the midst of an inflation crisis. Worse still, more than half of producers believe that this damage will also have an impact on the harvest of 2024. Mr. Speaker, what is needed is 1, emergency aid for horticultural producers, and 2, a 1-year postponement of the repayment of the emergency account. When is the government finally going to act? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are for all those in this country that have been affected by catastrophic weather, forest fires, for example. Producers and farmers are on the front line against climate change. We know that devastation imposed by extreme weather events and forest fires throughout the country have made these times very difficult for many of these people, and we will continue to be here for them. We'll continue to work together so that we can make sure that we meet their needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Minister doesn't seem to understand the urgency of the situation. Among root vegetable growers, 64% of land has been ravaged by rain. For strawberries and raspberries, the figure is 73%. For pea growers, it's 88%. That, Mr. Speaker, will have an impact on food prices if the government does not intervene. Everyone is affected by this. Mr. Speaker, we need emergency aid. We need a 1-year postponement of the repayment of the emergency account, and we're also running out of time. When will the Minister finally understand? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that we unveiled our first national strategy to fight climate change, a strategy that was positively sanctioned by government officers, said it was brave and courageous. We are working with farmers and producers and other partners, provinces, territories and municipalities, for example, to prepare Canada and its population and its businesses to face climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has been hit by the second carbon tax, and the consequences for the lives of our fellow citizens are catastrophic. Our food banks are overwhelmed, like Frigo Plein, Le Grenier, and L'Essentiel in my riding. 1 in 10 people use food counters and food banks. After 8 years of this government, helped by the Bloc Québécois, nothing works anymore. It costs a lot to vote Bloc. Friday's announcement by the Prime Minister is not enough. He must abolish all taxes everywhere. When will the Prime Minister finally announce his complete withdrawal of this carbon tax? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's always rather difficult for me to stand up after this member because for many years she was part of the first North American government that put a price on carbon. She was part of the government at the time. I would like to quote an article from La Presse this morning. In Quebec, 265 millimetres of precipitation fell, a record that had never been seen since 1940. The impact of climate change exists, especially in agriculture. It increases the cost of food. In agriculture in Quebec, $150,000 million of damages. Everyone pays for this, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Bloc Québécois supported government, parents are simply fed up. They have to cut back on absolutely everything, including their own children's needs. I don't understand why they're laughing on the other side, because there's nothing funny in what I'm saying. One family in Lévis says they have to pay almost twice as much for food because of inflation. It's expensive to vote for the Bloc Québécois, which wants to radically increase the carbon tax. The second carbon tax is being applied in Quebec and is hurting everyone. When will the Prime Minister finally abandon his carbon tax from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to follow the logic of my Conservative colleague because she was there at the time when carbon pricing was initiated. She voted for it. She was part of the cabinet. So my question to my colleague is, does she just change her mind every time she changes leader or every time she changes party? We would love to hear the next question. I would like to encourage all members to listen to the Honourable Member Louis Saint-Laurent with his question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll note that the Bloc Québécois supported the Liberals once again. Mr. Speaker, close to 900,000 Quebecers go to food banks now. After 8 years of Liberal governance, that is the situation. What they want to do is create a new tax with the enthusiastic support of the Bloc Québécois, who want to radically increase the price of carbon. The Prime Minister, who is flailing in polls, says that he will give a temporary tax break for people in the Atlantic provinces. What about the rest of the country, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to tell my colleagues that there is a price on pollution. Pollution is expensive. The measures we have implemented, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to improve and accelerate our fight against climate change. We have tangible projects put forward to bring money back into the pockets of our taxpayers. Our plan is flexible, contrary to what the Conservatives have to say. They should be ashamed of their desire to pollute even more. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before becoming a Member of Parliament, I had the opportunity to travel to several countries without a functioning tax system. Seniors, youth, unemployed people who are just left to fend for themselves. I saw them in the street, Mr. Speaker. I know that Conservatives would love to axe our tax system, but we won't step down, we won't back down. How does the CRA help countries develop their tax systems rather than axe tax systems like the Conservatives would like to do? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CRA shares its expertise and savoir-faire with many countries and developing countries in various ways. We support tax inspectors by providing experienced tax auditors. We welcome technical delegations who visit us, and we take part in 2 OECD forums. The Commissioner presides over one of these forums. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de South Shore St. Margaret's.
After 8 years, the plummeting, panicking Prime Minister admitted his carbon tax is punishing Canadians and making life more unaffordable. Liberals just announced their re-election platform, Vote Liberal, and quadruple the carbon tax on home heating oil after the next election. The Liberal minister from Newfoundland admitted this exemption wasn't granted to Canadians across the country because they don't vote Liberal. Rum bottle politics is back. When will the Prime Minister stop with the Band-Aids and cure the problem he caused and axe the carbon tax?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member asked us to cure the problem. The problem that we're trying to cure is pollution from home heating oil. Mr. Speaker, by making the investments necessary, we can replace home heating oil furnaces with heat pumps. They are cleaner, they create jobs in our communities, and they save thousands of dollars every year for families who live in my community and his. That member has described on this chamber's floor before heat pumps as fairy tale programs. Mr. Speaker, people who live in our communities are going to save $1,000. That's no fairy tale.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, heat pumps increase the coal demanded for electricity in Nova Scotia, but NDP Liberals have brought back that rum bottle politics. Vote Liberal, get a free quart of rum, or vote and get a free heat pump. But here's the catch. Liberals promised to quadruple the carbon tax after the next election. Nova Scotians aren't fooled by this bait and switch. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will the Prime Minister stop with his Band-Aid and cure the problem that he caused, which is the carbon tax, and exit?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect to my honourable colleague, I think he has missed the point of this program entirely. He's concerned that people will pay a higher price after the pause has ended and the price comes back into effect. If people install a heat pump, they won't pay it at all, and that is the point. Mr. Speaker, we are making the investments necessary so people can replace a more polluting system with a less polluting system. And since he's mentioned coal, we're working to eliminate that from the grid in Nova Scotia too, which is going to help people in both of our communities.
L'honorable député de Coast of Bays Central, Notre-Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks back home are wondering how much tax they'll pay if they vote Liberal in the next election. The Liberal MP for Long Range suggested that they want to be a government that listens to the concerns of Liberal ridings. Her and her costly colleagues voted 24 times to increase the carbon tax to 61 cents per litre. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government and this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will they stop the mass confusion and tell Atlantic Canadians how much carbon tax they'll pay if they vote Liberal in the next election?
The Honourable Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, you could say it for the fifth time, and I don't think the answer would get across. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House tried to find a way to make sure that people square affordability with wanting to fight climate change. Both are very important right now. Both are very important to people in Atlantic Canada, very important in my constituency. And I think that we have found a way to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bonavista Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness is on the rise across the country. Sadly, this is a reality facing too many veterans who have bravely served our country. Everyone deserves to have a safe and affordable home. It is vitally important that we do everything in our power to help our homeless veterans. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell us what action the government is taking on this crucial issue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to thank my friend and colleague for this very important question. The health and safety and well-being of our veterans is my top priority. We take this situation very seriously, and that's why our government is investing in a new program to combat homelessness when it comes to veterans. This program will provide rent supplement, support services, as well as important research to really determine what the reasons why veterans are homeless. Canada's veterans have been there for our country, and Mr. Speaker, we have to be there for them, and we will. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, as grocery prices continue to be sky high, 1,500 students, faculty, staff, and alumni are relying on the campus food bank every week at the University of Alberta. The demand has quadrupled over the past 2 years. The Liberals are nicely asking CEOs to lower the prices, and that obviously isn't working. The Conservatives are fine with those CEOs getting richer while students and workers are forced to turn to food banks. Why won't the Liberals tackle corporate greed so that students and workers can afford to eat? Or does this government only believe Canadians who vote for them deserve to eat?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that at a time when Canadians are struggling with affordability, that food
food prices are too high, and that's what we've heard right across this country. That's why our government called the 5 largest grocery chain CEOs to Ottawa and work with them to create action plans that they're implementing to lower and stabilize food prices for Canadians. This is important work. We're tracking their progress, and we'll have more to report soon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, every time we ask questions about the Governor-General's indecent spending, the government gets a little offended. They pay lip service, but nothing is done to change the culture of this institution. The Governor-General spends thousands on meals, alcoholic beverages, luxury hotels, trips, cleaning services, just to name a few. Imagine on a single plane trip, she even spent nearly $1,000 on slices of lime and lemon. You couldn't make this up. So I repeat my question to the government. Does the government intend to cut its $33 million budget because clearly it doesn't seem to be able to manage taxpayers' money seriously and responsibly? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Governor-General does important work for Canada here and throughout the world. And of course, we expect all public office holders to spend every dollar with respect, with rigour, and in a conscientious way, respecting all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Et malheureusement, ça nous mène à la fin du...
Unfortunately, that concludes and brings us to the end of our question period. I see that we have a few points of order. The member for Regina Capel has the floor.
Government's massive and embarrassing about-face last week. I would like to seek unanimous consent for the following motion. That in order to support all Canadians struggling with the cost of living, particularly with winter fast.
So I hate to interrupt the honourable member from Regina Capel. Unfortunately, I'm hearing no's already, which are being offered. I'm going to recognize another point of order, but I would ask all members for your cooperation first. Please, if you are seeking unanimous consent, I do ask that you do negotiate a unanimous consent so that we can continue and use up the time of the House efficiently. Je reconnais.
And now, another point of order. The member for Abitibi, Nunavik, Bay James, EU. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation among the parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House take note that 872,000 Quebecers used food aid in 2023, and that 2 million Canadians, including 640,000 children, also used a food bank in March 2023 alone. That the House take note that 71% of organizations working for food security in Quebec ran out of food in 2023, and that the House call on the government to do more to fight food insecurity while respecting the jurisdictions of Quebec and of the provinces. Will all those opposed to what the honourable member is moving will please say nay?
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Will all those opposed to the motion please say nay?
Adopté.
Carried.
Un autre appel au règlement.
Another point of order. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The rule book governing the procedures of this House is very clear in Chapter 11 that it's always been a fundamental rule of questioning ministers that the subject matter of the question must fall within the collective responsibility of the government or the individual responsibility of one of its ministers. This is the only basis upon which ministers can be expected to answer questions. Now, earlier in question period, the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke asked a question regarding the conduct of the member for Timmins, James Bay, who's an NDP member and not a member of the government. So there's a couple of things that I think bear hearing out on this point, Mr. Speaker. The first is that as per the rule that I just cited, so this is not debate, This is an issue that pertains to the rules around question period, which I would note Conservatives just not that long ago actually attacked you, Mr. Speaker, over to say that the sanctity of question period is supreme. Presumably then, they would also be concerned to treat the rules of question period with the respect that something with that level of sanctity deserves. The rule, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't that long ago that we had a similar question directed to the government about a position of the NDP, and you rightly ruled that nobody was to answer that question because it wasn't a question about a government policy. So that's the issue that has to do with the rule, but I think this is also the product of a long-standing phrase that has been allowed to be used in this place that is misleading. And it's misleading for anyone who understands the Westminster parliamentary democratic system, that a confidence and supply agreement or another party sometimes voting with the government does not make that party part of a government. It is not a coalition. And I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that the casual abuse of that misleading phrase in this place is now leading to members disregarding some of our important rules about question period and leading to disorder in the House. So I would also beseech you to consider the use of that phrase in this House, which is false, and to perhaps come back with a decision on that.
I believe I'll be able to make a ruling on that immediately, but I understand that there are two other members who seek the attention of the chair and of this House. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me just say at the outset that I completely understand how devastatingly embarrassing it is for that member to be lumped in with the scandals and corruption of this Liberal government. But that's not our problem, Mr. Speaker, because it was his caucus that decided to enter into a formal agreement with the government. Now, there are many ways you could call that. One of them is a coalition. Now, if he doesn't like the fact that it's a big C coalition, we can say we're using the small C coalition term for that. But the fact of the matter is, they entered into this decision. They pledged to their Liberal partners that they would prop up this government no matter what. And they've been doing it. So while he's hearing complaints from his constituents, I would suggest rather than getting up in the House of Commons raising spurious points of orders, he should talk to his leader and pull out of this costly coalition, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order, I imagine it's the member from Kingston and the Islands. I would ask him to make sure that it is a point of order that can contribute to this debate.
Notwithstanding the fact that the preceding intervention had absolutely nothing to do with the point of order, mine will. I would also draw to your attention, Mr. Speaker, that during question period, there was also a question that was asked of the member from Yukon. The member from Yukon is not a member of cabinet. The questions, and I support the intervention by my NDP colleague, questions are supposed to be of the government regarding government business, and we're starting to see a trend away from that. So I really hope that you can intervene, Mr. Speaker, and I seek clarification.
I thank all members for your contributions to this point of order. I'd like to thank the member from Elmwood Transcona for raising the important point and the appropriate point of order. However, the question that was asked, and I'm going to also offer a bit of a distinction for the issue that was raised by the member of Kingston and the Islands, but for the member of Elmwood Transcona, the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke did raise a question, did make reference to a third party. This often happens in questions or even in answers from honourable members. It's something that I would consider fair game. In the end, when the member actually got to the point of her intervention during oral questions, the question that she did ask was relevant to the affairs of the government, and therefore that's the reason why I let the question stand. With regard to the issue that the member from Kingston and the Island raises, again, fair point that the member had raised, that the question was asked for a member who is not a member of the government, strictly speaking, nor a parliamentary secretary. Nonetheless, a minister did stand, and I can't remember which minister it was, but the minister did stand in his or her place to answer that question, and therefore if the minister chooses to respond to that question, then I would let that happen. As you know, in a previous ruling from this chair, from this speaker, there was a question that was once asked that was not of government business. No one stood to answer it, and therefore I moved on to the next question. So let us continue in this. This gives me a great opportunity to remind all members on all sides of the House that perhaps the most effective questions and the most effective answers are the ones which are asked directly and which are responded to directly. I thank all members for their attention. Affaire courante.
Routine proceedings.
Courante ordinaire. Dépôt de
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de.
Presenting reports from committees. I recognize the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Support for Clean Technologies in Canada to Reduce Domestic and International Greenhouse Gas Emissions. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asked the government to table an overall response to the present report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent now for a dissenting opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the official opposition will be tabling a dissenting report with respect to that report. While recognizing that climate change is real, we have to tackle it, and we have to take responsibility with respect to this and take concrete action. As the member for Carleton said, the leader of the official opposition last September, before many conservatives across the country, we are going to solve the issue of climate change with pragmatic and effective solutions that are focused on clean tech and green energy, offering all the potential that Canada has with respect to natural resources and energy. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. The honourable member for Parry Sound.
Parry Sound, Muskoka, Mr. Speaker.
Excusez-moi, monsieur le député de.
Sorry, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka. I have to read something first, so I apologize. Mr. Oxygen, seconded by Ms. Gray, proposes that the 11th report of the Senate Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on July 11th, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about the National Housing Strategy. A report was done by our Human Resources Committee and delivered in June of 2023. So we should know that the National Housing Strategy is a program that the Prime Minister announced, as I've said in this House before, with great fanfare in 2017. He and a number of other of his colleagues stood in front of a big building under construction and talked about how this strategy, which was going to be about $40 billion, that it was going to be this life-changing, transformational strategy, that the federal government was back in the housing business, and it was going to be a really big deal. It was a 10-year plan. Now, it's still a 10-year plan. The numbers were ballooned to $82 billion, and that at the time of the study, it was just going to change the world, which was all well and good. We know that the Prime Minister is particularly good at these photo ops and announcements with quite a rhetorical flourish. So at the time of this study, we received this study in June of 2023. Just before that, we'd spoken with the Minister of Housing back then. And we asked the Minister of Housing a couple of different times if he would describe the housing situation in Canada as a crisis. He couldn't use those words. I think you've already, I'm splitting my time, sorry, with the member for Kelowna Lake Country too, just so you're aware. I thought maybe you were aware already because of the statement. I apologize. And so what we heard from the minister at the time was that housing was a challenge. There were some problems, there were some difficulties, but he couldn't use the word crisis. Now fast forward to a few weeks ago, there's a new minister of housing in this sort of renewed sense that we need to do something about the housing situation in Canada. The new minister, when asked if Canada was in a housing crisis 1 year later from the previous minister, acknowledged that yes, in fact, Canada is in a housing crisis. He uses the word himself. When I asked him at the time, though, if in fact in 2015 and 2017, 8 years ago, and then in 2017 when the Prime Minister announced this life-changing and transformational national housing strategy, if Canada was in a housing crisis at that point, Mr. Speaker. And he would not use the word crisis when it came to that. He said we had some challenges, there were some difficulties, but he would not describe it as a crisis at the time that they launched this national housing strategy, this $82 billion, 10-year, $82 billion program. Now, we know from the report and from hearing from the CEO of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, which is the agency responsible for delivering the national housing strategy and all the programs they are in. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Agency, of course, is also responsible for insuring a lot of mortgages in this country, millions of mortgages. They do a lot of research on housing situation in Canada, and we've heard a lot from them about the fact that we are in a crisis, and that in fact Canada needs to build in total about 5.8 million homes by 2030 to restore some semblance of affordability in the housing market. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's important to acknowledge at this point that the most homes Canada has ever built in a single year, it was 1976 when building a home was a little easier. Homes weren't nearly as complex, but we built about 270,000 units that year. The average today is about 240. So we would need to ramp up building of homes to about 745,000 units per year to meet that affordability target that the CMHC themselves say that we need to do. So what was this national housing strategy supposed to do? We know from the reports and from listening to the CEO of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Agency that this national housing strategy was to remove 530,000 Canadian families from core housing need. It was to reduce chronic homelessness by 50%, and it would protect 385,000 community housing units already in existence. It was to provide 300,000 households with affordability supports. It was to repair 300,000 existing housing units that needed repair. It was also to create 100,000 new housing units. So, $82 billion. We're not quite through we're just over halfway through the program, and it begs the question, Mr. Speaker, where are we at? What is it accomplished? Even the CMHC would acknowledge that we have a long ways to go, and they would acknowledge that in part because their own research has told us that the situation is worse than ever. At the time that the Prime Minister announced this strategy, we had some housing challenges. Today, it's a crisis. We know now that after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, rents have doubled. We also know that in the last 8 years of this Prime Minister, house prices have doubled. We also know that in the last 8 years of this Prime Minister, mortgages have doubled. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, despite the grand proclamations of the Prime Minister and the constant patting of themselves on the back of all the great work they're doing, and this national housing strategy of $82 billion, it seems as though they're starting to catch on that just saying they're going to do good things and having photo ops and announcements isn't really solving the problem. As it turns out, now they're announcing new things, new ideas, things like removing the GST from purpose-built rentals. And so they're finally catching on, but I worry it might be too little too late, because in the midst of all of this going on, in the midst of the housing crisis getting worse and worse, this government has been spending money like it's going out of style. So they borrow excessively. They stand behind this whole business of they were there for Canadians during COVID, but we know that a couple $100 billion of that borrowing had nothing to do with COVID supports, and that's having an impact on inflation. In fact, Tiff Macklem, the governor of the Bank of Canada, has said that inflation in shelter prices is running above 6%. So part of this, he says, is due to higher mortgage interest costs following increases in interest rates. But it also reflects higher rents and other housing costs, and these pressures are more related to a structural shortage of housing supply. He also said it's going to be easier to get inflation down and make housing cheaper if monetary and fiscal policy are rowing in the same direction. So we know that announcing with great fanfare an $82 billion 10-year comprehensive plan to solve the housing challenges of the time, fast forward to today, has turned into an absolute crisis in the housing market. And frankly, a crisis that is in part created by the inflationary pressures that this government and their excessive spending is putting on the market. Now we have this report. We have this report that says, yeah, it's bad. It's bad, and we've got work to do. That's effectively the message. Even Ms. Bowers acknowledged that it's going to be very challenging to meet the targets. And we know why. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has told us that the inflationary spending of this government is just making it harder. So every nickel they spend is making it harder. This government doesn't seem to understand that we need to get out of the way, incentivize the private sector, but also bring down the inflationary deficit spending. Axe the carbon tax, which is making everything more expensive. We need to reduce the taxation burden. We need to reduce the taxation of deficit borrowing on the backs of Canadians so that they can afford to eat, heat their homes, and maybe even have a home one day. 9 out of 10 young people in this country have given up on the dream of ever owning a home. And the responsibility for that falls squarely at this government and their inflationary spending and their reckless way of borrowing billions of dollars. They say they're going to borrow money so Canadians don't have to, but they don't realize that that money being borrowed by the government is being borrowed on behalf of all Canadians. It falls to all of us to pay it back. And so we have a situation today where a government will borrow billions of dollars to give Canadians a few $100s to help them pay for things that, because of their borrowing, now cost thousands more dollars. And we have a situation where a government is now so desperate that they're playing politics. And so they're axing the carbon tax in some parts of the country where their poll numbers are really, really bad, but not in the rest of the country because they didn't vote Liberal, we find out. That's the problem. You got to vote Liberal if you want to get treated better by this government, if you want the government to actually relieve you of the pressures of their inflationary spending. Mr. Speaker, the National Housing Strategy can be described as a failure. The Conservatives have written a dissenting report on this, and we need to recognize that this government, even though they have great talking points and great photo ops, simply are not getting the job done, and they're making life more expensive every day for Canadians. Canadians know that despite their promises, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I very much appreciate the constructive criticism that the member opposite has leveled at the National Housing Strategy. I think it is important, though, to highlight the fact that we actually have a strategy. And it's important to highlight the fact that municipalities for almost 30 years asked consecutive federal governments for housing assistance. They did it individually as municipalities to the federal government. They did it collectively through organizations like FCM. And for 30 years, the federal government, including the member opposite, his party, decided not to make those investments. And so the National Housing Strategy represents an answer and a response to those stakeholders who've asked for assistance. And so my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member is, why did it take so long for the member opposite and his party to recognize that it's important to invest in municipalities and nonprofit associations to help our most vulnerable population?
Harry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I would simply acknowledge that our party does understand the importance of investing in municipalities and investing in infrastructure. The difference, though, is that Conservatives will require results for that investment. We will require municipalities, if they are seeking billions of dollars in federal infrastructure funding for things like transit and transit improvements, that the municipality be on board and at least make sure that the land around those stations is upzoned and ready to go for high-density residential. That's good for public policy, it's good for the fiscal policy of the municipality, it's good for the planet, and it's good for housing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, I like the member, but gosh, his speech was science fiction, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservatives, under the Harper dismal decade, lost more affordable housing units than we have in the last quarter century. The worst government ever for affordable housing. 800,000 units lost, Mr. Speaker. 800,000 Canadian families thrown out in the streets because Harper decided, and the member from Carleton working with him, decided it was more important to throw tens of billions of dollars through the Harper tax haven treaties than it was to actually invest in housing. They didn't invest in housing. They blew it all up. And so between them, the Liberals and Conservatives lost 1 million affordable housing units over the last 17 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask my friend, through you, we saw with the Doug Ford government the disrespect that Conservatives have for actual building housing. They took out of the Greenbelt an incredible amount of land that was used for profiteering and for the rich. Do the Conservatives now repudiate those decisions made by the Doug Ford government?
Here, here. Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there was an awful lot to unpack there, and I think if anybody is engaged in science fiction, it would be the NDP party, because they keep supporting a government that doesn't seem to understand the damage they're causing to Canadians. The fact of the matter is, government makes more money on housing than anyone else in the whole space. 33% of every housing unit in this country, on average, 33% of the cost of a house is government. And so all we're saying is that, you know what, we need to get government out of the way, we need to get more housing units built, and we need to hold other levels of government to account for federal infrastructure spending.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for, and I'm just make sure I get it right because I could have. Don Valley. Oh, sorry. Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Toronto Real Estate Board, according to their data, said that from 2006 to 2015, the prices in Toronto for homes doubled under the Harper government. They went from roughly 300,000 to 600,000, yet the Harper government did not put a plan in place to mitigate the drastic rise in housing prices. 2 years into the Trudeau mandate, there was a strategy that was put in place, and it has been really looking for ways to take on the challenges that we have today. So my question to the member opposite is, why didn't the Harper government do anything when prices doubled under the Harper government's term?
I just need to remind the honourable member that we can't use the names of cabinet ministers and prime ministers, that we just stick to the names, their actual titles in the House of Commons. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, I would just reiterate to my honourable colleague what his own Minister of Housing said just a few weeks ago at our committee, that at the start of the current government's term in 2015, the housing situation in Canada was not a crisis. People could afford to buy a home. People could find a place to rent. 8 years later, house prices have doubled, rents have doubled, you can't find a place to rent, interest rates are skyrocketing, and mortgages have doubled. It wasn't a crisis when the Prime Minister Harper was here. It's a crisis today, thanks to 8 years of this Prime Minister.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canada is in a housing crisis that this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government is responsible for creating based on their decisions and policies. They want Canadians to forget how bad housing has become during their time in government. Red tape, bureaucracy, and soaring costs have slowed down builders from constructing new homes when Canadians need it most. Since 2015, house prices have doubled in Canada. Monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled to over $3,500 a month. It now takes over 60% of Canadians' income to cover the cost of owning a home. The average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Canada's 10 biggest cities is $2,314 a month compared to $1,171. 9 out of 10 young people in this country who do not own a home believe they never will. According to Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, housing starts are dangerously dropping across the country. Ontario housing starts are down 25% and Toronto down 10%. In my home province of British Columbia, Vancouver's down 17% on a seasonal basis. And before this government, it took 25 years to pay off a mortgage. But now it takes 25 years to just save for the down payment. We increasingly see stories in British Columbia of people returning to the rental market because they can't afford their mortgages. According to UBS Group, Toronto is ranked as the world's worst housing bubble, and Vancouver is the third most unaffordable housing market on earth. We built fewer homes last year than we did in 1972 when our population was half the size. Yet we see at the CMHC $27 million in bonuses while they fail to fulfill their own mandate of affordable homes. Conservatives have offered a plan to help Canadians, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act, a private member's bill tabled by the Leader of the official opposition. If made into law, this common sense bill will first require big unaffordable cities to build more homes and speed up the rate at which they build homes every year to meet our housing targets. Second, reward municipalities eliminating costly gatekeepers and roadblocks based on the number of housing units completed, not just started. Ensure that more housing units, number 3, are constructed around public transit stations. And 4, cut the bonuses and salaries at CMHC if they are unable to speed up approval of applications for housing programs to an average of 60 days. 5, list 15% of the federal government's 37,000 buildings and all appropriate federal land to be turned into homes people can afford. And 6, remove GST on the building of any new homes with rental prices below market value. Now, removing the GST for below market value rentals is of particular importance because it would help build more affordable and attainable units for residents in my community and across the country. The Liberal members opposite know that under their GST plan, it will be used to construct luxury apartments instead of affordable units. It's simple. Canadians need homes and builders want to build them, and Canadians need them, but this Liberal government's failed policies are stopping them every time of the way, which has led to higher inflation and higher interest rates. When builders are struggling to start new housing construction, the Prime Minister increases the cost to build by not having a softwood lumber agreement, making the cost of wood used for construction more in Canada. His inflationary deficit spending has increased inflation and has caused high interest rates. And the Canadian dollar being consistently low compared to the US means all the goods purchased for home construction, whether it be raw materials or refrigerators, cost more to Canadians. You can easily go just across the border to the US and find comparable houses at half the price. With interest rates higher than ever in a generation, this means higher debt costs and less money to put towards construction costs. Over 60% of the price of a home in Vancouver is due to delays, fees, regulations, and taxes. Why would any person want to build new homes when the high debt costs, increased construction costs, fees, and regulations seem to be never ending? It takes the government 8 years to roll out their accelerator fund as part of their national housing strategy, but there's no clear direct correlation between this fund or the total objectives of all of their programs, bringing the 3.5 million new homes needed in just 7 years by 2030, which is the number the CMHC has given in order to make housing affordable once again in Canada. That's the legacy of the Liberals' national housing strategy. Today, myself and my Conservative colleagues had the opportunity to question the President and CEO of the CMHC at the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, the HUMA Committee. My colleague from Parry Sound Muskoka explained that according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada, inflation and shelter prices are running above 6%. Part of this is due to mortgage interest costs, following Canada's increases in interest rates. Due to structural shortage of housing supply and higher rents, inflation is becoming a more persistent issue in Canada. The president of CMHC explained the following. In order to achieve housing affordability in Canada, we need an across-the-board increase in housing supply. CMHC recognizes that the private sector is the biggest player in supplying and building affordable housing in Canada. Canada requires private sector capital, and governments must create economic conditions which incentivize this private sector investment in housing. And innovation and addressing the skilled labor supply will help create these conditions. Instead of demonizing the construction industry and all private sector housing providers for the lack of affordable housing, government must be focused on lowering the cost and time to build through through reforms at the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Ending inflationary deficits and which is driving up interest rates. In the meeting 48 of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Persons with Disabilities, and the study on the National Housing Strategy, the chief economist at CMHC said the following: "The financialization of housing is a word we hear a lot. The reality in Canada is about 95% of the rental market is provided by the private sector. So financialization is something that exists by design in our rental market." Conservative members believe that the private sector is not only critical to solving the housing crisis, but essential. No government can spend their way out of the housing crisis, but what they need to do is provide incentives and, most importantly, taxation regimes and policies that will help keep costs and interest rates down. At the HUMA committee today, my Conservative colleague from Simcoe North asked the CMHC president how much additional costs will be imposed through the NRCan and the National Research Council's National Building Code. She said that the CMHC is doing a study on this and it may have an impact. But this building code has been around for about 3 or 4 years now. However, CMHC is also just now doing the study. These are costs that are borne by the developer or the homeowner, if they're the developer, of the home or the units, and ultimately the owner of the unit will pay the price. Some studies are suggesting that this code will cost $30,000 to $50,000 a unit. The Liberal record on housing has resulted in rents that have doubled, mortgage payments that have doubled, an ongoing and worsening housing supply gap, housing starts decreasing, and them having no idea whether the billions spent on reducing homelessness has made any difference. This government is simply not worth the cost. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the following motion. I move, seconded by the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Monday, June 12, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommended to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, with the instruction that it amend the same to include reference to recent Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation data indicating housing starts are decelerating quickly, with housing starts in Vancouver on a seasonal basis down 17% in just the last month. In Toronto, housing starts in September having dropped 10% when comparing September 2023 with September 2022. Canada's national numbers show an 8% decrease in September 2023 compared to September 2022. And on a provincial level, Ontario and BC continue to be hit hard, and September 2023 saw a 24% drop in Ontarian housing starts, with BC showing a 26% drop from September last year. Roughly 4,000 less homes than were begun last year in just Canada's 2 least affordable provinces. And accordingly, that it recommend that the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities take responsibility for the extent of the failures of the National Housing Strategy, the scale of the housing crisis, and the Liberal record on housing since 2025, and further recommend that the government bring in measures to address the housing crisis, including measures similar to the proposals contained in Bill C-356, Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word. Okay, I'll read the part. Ms. Gray, seconded by Mr. Lake, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. May I dispense? No. That's what I figured. The quote, the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Development, and the person's status of persons with disabilities presented on Monday, June 12, 2023, be now not concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities, with instruction that it amend this aim to include the reference to a recent Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation data indicating housing starts are decelerating quickly, with housing starts in Vancouver on a seasonal basis down 17% in just the last month. In Toronto, housing starts in September have dropped 10% when compared to September 2023 with September 2022. Canada's national numbers show that an 8% decrease in September 23 compared to September 2022. And on a provincial level, Ontario and BC continue to be hit hard, and September 2023 saw a 24% drop in Ontarian housing starts, with BC showing a 26% drop from September last year, roughly 4,000 less homes that were begun last year in just Canada's two least affordable provinces, and accordingly, that it recommend that the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities take responsibility for the extent of the failures of the National Housing Strategy and the scale of the housing crisis and the Liberal record on housing since 2015, and further recommend that the government bring in measures to address the housing crisis, including measures similar to the proposals contained in Bill C-356, Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act. L'amendement est recevable.
The amendment is admissible. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. I'm looking at some numbers, and this goes right to the member's own constituency. And I know she does not support the government policies dealing with housing, but you know, there's the 651 Cambridge Avenue project. That is going to be, from what I understand, 75 units. Not to mention in the Kelowna Lake County, the Housing Accelerator Fund, millions of dollars is ultimately going to go towards the construction of 950 homes. The member is exceptionally critical of the government and the government's policies in terms of developing homes. Would she be prepared to be straightforward and honest with her constituents in her comments by saying, does that mean she does not support these government-supported initiatives?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to look at what the results are as to why we are in the situation of having this housing crisis that we're having. You know, and the results speak for themselves. If, you know, people are paying twice for rent than what they were 8 years ago when this government took over. They're paying twice what they are for houses. As I mentioned in my intervention, it takes as long right now to save for a down payment as it did to save for your home. Those are the results of this government. And the results speak for themselves. It's incredibly challenging for people. I talk to residents in my community all the time where, you know, they've got multi-generations that are moving back in together. You know, we've got adults that are, you know, living still in their parents' homes. It's incredibly challenging for people, and those are the results of this government after 8 years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The Conservatives want to act as though they are the savior to the housing crisis. But of course, they are and was part of the problem that created the housing crisis. Canceled the co-op housing program in 1992. Severely cut social housing funding. In fact, we just heard from the leader of the Conservatives today that talked about social housing and co-op housing as though it's a Soviet-style model of delivery of housing. So my question to the member is this: if they really want to actually address the housing crisis like they claim they do, why are they not taking on wealthy investors who is jacking up rent, rental evicting people, and displacing people and rendering them onto the streets?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if and thank you for the question. I'm not sure if the member is aware of this, but there are rent controls that are in certain provinces in this country. And, you know, I mean, the matter of the fact is that people can't even afford to rent the most simple of places. We have people living in tents. We have people living in RVs that are in parking lots right now. The affordability crisis is really affecting people. They can't even afford food, let alone housing. And so it's driving people, you know, either further into this housing crisis because everything costs more. The tax increases that this government has put on, the inflation that is happening, leading to interest rates that are where they are. Everything is becoming more expensive, and it's literally driving people, you know, into places where they can't even afford basic necessities. And those are the results of this NDP Liberal government over the last 8 years.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague who sits with me at the HoC committee. I'm trying to understand, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to understand this motion. This is a HoC committee on the report on the National Housing Strategy, where the CMHC was directly consulted. There are about 15 recommendations in this report. There are statements to make. Has the NHS functioned or not? If it hasn't, why? But to say that the recommendations therein aren't being acted on for results is what we should be doing rather than bringing it back to committee. We already have a report on financialisation. The CMHC spoke out today again, so why are we trying to bring this back to committee? The committee signed off on it. Why should it go back to committee through this motion? Up to now, I disagree with the wording of this motion.
Country.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the, if not the one of the most important topics that we're dealing with in Canada right here. It's really important that we get this right. I encourage the member to read the Conservative dissenting report that we put in, which brings out some disparate views that we had heard during the committee testimony. And so it's really important that we spend more time focusing on this very important issue.
The debate, continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And typically, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and address the House on the issue of the day. We all know that this was not supposed to be the issue of the day. This is the Conservative Party, once again, playing the political game on the floor of the House of Commons in terms of preventing legislation from ultimately passing, because they don't really have anything to say about the legislation, Mr. Speaker, so instead they bring in a concurrence motion to try to frustrate the government's ability to pass legislation. And that is somewhat being lost so far in the discussion that we've witnessed after question period. Housing, there's no doubt, a very important issue. I don't question that at all, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when it comes to housing, when I was actually first elected back in 1988 to the Manitoba legislature, I was the housing critic along with the party whip at the time. And I can tell you that even prior to that point, I had an active interest in housing, nonprofit housing in particular, with the creation of the Weston Housing Co-op, in working with associations like the Blake Gardens, Gilbert Park, to a certain extent after I got elected, Mr. Speaker, on the Gilbert Park aspect of it. In terms of infill homes and the importance of having governments engaged in dealing with housing issues, both from a suburban new homes to inner housing problems, dilapidated homes that needed to be torn down, to vacant lots that were available, to housing renewal programs to improve the housing stock of homes. So the issue of housing is not new to me at all. I'm very familiar with it, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very comfortable in terms of the way in which the Government of Canada in the last number of years has approached this issue. But before I get into some of the details of that issue, because it has not been lost on me in terms of why it is that we're debating once again another concurrence motion. We all know that there's a finite amount of time that takes place here in terms of debate. And the Conservatives always want to cry over not enough time for debate when it comes to government legislation. They constantly do that, Mr. Speaker. They will whimper away, they'll cry, they'll say, well, we want more debate, you're limiting debate, you're bringing in time allocation. They don't want to sit late nights, they've demonstrated that. They've shown that they will adjourn debates even before the day is over, but they will whine and cry about not enough debate on government bills, while at the same time they will prevent government bills from being debated. And then they'll say, well, today's choice is housing. So they dig in and they find the issue of housing and they say, okay, here's a super important issue. And yes, it is important, Mr. Speaker. But every issue that they bring to the floor through the concurrence debate, they will claim is an important issue. But the primary purpose is not to debate the issue at hand. It's to prevent the debate on government bills. Again, look at the amendment that's been brought forward that you just finished reading off, Mr. Speaker. What is the essence of the amendment? They want to bring it back to committee. I wonder if the member that moved this motion even brought it up at the agenda. And we're going to have 3 hours of debate on this particular motion. Did the Conservative Party even raise the issue of having this debate at the standing committee? I wouldn't be surprised if they did not, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I would think that the members know full well that everything that we're going to be debating for 3 hours here could have been very easily done in the standing committee. Very easily done. But the problem with doing that, Mr. Speaker, is it would have then either obligated them to come up with some other excuse or allowed the debate on what was supposed to be debated today, which was Bill C-34, the Investment Canada bill. You know, they talk a lot about foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, but when the rubber hits the ground, they're slipping and sliding all over the place. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, foreign investment, foreign interference, there's a very strong correlation between the two. And what we have seen is the Conservative Party now using the issue of housing as a way to allow that debate to continue. They're making it very clear. If we want to see that legislation, like many other pieces of legislation, the government will have to ultimately bring in time allocation. So we have to wait until we can get support from an opposition party in order to be able to bring in time allocation so that we are able to ultimately pass legislation in which the Conservatives will tell people outside this chamber, oh, we're concerned about foreign interference. But if anything, all they do is cause a filibuster and put up roadblocks to prevent good legislation from ultimately, in this case, going to committee. Going to committee where it can be actually debated and talked about in great detail. Look towards amendments. This government, unlike the previous government, actually is open to amendments. Even if it comes from the opposition side, if they're good amendments, Mr. Speaker. You know, they did the same thing in regards to the Ukraine debate on many pieces of legislation. You would think they would be a little bit more sensitive in terms of the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement. If we can pass legislation, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's in Canadians' best interest. A lot of the legislation that we are actually bringing forward. The debate that the members want to have, the Conservative Party wants to have today in terms of housing, could have just as easily be done in standing committee. And that's in fact what the amendment is suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that it be done and be brought to a standing committee of the House. If only we were able to use the government business portion to deal with government bills, maybe we wouldn't have as many whining and crying Tories saying, well, you know, we're bringing in time allocation, or we're not allowing enough time for them to debate government legislation. I would argue you can't have it both ways. You can't bring in all these different filibuster type of motions and then go to Canadians and say, well, they're not allowing us to debate bills. And, Mr. Speaker, that is what they're doing. And to make it even more of a challenge, as I say, when as a government we say, well, we want to provide more time, so we want to sit till midnight, who's the first ones that jump up yelling and screaming and say no to that? It's the Conservatives. How many times have we seen Conservatives stand up in their place and say, well, I move now, second by so-and-so, that so-and-so be heard to speak? Why? Not so that person can speak, but instead of debating, it actually causes the bells to ring. And that's what I mean about Tory games. That's really what this is, Mr. Speaker. It is a reckless Conservative Party of Canada that really does not understand the value of actually being more productive on the floor of the House of Commons. And that's really quite unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because we all pay the price of it collectively. I talked about housing, and because I take, as I know my colleagues take, the issue of housing very seriously. Even at times when the opposition is nothing but focusing attention on character assassination, we continue to be focused on the issues that are important and relevant to Canadians. Whether it is inflation, interest rates, or the cost of housing, Mr. Speaker. You know, I go back to the day of 1993, when it was felt here in Ottawa at that time by every political party inside the chamber, whether they were Reformers, Conservatives, Liberals, or New Democrats, Mr. Speaker. Every political party back then advocated that Ottawa's role in housing should be marginalized. I remember it well because I can remember debating the issue in the north end of Winnipeg as to why it was important that Ottawa play a role in housing in Canada. That we should ensure within the Constitution that Canada as a national government play a role. Mr. Speaker, whether it was back then when there was no political will, it seemed, from any political party to recognize the value of a national government play a role in housing, to what it is today, my opinion has never changed. And I can tell you, when you think of housing as an issue, you'd probably have to go back into the world wars, Mr. Speaker, when you found a prime minister that was as keen on developing a housing strategy. In fact, that's what this report's on. The Conservatives want to criticize the national housing strategy. They're saying, in essence, that we should not have a national housing strategy. They're being critical of the money that we've invested into the national housing strategy, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know the exact numbers today. If I was to speculate, I know back in the day when I was a housing critic, Mr. Speaker, we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 plus nonprofit housing units. And those housing units, places like Gilbert Park, that I've represented for many years and still do at the national level now, Mr. Speaker, provided affordable housing. But that is not the only option that is out there. There are other forms of affordable housing that is important to support. But when you think of those raw numbers of here's a direct grant that goes towards a block of housing units, the federal government of Ottawa spends literally millions and millions, going to hundreds of millions every year, supporting nonprofit housing from coast to coast to coast. That national housing strategy took that into consideration in terms of providing that assurance of multi-year budgeting potential, Mr. Speaker. It provided the finances in order to be able to ensure that a large portion of that nonprofit housing stock actually is able to be maintained through improvements, capital improvements, Mr. Speaker. So when the Conservatives start criticizing the national housing strategy, they need to factor in literally the tens of thousands of homes in the regions of Canada that are in fact being supported through the national housing strategy, directly and often indirectly also, Mr. Speaker. So they want to have that kind of a debate. They want to hear some of those numbers. I would suggest to you that, at least in part, the motion that was brought forward makes some sense in the sense that it's a great issue for a standing committee to be able to deal with. Think in terms of those alternatives to government-owned and operated either directly or indirectly through different groups or the municipalities or provinces, but supported in good part by federal dollars. Think outside that box. Think of housing co-ops. Before I was elected as MLA, it was the Weston Housing Co-op. It was a way in which we were able to help revitalize a community, at the same time provide affordable housing for many people, Mr. Speaker. Housing co-ops, and I think of the Willow Park and Willow Park East. Willow Park East might be the oldest housing co-op, I believe, in Canada and possibly even North America, Mr. Speaker. Housing co-ops, I believe, are a wonderful opportunity for people to have that joint ownership. There's a huge difference in a housing co-op versus let's say, an apartment block. I always say in a housing co-op, you are a resident, you are not a tenant, because you own, Mr. Speaker, you have the collective ownership of that property. So you have a lot more in terms of opportunities. For the first time in years, we now have a government that has been supporting housing co-ops and wants to see the expansion of that area. What about nonprofit groups? One of the most successful nonprofit groups that we have in the country today is Habitat for Humanity. In the province of Manitoba, it excels. It has probably put in more infill houses than any government program that I can recall right offhand, Mr. Speaker. I think in the province of Manitoba, it's about 500 homes. 500 brand new homes in the communities. Whether it's in Winnipeg North, I can tell you, whether it's in the Maples or it's in the Point Douglas and everything in between. And it's making these homes available to people that would never have really had the opportunity to get homes. And the federal government is supporting Habitat for Humanity because we recognize the important role that nonprofit agencies also have when it comes to housing. Mr. Speaker, we have done a litany of budgetary actions that have provided opportunities for the federal government to play a strong leadership role on housing. The Conservatives will say that the housing market is what it is today because of the federal government. Well, Mr. Speaker, I hate to think what it would have been like if Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister today. Yes, there are challenges that are there. But to try to say that it is all about Ottawa and the Government of Canada, if I got news for you, it's not going to be the Government of Canada that resolves the issue in terms of just providing money The Government of Canada has a strong leadership role to play, something in which the current leader of the Conservative Party never did provide when he was in government, or Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. We are at the table. We are working with municipalities, working with provinces, developing programs, encouraging the type of builds that we need. That's why we have the rental support for new units to be built, Mr. Speaker. Anticipating tens of thousands of new units that are going to come on stream over the coming years as the direct result of this federal government initiative of getting rid of the GST for those new builds. I would suggest to you that provinces, some provinces, are now piggybacking on that particular policy, Mr. Speaker. I think it's maybe 4 or 5 provinces to date. I hope the province of Manitoba does likewise, because it will ensure additional units being built into the future, Mr. Speaker. It's not just Ottawa. In some provinces, it's more severe, the housing crisis, than in other provinces. But we feel the pain in all of the areas, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the desire of this government is to try to assist, support local municipalities. Not take a big stick and whop them over the head saying this is what you have to do. It's working with municipalities. It's working with different provinces, Mr. Speaker. It's recognizing that nonprofit groups also have a role to play. I do believe that it does take a team. The private sector obviously has to play a role, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they will be playing the largest role in terms of overall construction. The federal government's at the plate in many different ways, whether it's a national housing strategy or implementation through numerous federal budgets, to be there to support Canadians on the important issue of housing, and we will continue to be there, Mr. Speaker, because we understand that it is an issue that Canadians are having to plow their way through, and to know that the federal government has their back, that we are doing what we can as a national government to ensure that the issue of affordability, the issues of the number of homes, the issue of renovations is all being taken into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to that lengthy speech, long enough that the member from Kingston and the Islands probably could have put about 3 polls during that time on Twitter. Mr. Speaker, when I listen to him, I always come back to thinking about the disastrous Trudeau legacy of the 70s and 80s, of course. The disastrous Trudeau legacy, these guys get a little bit confused sometimes between those disastrous Liberal legacies. But that legacy of the 70s and 80s led to an economic crisis, of course, but a housing crisis and a unity crisis. You know, the member during his speech talked about some provinces, the situation with housing being more severe than other provinces. Of course, the other thing that those provinces have in common, the most severely affected provinces, is that none of their residents were given a break on the carbon tax in the recent announcement by the government that applied to only one part of the country. But after the comments of the Minister for Rural Economic Development over the weekend, I want to know, and I think my constituents want to know, Canadians want to know, can the member assure us that housing funding under this Liberal government won't be allocated on the basis of Liberal electoral outcomes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member has a flashback to the 70s. And he's right, there were some concerns in the 70s. And when it came for Canadians back in the early 70s, concerned about things such as inflation and issues of housing, affordability, I believe Pierre Elliott Trudeau did a wonderful job. And you know why? I'm not alone. Because he continued to win majority governments afterwards. So you can't say, Mr. Speaker, that Pierre Elliott Trudeau, during that situation when there was an issue of affordability in housing and inflation back then, as Pierre Elliott Trudeau demonstrated, he continued to form majority governments afterwards because Canadians knew you can trust the Liberals, you just can't trust Tories with their hidden agendas.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Baie-James, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Nevertheless, even though this Bill 34 will be adopted and the modernization of the Canada Investment Act will not be done, part of Bill C-34 also affects national security. So how will the government ensure proper analysis of our economic interests?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Bloc wanting to talk about C-34, because at the end of the day, foreign interference does matter. And it matters a great deal to Canadians. And when you think in terms of Canada and the position that we are in, whether it's through trade agreements, whether it's through being a safe country to invest in, we are talking about the modernization of the Investment Canada Act, Mr. Speaker. I, like the member opposite, no doubt, would like to see it go to committee. And we could have done that today. And it's going to take cooperation from the Conservative Party in order for that to happen. All signs are that it won't happen because they want to filibuster and prevent it from passing. The member, as other members do, have concerns, would like to see it go to committee so those concerns can be addressed. I hope that the Conservatives will at some point see and act and support this bill going to committee. C-34, that is.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member is not incorrect to say that the Conservatives' play is to disrupt this House. They do that all the time. I've been here for 8 years, and I've seen them do this consecutively. Nothing changes. And so this is the games that they want to play. Now, what I want to ask the member about the housing crisis is this. The truth, of course, is that part of the problem with the housing crisis is both Liberal and Conservative governments had just relied on the market to deliver the kind of housing that people need. What we know after 30 years is that it doesn't work. People need the government to invest in housing, in social housing, and co-op housing. The Liberals walked away from that in 1993. The Conservatives walked away from the co-op program in 1992. My question to the member is this. Will he call on the government to invest in social housing and co-op housing like we used to? Not what is happening right now under the National Housing Strategy, which is minuscule in terms of the amount of housing that needs to be developed to address the housing crisis. Will the member commit to that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what I can assure the member is I will commit to continue to advocate of the benefits of housing co-ops. I personally believe in them, and I've had these discussions with many of my colleagues, and it's one of the reasons why I think we have so many within this chamber, in particular of my colleagues, that are big advocates for housing co-ops, that we have seen a government, as she points out, government has been lacking in seeing housing co-ops, but not this particular government, because we have incorporated into our budgets promotion, and hopefully we'll see more and more housing co-ops getting underway. But I will continue my advocacy for it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it very interesting that the individual that moved this motion, the member from Parry Sound Muskoka, has actually seen a significant number of investments in his riding with regard to affordable housing over the years. I'll read those to the House. I think it's important. In the riding of Parry Sound Muskoka, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund helped provide for 99 units, a total of $23.3 million. The On-Reserve Shelter Enhancement Program, 17 units for $3.7 million. The Rapid Housing Initiative, $2.6 million for 7 units. The SIF and Legacy programs, $6.7 million to assist with 321 units. These are just 5 projects that have been started in the riding of Prairie Sound Muskoka, this program that he is now so critical of, and just put forward an amendment to basically wipe the entire report clean of any further investments. A program that he voted against has seen significant investment in his riding. I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary has any explanation why the member from Prairie Sound Muskoka would be so against this program that has actually delivered a lot to his riding.
And while the honourable member's at it, West Nova, I'd love to know what's going on. Question the honourable parliamentary secretary.
I don't know if I'd want that on the record, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, the member highlights, a word that you can find very interesting by looking up hypocrisy in the word in the Webster Dictionary. When you have both the mover and the seconder of the motion, where there has been major announcements, where literally hundreds of homes are going to be built because of government assistance, at least in good part. So inside the chamber here in Ottawa, in the Ottawa bubble or the bubble of the chamber, they will be super, super critical of what it is we're doing as a government, how bad we are for doing these things. But when they go home into their ridings, they're probably trying to get into the pictures and say, hey, that's me, we celebrating, and all this kind of good stuff, Mr. Speaker. Consistency is an issue, whether you're in your home riding or here in Ottawa. I suspect they might be a little embarrassed about it.
Thank you very much. And again, I'm just curious. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin, the question.
Thank you, Speaker. I have to agree with my colleague. Like, housing, it's insane just how expensive houses are these days. I was in Kelwood, going up to the park there at a Legion, local Legion, community of 150. And they had a young mom with a young family, and they were talking about the cost of for housing just in a small community like that in rural Manitoba. So totally get this. This is a very important subject. But I do have a question for my colleague. To address the whole cost, for the cost of housing and the cost of heating a home, did the colleague ask the Prime Minister for a carbon tax exemption for home heating like the Atlantic colleagues did?
Oh. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What I can tell the member, and I do appreciate the question, what I can tell the member is that I personally, representing Winnipeg North, have constantly advocated that we ensure that we continue to have a healthy rebate for the price on pollution or the carbon tax. And I'm pleased to be able to say that a vast majority, estimated at over 80% of the residents of Winnipeg North, actually get more money back through the rebate than they pay in the carbon tax or the price on pollution, however one wants to put it. And this isn't just a number that's drawn out of nowhere. This is something that came out of the Parliamentary Budget Office, which is apolitical. So standing up for my constituents, ensuring that my constituents get that rebate, that healthy rebate, is something that I will continue to advocate for. And I would hope that the leader of the Conservative Party will not take that rebate away.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni on small business. Continuing debate, reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Dorez-de-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues who are so energetic today and who are very enthusiastic in their speeches. Mr. Speaker, what was planned today was Bill C-34, and the Conservative Party decided that we would discuss for hours the HuMA report, the report of this committee, report number 11, which is about the National Housing Strategy. What I find interesting is that it gives visibility to this topic because particularly in terms of housing, this is not the first report that HuMA has written. They have done long studies on a national housing strategy for Indigenous communities in rural, urban, and Arctic communities. So they really involved the CMHC because they are in charge of the National Housing Strategy. So they wanted to be able to make sure the CMHC could be accountable for the results of the National Housing Strategy established by the Liberal government that lasted 10 years. So is it the right time to do this? Should we be talking about something else? Well, we were ready to continue talking about C-34, but the Conservatives, for different reasons, probably decided to talk about this report instead. So the report from the CMHC, well, we wanted to study an important program with respect to infrastructure that affects homelessness, a program that has an aim to reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. We weren't able to identify targets, but there is some interest in discussing this report. But at the same time, what's in the report that we're studying is where we are right now. No one can call into question there's a housing crisis right now. It's part of the cost of living for all Canadians. It's one of their key issues. Housing is one. And what we looked at committee was how funding invested by the federal government through this program, well, is it making a dent in the situation? Is it making things better? And that was the main recommendation of this report, and that the Conservative Party is asking us to study today. And at committee, they adopted the report. The Conservatives did also file a dissenting report, rather. That's their right. And from myself and the Bloc, there are 15 recommendations in this report that were taken into account to hold the government to account, because we ask the CMHC a lot of questions. I'll give you an example with respect to homelessness. It was somewhat surprising that we have a strategy and a program that is trying to fix homelessness, but we still can't evaluate, when this report was written, what the percentage of chronic homelessness is. And even today at CUMA committee, we had witnesses from CMHC. They said that rate was stable. So it's concerning that we're here today. And the report looked at the 50% reduction in chronic homelessness target and said that the Canadian government should be showing leadership by cooperating with the provinces and territories to make sure that integrated services are made available to people in need, and that they present to committee by December 2023 at the latest, to report back how the government will achieve this target. There are strong recommendations in this report that involve the CMHC and the government action. So the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation does have objectives that are defined by the government. We're talking at about $82 billion in funding that is invested in the National Housing Strategy through various programs. So we can, given the housing crisis, expect some results. The program's objectives should involve, through the cooperation of Quebec and other provinces, it should look at the supply and the demand with respect to social and affordable housing. So there are major issues for the CMHC, and there are 15 recommendations in this report. I won't go over them all. But what we also said with respect to the CMHC, they also have to be accountable in terms of what's not working. We could say that the National Housing Strategy is a failure because there are social housing needs and affordable housing needs, and the most vulnerable persons and low-income individuals that are most affected by the housing crisis. So there are clear expectations for programs to be more agile, do a better job of meeting needs, and be faster to obtain. And above all, the federal government decided to take action and put aside funding. That's their power to spend money. But they shouldn't be dragging their feet for years and then spend the money, for sending the money rather to Quebec and the provinces, because they are the ones who are mostly responsible of housing. It's actually Quebec and the municipalities, and the federal government decided to implement its national housing strategy for years ago, and it doesn't make sense that it took them 3 years. And the last acquisition program that was voted in 2023, and the $900 million that was granted to Quebec just came recently. We had to really push to get this money, and even Quebec was asking for it. So if the federal government wants to provide support, they need to make sure there are real results. There are a lot of solutions that were put forward, and it's really interesting to see what all the testimony is.
If they could act rapidly, my colleague for Longueuil Saint-Hubert has often mentioned it. There are boarded up houses, boarded up units. There are amounts of money ready to be dispersed for the renovation of social housing. But CMHC has frozen funds because renovation costs are higher than they were back then. But now we have to act. Just talking about 7 units or 300 units is all well and good. If the government wishes to act, then it has to act, realizing that the skills lie in Quebec. They need to act much more rapidly. There are programs that have worked, like the Accelerator Fund, because it was devoted, it was earmarked for not-for-profits, for co-ops. Requests could be made and rapidly acted upon. There are things that work. In this report, there are 15 recommendations. It's interesting to talk about them today for one simple reason. When we conduct studies at committee, sometimes we delve deeper into the matter, and more specifically into the matter than we do here. Sometimes what we speak about seems to be more of a strategic decision more than anything else. I'm not saying that Conservatives are acting in bad faith, but perhaps they have different interests behind their decision to debate this today. If everyone were to agree that there is a housing crisis, then we should be able to agree upon the way in which we act. Programs should never lead us to a situation where we have 10,000 homeless in Quebec. We can't be in a situation where the CMHC says that there are 3.5 million housing units missing by 2030. Building's all well and good. Increasing the offer is all well and good. Creating a GST incentive is all well and good. But will that affect housing prices? renters will not be helped by this. The notion of affordability in these programs is also very important. $2,200 for rent, is that affordable? No. The NHS's affordability criteria are different. So there are a number of measures. Is there a way to reactivate our building sector so that we can act concretely to avoid speculation, to act on the financialization of housing, which harms social and affordable housing, invest in not-for-profit so that they can buy housing units that belong to the private market as it stands? There are many solutions. We need to talk about this with a view to act. If reports are simply just put on a shelf by the government, and if we don't get a response, then it's going to be a problem. It was a good thing to table the bill. Is it a good thing to bring the bill back to committee? I don't think so. What is a good idea is that the government respond more in depth to what we studied. The government must recognize that the true actors that have the skills necessary in this field, those stakeholders are municipalities, cities, and Quebec, and the federal government needs to act in complementarity to provinces with unconditional funding in order to increase the number of social and affordable housing units, and that is the way in which we will help greatly with this housing crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I too sat through the committee meeting, and the testimony was very consistent across all stakeholder recommendations. We heard from the nonprofit sector that they needed more support from the National Housing Strategy. We heard from the private sector that they wanted to see more initiatives like the GST removal on purpose-built rentals. We also heard from municipal stakeholders who said they wanted more support. Contrary, Mr. Speaker, to the comments that were made by the members from Muskoka Parry Sound as well as Kelowna Lake Country, who said today in the House that in fact we should scrap the strategy we have, we should spend less on the housing file. And so I'm wondering through you if the member opposite, who also sat through the committee meetings that I did, can make any sense of those comments that are contrary to everything we heard from stakeholders at committee.
The Honourable Member for Thiers de Blainville. Well, Mr. Speaker, I won't try to interpret anything at this time of in the afternoon. Is the National Housing Strategy a good idea? After 5 years, can we say mission accomplished? I am of a mind to say there are still 5 years to go. The question I would have asked of the government, rather than that one, is when we came back to the House of Commons in September, the housing crisis was already here, already upon us. And the government wanted to answer with a bill, and I forget the number, I don't know if it's 54 or 56. They said we're going to abolish GST for building rental units. Mr. Speaker, I would have expected the government to say we're investing 92 billion, we have a number of strategies. When a strategy doesn't work, perhaps it should be realigned. How, therefore, should we think about the next 5 years to rectify, or help rectify at least, this situation in order to support Quebec, its municipalities, with regards to social housing and affordable housing? I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I would realign the baby in order to reach our objectives.
Comments? The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today. My question to the member of Thérèse de Blainville is, what should the federal government do? $92 billion is being invested for the construction of apparently affordable housing. What should the federal government do in order to better build housing units in order to meet the needs of the population? The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, to make things short, they need to disperse the money. They need to send the money to Quebec. They need to send money to municipalities. It's not the federal government that will build anything. They're not the ones who know what the needs are. It's the people in the field that know what the needs are. So this money has to be much more flexible, far fewer conditions, in order to make sure that the money is sent to the right people and rapidly. That's my solution, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy to hear the debate on housing today. Some members have said today that housing isn't important, or perhaps you're doing other things, but we have probably the biggest housing crisis that this country has ever had, that our generation has ever had. Those of us that served on municipal council know quite well that this issue is complex, but it does come down to municipalities who see a lot of NIMBYism, or we call it banana people, don't build anything at any time, anywhere. And when we look to solving those issues, we have to really look at incentives for municipalities in order to help approve more projects quicker. And Belleville, my municipality this week, they've of a targeted growth for homes, and they now track this from the provincial tracking, which means a foundation has to be in the ground. They're down 28% from where they wanted to be, meaning that we're not seeing builders being able to put building in, and there's a lot of reasons for that. There's lack of skilled trades. There's the fact that interest rates are so high that they're not going in. Does the member support initiatives that help get municipalities on board with building more homes, tracking homes that need to be built, and ensuring that we give municipalities incentives to try to build homes?
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. I know what we mustn't do. That is to tell municipalities what to do and how to do it, and to then penalise them because they're not following the conditions imposed upon them by the federal government. That would be the last thing to do. What I heard from the Conservatives and the Liberals is that a lot of finger pointing towards municipalities. I think that municipalities have one hope with regards to infrastructure and this kind of housing development. Just one example. In Montreal, there's a strict regulation in its new housing protocol. 20% of social housing, 20% of affordable housing in any development. Mr. Speaker, do you know what the market has done? There are even incentives to incentivize the private market to build, respecting this percentage. They prefer not building anything, no social housing, no affordable housing, and then they'd rather pay penalties and build 100% of their own housing. Perhaps we should give municipalities the means to act so that this may lead to a real difference through the National Housing Strategy.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her thoughtful comments. I too was at that committee and listened to both the representatives from CMHC as well as various experts on the issue. Now, one of the issues that shocked me was to hear from now the former CEO of CMHC saying that the government's goal of ensuring that housing is a basic human right is aspirational. And of course, we also know that the government's own track record, they've been missing the mark in addressing the homelessness crisis, as well as the overall affordability crisis in housing for people in Canada. So my question to the member is this. One of the things that both the Liberals and Conservatives refuse to acknowledge is the financialization of housing And would the member support the call for the government to say that we have to stop the loss of affordable housing units to the private market, where they come in and buy up low-cost rental apartments and then jack up the rent and rental evict people and displace people, escalating the housing crisis?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I agree with most of what my colleague had to say. You know, Mr. Speaker, the right to housing should be a right, as should be food. Food and housing are part of our fundamental needs and therefore should be our fundamental rights. We have a responsibility, a collective responsibility as a society, to make sure that everyone can have a safe roof over their heads, a comfortable roof and a safe roof over their heads. That is our collective responsibility. So long as housing is seen as speculation, we'll never reach that. Because markets are here to make a profit. Speculation's here to make money. I don't want to demonize the private sector. We need the private sector to build housing units, but they have to do it in with a view of having true affordability, and we're still far from that because the approach is currently completely different. If there's a change to make, and that's what we both fought for, if we want to fight against housing precarity, we have to be ready to work with not-for-profits, with cooperatives, so that we can purchase housing units to make sure that they are affordable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to enter into this debate around the issue of housing affordability, more to the point about the housing crisis that exists in Canada. From coast to coast to coast, it doesn't matter what community you're from, whether it's big or small, there is a housing crisis. And encampments are popping up pretty well everywhere. In my own riding, we have the largest encampment in the country, a permanent encampment to that effect. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to think about the issue at hand and see how we can solve the issue. The Conservative, of course, are peddling the idea that we should continue on with business as usual, and that is to say, rely on the market to address the housing crisis. Now, the Conservatives should know, although they're turning a blind eye to this fact, and that is that the housing crisis, in large part, is caused by themselves. When they were in government, when they walked away from supporting communities in building co-op housing and social housing programs. They cut the funding severely when they were in government. And as a result, we lost a lot of housing units that would otherwise have been built. But on top of that, we also lost a significant number of units where the private sector came in to purchase existing low-cost apartments. Wouldn't you know it, Mr. Speaker, under the Harper administration, with the Conservative leader at the helm, as part of that administration, as part of that cabinet, Canada lost 800,000 units of affordable housing. Now, the leader of the opposition earlier responded to that to say, oh, where did it go? What, did aliens come and get those units? Well, the members should know what happened. The rents went up. The rent used to be under $750 per month for those 800,000 units. They went because the private sector came in, swooped up those units, and jacked up the rent and displaced people. That's what happened, and that is a large part of the crisis to which we face with the housing situation. Now, you think that the Conservatives, if they were thoughtful, they truly care about people, they would actually say, enough. We're not going to allow that to happen anymore because housing is a basic human right. We want housing to be homes for people, not as an investment tool for people to make more and more and bigger profits at the expense of the people who need housing, who need the homes. But we are not seeing that at all. And I think because the Conservatives themselves are the biggest gatekeepers of all. Gatekeepers actually for wealthy investors. They want to keep the status quo. They themselves, I think about 50% at least, if not more, of their caucus have real estate interests. That is their interest. They are protecting those very people who can make a profit and to make a greater profit at the expense of the people who need safe, secure, affordable homes. Now, I want to say about the Liberals as well. They sure as heck aren't any better, by the way, because they actually campaigned, the Chrétien government campaigned in 1993 to end the funding cuts in housing. But did they do that after the election? True to form per the Liberals. They campaigned on one thing and then they do another. In 1993, after they formed government, what did they do? They actually canceled the entire national housing strategy. And as a result, we lost more housing in total. I have to say, we lost some 500,000 units of social housing, co-op housing that might otherwise have been built had the programs not been scrapped. In addition, under the Liberals, we lost another 250,000 units of housing under the same situation to which we lost the 800,000 under the Conservatives. Those units went where the rent was $750 or less per month. They disappeared. And the rent got jacked up, and people are suffering. It was also the Liberals, by the way, who brought in special tax treatment for real estate investment trusts so that they can actually displace people, jack up rent, and cause and help contribute to this housing crisis. The Liberals know that, they allow for that, and they continue to allow for that to take place. None of those parties, the Liberals or the Conservatives, want to take on the profiteering of housing and to say to these wealthy investors, no more. None of them want to say that and say, look, you got to stop displacing people. We will not allow for that to happen anymore. The NDP is the only party who's calling for that. We may have been for some time. And so that we can preserve and hold on to the affordable housing units for the community. In fact, what the NDP wants to do, has called on the government to do, is to ensure that there is an acquisition fund for the nonprofit sector, for community trusts, so that they can get into the market and buy the housing that come onto the market and hold them in perpetuity for the community. That's one critical piece in addressing the housing crisis. But the Liberals are not calling for it, are not doing it, and neither are the Conservatives. They are beholden to wealthy investors. They're blind to this crisis where this action is so desperately needed, and they won't take action. Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, for every one unit that's being built, you lose 15 of the affordable housing units in this way. We cannot build fast enough to supplement the units. Now, to be sure, what we have to do is to build more social housing and co-op housing, subsidize social housing and co-op housing. Canada's total housing, social housing stock and co-op housing stock is sitting at 3.5%. Compared to the G7 countries, we're less than half, Mr. Speaker. You know, and you wonder why we have a housing crisis. Now, the Conservative leader got up here and said that building social housing and co-op housing, what did he call it? He called it the Soviet-style takeover of housing. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Should government build social housing for people who need housing? What a horrible thing. Quebec is actually a province who's done very well in ensuring that there's community housing for people, for Quebecers. Is that a Soviet-style government? I think not. In British Columbia, now we had 16 years of liberals, really conservatives, that took government provincially, that caused a huge erosion in housing development, social housing, co-op housing development in British Columbia. But that said, we pressed on. We're now back in government, and the NDP government is doing everything they can to build social housing and co-op housing. And even at that, is only sitting at 6%. More needs to be done. There's no question about it. And the NDP is calling on the Liberal government to invest in social housing and co-op housing like they mean to, like they actually want to address the housing crisis. Right now, we're building about 5,000 or so of units of social housing, co-op housing. It is not enough. It's not nearly enough, Mr. Speaker, and we need to increase that number substantively to get the housing needs met. In fact, the Scotia Bank of Canada is saying that in the very minimum, to just get into this situation, we need to see 1.3 million units of social housing, co-op housing in Canada. Others are calling for 20% of the total stock, Mr. Speaker. Other housing experts are calling for that. So what the NDP is calling for, we need to at least see the government increase the numbers, at least meet the Scotia Bank number, but I would argue that we need to do much more than that if we want to address the housing crisis. And that must be coupled with the need of addressing the financialization of housing and saying no to the private sector whose goal and the objective is to make greater profits at the expense of the people who are in greatest need. Mr. Speaker, I heard the government members talk about the co-op program. They talk as though they love co-ops. They talk as though they're investing in co-ops. Now, let's just be clear. The NDP did push the government to come back with co-op housing. They did announce in 2022, budget 2022, a co-op housing program of 6,000 units. Now, of course, they actually took money from another housing initiative to do that. I'm just going to set that aside for a minute. But even with that promise, where are we at? The government has not even signed the agreement with the co-op sector to get the co-ops delivered. That is just still sitting there. It's just all talk and no action. And speaking of co-ops as well, they say they support co-ops, but guess what? With the GST exemption bill, what is the government doing? They explicitly say that co-ops should be excluded in getting the GST exemption. You just got to give your head a shake and wonder why. What have they got against co-ops anyway? And there they are. That's what it is. The NDP absolutely intends to put forward an amendment to change that bill so that co-ops would be incorporated and included so that they can be part of the partnership in addressing the housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch a minute on CMHC and the fiasco of what's going on within CMHC. Maybe things will change now. I don't know. Let's hope so. But let me put this on the record. I have so many nonprofits who've come to me as the housing critic asking for help, urgent intervention. What's happening is that so many of them made the application under the different programs, the different streams, and you know what? The bureaucracy within CMHC is unbelievable. The processing is unbelievable. People have to hire consultants to put in an application. And even if they did, CMHC doesn't even have the wherewithal to process those applications expeditiously. Now, in the meantime, what's happening, we are seeing interest rates go up. And they're going up exponentially. So by the time the community group actually gets the equity all in play, they go back to CMHC, and guess what? The interest rate has gone up, and they tell them the interest rate has gone up. And then they send the nonprofit group back to actually raise more money. And this is like endless treadmill that they're on. And it is no wonder projects are dying, that they can't get done. They become unviable. One thing that NDP has said to the government is that you need to be able to provide stability to the nonprofit sector. You need to hold the interest rates and not keep jumping it up so that they could never meet the equity gap. So what the government needs to do and should do and must do to address the housing crisis, to work in collaboration with the nonprofits, is to hold the line, hold the interest rates so that people know what the rates are, and it should be below market. The government should not be trying to make money off of nonprofits. We are partners. And so in part, yes, they should provide grants, but it doesn't all need to be grants and cash up front. They can do this in combination, both with money as well as a stable below interest rate for the nonprofits so that they can get that housing developed. That's what we can do. That's how we can get the housing done, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that CMHC will provide loans to nonprofits, but I got to tell you, it behooves me that they would actually provide mortgage insurance, low interest rate loans to the private sector with pretty well no return to the community. How is that possible? They're getting a government benefit. They should be made to provide a return back to the community. They don't get a free ride, and that's got to end. The private sector, yes, we'll partner with them, but as long as there's a return back to the community. And so that's what needs to be done as well. The Liberals won't entertain that, and the Conservatives absolutely would not even consider that, because really, they're just a bunch of lackeys for the wealthy investors. That's not how we solve the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to raise this issue with respect to the housing situation. Right now, Indigenous people are at least 11 times more likely to be unhoused. In my own community, the most recent homelessness count that was done in Metro Vancouver show that 33% of the people who are unhoused identify as Indigenous. Even though only 5%, less than 5% of the overall population are Indigenous peoples in the community. With that said, what is wrong with this picture? Generations of colonization has caused this problem. And the NDP has called on the government to invest in Indigenous housing for Inuit and Métis people as well. And we were able to, in Budget 2022, get the government to invest $4 billion over 7 years for distinction-based housing, and then they put in a minuscule amount of $300 million for urban, rural, northern, for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing. $300 million is not going to do it. And so what we've called for and continue to call for was for the government to make significant investment for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, northern housing strategy for Inuit, Métis, and Indigenous people away from home communities. And we did get that in Budget 2023. So in total, we did get the NDP fought and received $4.3 billion worth of investments in a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, northern housing strategy. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, and we're happy that we did actually kicked open the door to have that investment made. But is that enough? It is not going to be enough, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. And I hope that the government will not rob Peter to pay Paul, because what the government's also got to do is partner with provincial and territorial governments in a separate agreement, especially through the bilateral agreements, and add dollars to that pot so that we can address the housing crisis effectively. We also need to make sure that the Métis nations are supported. I just met with them last week, and they presented a plan that talks about building the infrastructure and the housing for Métis people, and the government needs to invest in that as well. The housing crisis is made by government policies. over all these years where there's been underinvestment and the walking away of investing in housing and just passing the buck to local governments and to provincial governments and territorial governments. And it is not good enough, Mr. Speaker. The government needs to step up and take the responsibility. I know the Prime Minister said housing is not his responsibility. Let me just say, housing is everybody's responsibility. It is the federal government's responsibility, the provincial and territorial government's responsibility, the municipal government's responsibility, and we need to work in partnership with, yes, the private sector, as long as there's a return back to the community, and with the nonprofit sector, the faith community, and so on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, I know I'm running out of time, but I want to also raise this issue as well with respect to housing. It is so important for everyone to understand that the business as usual approach is not going to address the housing crisis. The investors, the developers, the wealthy investors and developers, they are not going to say and wake up and decide, oh, you know, I'm not really interested in maximizing profit. They're not going to do that. And that's what happened over 30 years when successive Liberal and Conservative governments had just relied on that as an approach to addressing the housing crisis. And look at where it's gotten us. The Conservatives want to just blame the Liberals, and you know what? They're both to blame. And their solutions today is deficient. We need to invest in people, putting people before profits. That's how we can address the housing crisis. And finally, I want to say this. The Conservatives just want to kick municipalities and blame them when it was the Conservatives who offloaded housing responsibility to local governments without the resources and supports in place. You don't get to kick your partners. Yes, you can engage in negotiations with them. You can talk about the different things that you want to achieve. But you know what? Blaming local governments is also not the solution. I get it. There are councils who will just say, not in my backyard, and that's not acceptable, and we do need to call that out. But we cannot just say, hey, local government, fix this or else. We're in this together. Understand that. It is all of our responsibility to get the job done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, and I just have a few more things to say that I want to add to this debate. I wonder if at this point if I can get unanimous consent for me to finish my speech.
The honourable member is asking for consent to finish her speech. Short point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I just need clarification. Like, I mean, the speech finishes at a set time. Is that what she means by going to the end of the set time? Because then certainly she would get consent from me.
Maybe I will allow the Honourable Member for Vancouver East maybe to clarify what her motion, what her motion means.
Sorry, I'm talking about going beyond my set time because I'm running out of time, which is why I'm asking unanimous consent so that I can finish my speech. I just have.
So the honourable member is asking for consent to complete her speech or to go beyond her set time. Everybody in agreement? No, I'm hearing a number of no's. The honourable member of Vancouver East, and there's 18 seconds remaining, but I'll give you a whole 25 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, then let me just close with this. Enough with the gamesmanship. Let's put people before the partisan politics. Let's invest in the people. Let's build the social housing. Let's stop the profiteering of housing and saying no to investors who are rental evicting people and then jacking up the rent. And let's, for the government, take responsibility. Housing is not an issue that can be passed off to others, and we need to take responsibility, and for the federal government to show leadership, and particularly ensuring that there's a housing plan for international students and for migrants that are here. That is the responsibility of the government to work in partnership with provinces, territories, and different entities and agencies. Do not blame newcomers for the housing crisis. There's no one else to blame except for the government. Take responsibility. Thank you.
questions and comments, and I'm sure the honourable member will have an opportunity maybe to finish up her speech with the questions and comments. The honourable member for questions and comments, the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony River, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I participated, as I mentioned earlier, in the same study, and I'm glad the member opposite ended her speech on the core issue of the financialization of housing and its impact on tenants. We heard a lot of testimony from stakeholders in terms of renovictions and demovictions and what happens to an individual when they face that situation in the private market. One of the recommendations in the report, Mr. Speaker, deals with the Government of Canada immediately investigating financial resources for tenants who may be caught in that situation, a fund that would be provided to municipalities, provinces, and nonprofit organizations who advocate for tenant rights. And I'm wondering if, through you to the member, if she can speak to the importance of the recommendation that seeks to provide support to those individuals caught in that situation.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are two aspects, really, to that question. One, of course, is that the Liberal government needs to take action and to say no to wealthy investors, to real estate investment trusts, to corporate landlords for wanting to sweep up and continuing to sweep up the affordable, low-cost apartments and then evicting people and displacing people. We need to say no to that and put that moratorium in place. The second piece related to the member's question about providing a fund to support the tenants, of course that should be done. The recommendation, of course, is say that for the government to review this. The government should just do it, because right now, as we speak, people are getting evicted. So let's not just think about it anymore. Let's not walk around the block on this issue anymore. Take action now.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague, and that is, she's formed partnership with the Liberal government, and so she has to take some accountability for the housing crisis. But the question I really would like some answers for is, the current mayor of Toronto and the former NDP leader of the opposition lived in social housing when they should not have been allowed to live in social housing given their income. Can she please explain to me who's accountable for that if we're going to create these opportunities for individuals that can't afford the daily cost of rent? How can we be accountable to the people that should be in those units? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear on the record, the NDP is fighting for people. We did get $8.3 billion invested in Indigenous housing, both for distinction-based and for urban, rural, and northern away from community. We did get the government to invest in the Accelerator Fund. We did get the government to invest in co-op housing and a variety of other measures. Is it enough? Absolutely not. Are we going to push for more? You bet we are. With respect to the mayor of Toronto, let's just be clear, and it is my understanding that they and the late Jack Layton lived in co-op housing. And in co-op housing in that sector, you know what they were doing? They were actually paying market rent. Because a lot of the times with these housing projects, what they do is actually bring in a balance of one-third. So one-third market, one-third subsidized, and then one-third below market. And they were doing what most people would actually want to see, a successful model of co-op housing, of ensuring that we build communities, having a mix of income in those projects.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. Up until 1914 or 84, the government did invest in housing, but after that they pulled out and left it to Quebec and the provinces. This happened with in a lot of areas. The federal government attaches strings and then for their funding, and then we're stuck having to deal with those conditions. Does my colleague think that Quebec's jurisdiction should be respected better? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that Quebec should be respected. I think all provinces and territories should be respected. I think local governments should be respected. What we need is for the federal government to show leadership and invest in housing. And actually, you know, Quebec, when the federal government walked away, Quebec and British Columbia were the only two provinces that continue to ensure housing, social housing, co-op housing is developed and is there for the community. So I commend Quebec for doing that. And now, what does the government do? What does the opposition, the Conservatives say? They say investing in co-op housing is a Soviet style of housing. I mean, that to me is just absolutely shocking. I look to Quebec, I don't see Putin there doing a job. I see people who care about the community and actually building the housing that the community needs.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, ASCII.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her powerful message today and her fight on housing on behalf of our entire caucus. We in the NDP have pushed the Liberal government, as my colleague pointed out, to invest in urban Indigenous housing, northern housing. But we've also been very clear that the Liberal government is nowhere near where it needs to be when it comes to investing in First Nations housing, on reserve housing. Many of the First Nations I represent face an acute housing crisis. I would say all of the First Nations face a housing crisis. For remote communities, it is particularly acute. We're talking about overcrowded housing, moldy homes. We're talking about absolutely inadequate housing. And we know that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed First Nations when it comes to housing. We know that the current Liberal government loves to talk about reconciliation. Reconciliation ought to mean investing in housing and addressing the housing crisis on First Nations. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this front. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague as well for her advocacy for the community, not just on the housing front, but on every aspect of the rights for Indigenous peoples. She's been there fighting for them. I will have to say that I remain disappointed with the government's lack of commitment in ensuring that housing is a basic human right, no matter who you are and where you come from, right across this country. Indigenous people suffer on many fronts due to Canada's colonial history, and housing is one aspect of that. We also know on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls recommendations and in the inquiry report, one of the significant reasons why women, Indigenous women and girls, are subject to violence is the lack of housing. So from that perspective, if there is to be true reconciliation, there needs to be investments commensurate with need for Indigenous people on reserve and off reserve. No matter where they are, that housing right should follow them and to honor the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of co-op housing, I just want to say, and I'll address it a little bit in my speech, that I've not heard this term that the Conservatives have been using, referring it to Soviet-style housing. I've not heard that, and I would like her to explain that to me, because it is clearly, co-op housing is clearly a very productive and one of the best uses, at least in my opinion, when it comes to affordable housing. In Kingston, the Kingston Cooperative Housing, you see a wide spectrum of individuals that live there in terms of socioeconomic background, in terms of ability to pay rent, people who are paying well below market, people who are paying market, people who are contributing in different ways. Clearly, the co-op model is a very successful one. I'm not aware of the Conservatives using that terminology. Could she explain that to me so that I can understand that better?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That exchange I came this morning with myself and the Conservative leader in his speech in the question that I asked of him. And I was saying to the Conservatives, what needs to happen is for the government to substantively invest in social housing and co-op housing. I cited some examples, for example, because the Conservative leader said Singapore is a leader that we should look to with respect to housing. And I reminded him that Singapore actually has over 80% of their housing that's social housing. By the way, he also mentioned France as a model that we should be looking to. And France actually provides 17% of housing as social housing. But the Conservative leader's response was that he did not want to see the government taking over in the delivery of housing because he said, and I quote, that would be the Soviet-style takeover of housing.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek. And I guess I'll start with where that last question left off. I find it very unfortunate to hear that the Leader of the Opposition would make such a claim when it comes to cooperative housing. As I indicated in my question there, the cooperative housing, at least from the limited experience that I have had in terms of seeing the operations of them, is clearly one of the best ways of delivering affordable housing. And if my Conservative friends need some education on it, I'd really welcome them to come and tour the Kingston Cooperative Housing in Kingston with me. You have different individuals living together. Some are paying market rent, some are paying below market rent, some are contributing in hours towards the cooperative, but in order for the cooperative to be successful, it genuinely needs all various different contributors to it in those different manners. You need to have people paying market rent. You need to have people that are contributing in other ways through hours that are being contributed to the co-op. So it's wildly popular, at least from my perspective, in terms of a form of delivering affordable housing. But that's why I heard the member speaking previous to me make comments to the fact that the federal government wasn't advancing cooperative housing, and that's actually incorrect. And I took some time since I first heard her make that comment earlier to go and look into this. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that this government is making the largest investment to promote and expand cooperative housing in over 30 years. $1.5 billion to expand and promote co-ops. Included in this investment is the launch of the new Cooperative Housing Development Program. So not only are we putting money into this, Mr. Speaker, but we're actually developing a program around cooperative housing specifically. It truly is one of the best forms of affordable housing from my perspective. Having, my first introduction into politics, Mr. Speaker, but before I was even a city councillor, was when the city of Kingston developed they put together an affordable housing development committee. Ironically enough, that was set up as a result of the provincial government in Ontario having to go it alone in terms of supporting housing and building affordable housing, because at the time the Harper Conservative government had completely abandoned any investment. But let's go back and talk for a second about that, because I find this very interesting, Mr. Speaker. The member who put this motion forward on this concurrence motion, and usually when a concurrence motion comes forward, I speak at great length as to why Conservatives do that. We know why they're doing it. They're trying to delay the government's agenda. Even my NDP colleague had pointed that out earlier. It's a matter of fact. If you want to hear why, just go review one of my previous speeches on this, and you get all the details as to why they do that. Mr. Speaker, I see you're chuckling there. Maybe you'll do that tonight after the House adjourns, and I encourage you to do that. But I'll focus my comments more specifically on this particular committee report. The mover of the motion was very critical of the government. He was very critical of the government investing in affordable housing. But a number of projects have actually already happened in his riding. And I'll tell you about those projects again, Mr. Speaker. $23 million for the in Parry Sound, Muskoka on the National Housing Co-Investment Fund. 3.6 million on the On-Reserve Shelter Enhancement Program, 2.6 million for the Rapid Housing Initiative, the second stream, 6.7 million on the SIF and legacy programs, 2.7 million on various different subsidies that are going into his riding. You know, a lot of money has been spent in Parry Sound, Muskoka. Now, you know, I can't help but think to myself, I wonder how the Conservatives invested in his riding when they were around. And of course, Tony Clement pops into my mind, and one of the most notorious things about Tony Clement for all his contributions to this House, unfortunately, part of that, his legacy, is the building of a gazebo. Now, that gazebo, Madam Speaker, was money that was redirected from, and according to the PBO, to the Auditor General, was misleading the House in showing where that money was, or indicating where that money was coming from. You know, there was a G8 fund that was set up regarding the G8, well, it was the G8 at the time, and it was a $50 million fund that was intended to go towards projects that had to do with to do with the G8 that was taking place in Canada at the time. Somehow, Parry Sound, Muskoka ended up building a gazebo in that member's riding with money that was intended to go to the, I don't know if the G8 leaders went and sat around the gazebo and that was one of the events that they did, but it clearly was not, it was a project that was not intended for this. So it's not to say that Stephen Harper didn't invest in infrastructure in the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka. He certainly did. He invested in gazebos, which apparently were more important than actually building affordable housing. But you know, Mr. Speaker, as we look to and we specifically talk about the work that we're doing, this government has put forward policy and put forward real money behind building housing and expanding the housing. Now, the housing opportunities throughout the country. Now, there's no doubt, Madam Speaker, there's no doubt that there's more work to be done. And I think that that's obvious, and I think that that's something that continually gets brought up in this House. This concurrence motion that we have that was directed to, that was sent to the Minister of Housing actually did receive a reply from the Minister. And you probably won't be surprised to know, Madam Speaker, that if you actually take the time to read the reply, which I did while we were entering into this debate, if you took the time to read the reply from the Minister, you'll actually see that there are a number of initiatives that the report had identified that the Minister agreed with and the government agreed with, specifically as it related to supporting vulnerable populations. The Minister agreed with the committee on the critical importance of prioritizing the needs for vulnerable populations through the National Housing Strategies programming. And through that, he indicated that through the National Housing Strategy addresses the needs across the housing spectrum, including the need for more housing supply overall. Housing for those greatest need is identified as one of the priorities for action in the strategy. When it launched in 2017, the National Housing Strategy goals was to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% by 27-28. Budget 2022 further went on to commit to ending chronic homelessness by 2030. This will require an all-of-government approach. Much of this work is undertaken in partnerships with the provinces and territories through bilateral agreements and under the Housing Partnership Framework. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I think that when we talk about housing and talk about the solutions, as I've heard from some of my colleagues even during this debate from Conservatives, this is not just about the federal government. This is about how we work with the various different partners, how we work with municipalities specifically. We would love to work with provinces, but at least in my province, we know that there's very little interest in doing that from Doug Ford's government. But this is why you're seeing, Madam Speaker, that the government is actually going right into communities. This is the federal government dealing directly with mayors, dealing directly with city councilors, talking about, okay, how do we reduce the NIMBYism, as was mentioned earlier by one of my Conservative colleagues? How do we deal with the fact that there are too many, there's too much red tape in the process of building more housing? And this is what we ultimately are seeing that's coming forward, are real agreements and real action that is being taken directly with municipalities. And we've seen a number of municipalities. Brampton was the most recent one last week, but a number before that as well, where municipalities are coming to the table. Now, Conservatives, Madam Speaker, offer nothing in this regard. As a matter of fact, all they're doing is taking the Housing Accelerator Fund, or the Housing Accelerator Program, which I just announced, as a partnership with municipalities, and trying to rebrand it as though it's something they would do. It's literally something that we're already doing. The idea here is that the municipalities will deal directly with the federal government, will reduce the red tape, will encourage growth and encourage more housing, and as a result, the federal government will help them to make sure that the process can happen even quicker and faster by various different monetary incentives. I know that my time has run out, Madam Speaker, but I really hope that after we get to the end of this debate and we vote on this, we can get back to the government legislation that we were supposed to do today before the concurrence motion was brought forward.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, never in our history has Canada been so short on housing. Never in our history have rents been higher. Never in our history has it been more expensive to buy a house. Never has housing been further out of reach for regular Canadians. How can that member stand up in this House of Commons with a straight face and declare victory over housing, declare any kind of success whatsoever on behalf of his government?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I don't disagree with any of the challenges that he pointed out, Madam Speaker. I think that all those challenges are real, and I spoke about them in my speech. I'm not sure if he was listening or if he came into the chamber just moments before I concluded. Perhaps he was listening out in the lobby, and, that would be good. But, Madam Speaker, I never said that we're declaring victory. As a matter of fact, I only talked about the various different programs that have been put in place to work to create solutions. There will never be victory on this. You're talking to somebody who has been involved in affordable housing since 2005. I've seen the waiting lists in Kingston in 2005. I've seen them go up. I've seen them come down. I've seen them go up. This is something that we will always be working on. I will never stand up and declare victory, Madam Speaker, because I know that there is always more work to be done. But the problem is that the Conservatives, for all their talk, don't actually put forward any kind of plan. They have not actually said what they're going to do other than rebrand what we've already done, which is the Housing Accelerator Fund. I know this member's going to get up and speak soon. I want to hear not just more complaints about it, I want to hear what they're actually going to do. Debate me by telling me why my policy is not good and why theirs is better. But they have to actually talk about a policy. Problem is, they don't have one.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, I grew up in co-op housing, so I know how important it is. And back when I grew up in the era of non-market housing, we actually were building non-market housing, about 25,000 units a year, before the Liberals pulled out of the National Housing Strategy, and then the Conservatives carried on with building nothing. So, Madam Speaker, we're right now at 3.5% non-market housing. Europe's at 30%. But guess what we're at for 30%? REITs. Corporatized ownership of residential housing. We shouldn't have that. The Long Beach Auto in my hometown of Tofino is closing its doors because they can't find staff housing. His brother-in-law, Ryan Tosso, who owns Mobius Books, he says his biggest challenge is homeless people everywhere. It's impacting small business. So while they're claiming victory, maybe, Madam Speaker, I can ask my colleague, are they going to finally step back in and make up ground on non-market housing in this country, because the free market's having a free ride?
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member spoke and he gave a little bit of history there. He forgot the part that the Liberals in the mid-2000s had actually tabled a plan. I know about this because I was on City Council at the time. We were excited about this, and then Stephen Harper ended up getting a majority government. You're going to have to remind me as to how that happened, but I think we all know. The point is, Madam Speaker, is that we've seen it come and go. We've seen it come and go several times. Fair enough. I'm not going to argue that. I think there's lots of blame to go around. But at the end of the day, we have plans that we've put in place. We're working with municipalities. We've been investing. Will it ever be enough? Probably not, but we can always strive to do more, and that's what is important of us as policymakers, is to always push to do more.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek. A brief question.
Thank you. Very quickly, my friend and colleague emphasized the importance of working with municipalities and provinces and everyone in the sector. The Leader of the Opposition has taken the approach to blame municipalities, to blame municipal councillors and mayors who are our partners in this space. And so I'm wondering through you to my colleague whether he can elaborate on why it is so important as a former mayor and municipal representative, why it's important to work with municipalities rather than blame them for the challenges we have nationally.
Answer from the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that at the City Council level, at the mayoral level, you could care less who's actually in government in Ottawa. What you're looking for is a partner. You're looking for programs to work with the government on to make your communities better. And unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition has no interest in that. All he's interested in doing is picking fights and getting into fights with people over the various, in various different municipalities by threatening people. That's not what we're going to do. We want to work with municipalities, and as a former municipal leader, I know that that's the better way to do it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and it's always great to rise and speak on behalf of my constituents of Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and it's always great to rise on the topic of housing, something that's near and dear to my heart. I'm one of probably a handful of people in the House who have lived in social housing through the 1970s with my family, and so I have that perspective of being a tenant. And of course, my perspective of living in a social housing unit is probably a lot different than my mother, who had 2 small kids in tow when we moved into the unit in 2 Oriole Crescent. And so I think it's important when we talk about the financialization of housing that we focus on what many have talked about today and in other debates. We focus on the perspective of the tenant and the challenges that they face in terms of trying to make ends meet in a very challenging market. And that has happened historically. We heard that through the decades. We've seen the rise and fall of interest rates. We've seen housing challenges in terms of supply issues, and those challenges are, of course, are back today. And there's no denying that we have a crisis today. But for me, being a municipal councillor for so many years, I had the opportunity to actually serve on our municipal nonprofit. City Housing Hamilton was the largest nonprofit housing provider in the city of Hamilton. We managed 7,000 of the city's 14,000 affordable housing units. And I worked with an incredible team, people like Tom Hunter, Sean Botham, Leanne Ward, Adam Swedland, who's their CAO now, an incredible team of individuals who are on the front lines in terms of providing support. And as my friend and colleague just mentioned earlier, it's for those who are on the front lines providing support to tenants who are in need, those looking to find an affordable place to live, there is really no issue in terms of who the government is or what political stripe they are. What housing providers are looking for, in this case, units that were owned and managed by the municipality, what they're looking for is financial support and policies that protect tenants, policies that and legislation that will make investments in housing. And so when I think back to my time that I served for over a decade on our municipal nonprofit, the last 7 years before my election here, I served as its president. I look at the challenges that we faced at City Housing Hamilton and the other housing providers that we worked in consultation and cooperation with, people like Indwell Services and Jeff Nevin and his team there, who provide incredible support not just in Hamilton, but in Southern Ontario. People like organizations like Mission Services, Carol Cowan-Morneau and her team there, and Sue Smith and others, who do tremendous work in terms of assisting some of our most vulnerable Canadians and Hamiltonians. Other organizations like Good Shepherd, and I had the opportunity to speak to Brother Richard the other day at the ONFA conference in Toronto, the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association conference. Brother Richard's talking about Good Shepherd's projects that they have on the horizon. All of those groups and organizations, Madam Speaker, look to all three levels of governments for support. And as has been referenced earlier today, and I've relayed this point many times in the House, for 30 years, nonprofit housing providers were left to their own devices. Back in the 90s, as was referenced, the federal government decided to exit the sector. They passed and downloaded that responsibility onto the provinces. And in the province of Ontario, when that was downloaded to the province, Mike Harris and the Common Sense Revolutionary Guard in the legislature decided to pass those services and the costs for social housing onto municipalities. And municipalities have struggled to not just provide quality services for those services that were downloaded onto them, but they've struggled to get at the affordable housing wait list. Those units, I mentioned earlier, thousands of them, were passed on to City Hall with the keys and no resources attached. And so here you had thousands of post-war units that were providing support for tenants, a safe place to call home for many. And the municipality then was left to its own devices in terms of trying to incorporate the costs of repairing and renovating those units in their municipal budgets, which is unheard of. It happens nowhere else in Canada except the province of Ontario, where a Conservative government would see fit to download those services to the municipality. And so as a member of City Housing, we had to find unique ways to make ends meet. We were land rich and cash poor, and looked to our holdings for land in terms of providing opportunities for development. We went out to the private sector, and we found unique partnerships to try to encourage the private sector to build on properties that we owned and to provide new units, so that the units that people were living in, for instance, that were post-World War II units, where the windows are leaking, the roof is leaking, and maybe the elevator doesn't work in a medium or high-rise building, we needed partners who had resources, and we allowed access to our lands in order to provide density and new units, trying to get at that 6,200, 6,400 unit wait list that we had. And so when I look at the National Housing Strategy and what it does in terms of providing support to those housing providers, and I just listed a handful of many dozens that are in the city of Hamilton, Madam Speaker, the National Housing Strategy was a game changer. Municipalities, since the early 90s, had asked consecutive federal governments for resources for renovation and repair. Many of the units that stakeholders and housing providers manage in the city of Hamilton couldn't pass a property standards inspection because of the state of disrepair. They asked for resources to get at the wait list. Some of our most vulnerable Canadians sit on that list, Madam Speaker. Seniors, persons with disabilities. We know that Indigenous people make up a greater percentage on the wait list than their population here in Canada. And so we looked for ways and means in which to renovate and repair and build new units on our own, and we just couldn't make it work. And so the National Housing Strategy, when it was announced early in the first mandate, was a game changer for municipalities. It was a program that provided opportunity and hope for housing providers, that there would be resources there, that we wouldn't have to continue to try to make ends meet on our own. And I look at the investments that have been made. The co-investment fund, and I'll use Hamilton as an example. The co-investment fund meant that we had tens of millions of dollars of federal resources available to get at our oldest units, to get at energy efficiencies, to reduce greenhouse gases, to make our units more accessible for people with disabilities. I look at the Rapid Housing Initiative that pulls people out of encampments, that seeks to address the issue of women fleeing domestic violence. And so the Rapid Housing Initiative, of course, came at a perfect time. It came during the pandemic when municipalities were struggling to build new units with supply chain issues. And so when I look at the resources that were passed along there, I would say, looking back to my my participation on our board, I would say that irrespective of what one's partisan stripe was on City Council or those who participated as board members for our municipal nonprofit, we were just thankful that a government recognized the need and recognized the fact that municipalities and housing providers had their challenges. I looked, Madam Speaker, to the Canada Housing Benefit that provides a portable rent supplement to those people who are looking for a marketplace a market unit to live in. And it provides assistance, a top-up for them to go out and find an affordable place to call home. I look, Madam Speaker, at the Housing Accelerator Fund that we've talked about extensively here in terms of the assistance that it's providing, working with municipalities as our partners, working with stakeholders in municipalities across the country, and instead of casting blame on municipalities, small town mayors and councillors, we're actually working with our municipal partners. And what I heard, it's interesting because many of the people on the opposite side of the House that are part of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, are former municipal representatives. And every time the leader of the opposition gets up and chastises the gatekeepers, this boogeyman kind of fictitious entity to blame for the housing challenges that we have, the same people who are on municipal councillors get up and encourage him to do more and say more and chastise municipalities. So I think it's important to recognize the inroads we've made with the National Housing Strategy. It is a fluid document. You're going to continue to see changes, Madam Speaker. The GST waiver, I think, is an important initiative that we just announced. You're going to see movement on the co-op file. You're going to see other initiatives that have been called for. I'm hoping for an acquisition strategy at some point in time. We know our rural partners need additional supports. And so for me, Madam Speaker, these are all important initiatives, and they prove that the federal government is listening to the stakeholders. It proves that we're providing those investments contrary to what we've seen for the last 30 years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was listening to my colleague from Hamilton, and it's interesting how the history lesson we just got, but he fails to recognize, he talks about downloading, and it was the Paul Martin Chrétien government that cut $25 billion to the provinces. And he's blaming the government of the day under Mr. Harris for downloading and causing all this disruption to the housing market. Now, I remember those days, and Madam Speaker, friends of mine who are plumbers, they could go out to City Hall at 8 a.m. and have a permit to get to work by noon. Now they're waiting 6 to 8 weeks. So he's talking about this boogeyman about the gatekeepers. Well, he sounds like a gatekeeper. Could he please address the fact that it started at the top, $25 billion taken out of the province's hands for these type of services? Would he please address that?
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to speak to that. I've been very consistent. I said consecutive federal governments, and so I think all parties are to blame for the federal government's exit. What I also mentioned is that for 30 years, municipalities asked for support, including from the previous government. And it was our government who stepped into that space for the first time in 30 years with a national housing strategy, $82 billion worth of support for everyone in this sector, including the private sector. And so when the member opposite starts to talk about the lack of support and who's to blame, they have no one to blame but themselves. They had their opportunity to provide a strategy, and they didn't.
Comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, in his opinion, how many additional units we will be able to build if the Conservative amendment is adopted. Will it really improve the situation for families in Quebec and Canada who are having issues finding housing?
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I think the report speaks for itself in terms of the recommendations. And I mentioned just now that the document, the National Housing Strategy, is a fluid one. We're going to continue to see changes. Unfortunately, what we've seen from the other side of the House are delay tactics. There were delay tactics at committee to get the report here in terms of finding consensus on recommendations. There have been delay tactics with other housing initiatives and votes that we've had in this House. And so my answer would be, I think we're going to continue to see this pattern of behavior continue. Obstruction, delays, trying to prevent the government from moving forward with legislation that's going to help Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, I mean, they try to pat themselves on the back about everything's great, but all you have to do is go outside and you'll find homeless people everywhere. It's not working. We lost 800,000 units under the Conservatives. They failed to deliver. In fact, they said that they were going to commit to making sure there was housing for 50% of homeless people within a decade. That's not good enough. 50% is not good enough. The member before him started, Madam Speaker, talking about how they won't be able to house everybody. What we need is a wartime-like effort with a commitment and a timeline so that we actually do build housing for everybody. Someone at home listening to the fact that this government says, sorry, we can't promise that we're going to make sure you have a roof over your head. What kind of country do we live in? Madam Speaker, through you, will my colleague and his government put forward a plan with a timeline to ensure that every Canadian in this country has a roof over their head? Madam Speaker, we need a wartime-like effort. We need it urgently. It's impacting everybody.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stoney Creek, has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And I attended committee again today, and we had CMHC representatives there, as well as representatives from infrastructure who manage our Reaching Home program. And we talked about the inroads that we've made. For me, the most pressing issue, I think, of all of the issues related to housing are our encampments. And I think we need to provide additional assistance. I think it's a great first start in terms of the resources that we provided to those who are trying to get people out of encampments and into transitional supportive housing. We need to do more of that. That is the most pressing issue, I think, for those people that are living rough, that do not have the services in order to deal with their mental health issues in many cases, their addiction issues. And it's an all-of-government approach. I think I've been very consistent, as has the government, in terms of working with partners in this space to serve that population.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been really interesting to sit in the House today and listen to Liberal Speaker after Liberal Speaker after Liberal Speaker declaring victory on the housing situation here, talking about all of the fantastic things that they're doing right now, announcing new fancy program title after new fancy program title. We've seen it over the years, the last 8 years, also these ever larger announcements in terms of spending, but never as part of the conversation do we get to actual outcomes. And by outcomes, I don't mean the fancy titles or the big numbers. I mean actually homes being built for Canadians. It's been 8 years that this government's been in power, now in partnership, in coalition, whatever you want to call it, with the NDP. And we have never, ever been so short of homes in this country. Rents have never been higher than they are right now. The cost to purchase a home has never been higher than it is right now. It is harder to get housing for Canadians than it has ever been in our history. Today, it's harder than ever after 8 years of this party being in government. And yet, speaker after speaker after speaker has come out there and with a straight face, believe it or not, with a straight face, they've declared victory and made ever bigger pronouncements. Madam Speaker, I do have to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the hardworking member from Peterborough-Kawartha. And I thank my colleague beside me here who snuck a little note in. Some might have noticed that, and every colleague in the House knows what that's like. But Madam Speaker, the interesting thing about it is it's never been worse, but the only time it was even close was in the disastrous Trudeau years. The disastrous Trudeau years of the 70s and 80s, of course. Many of us in this House, not everybody in this House, but many of this House remember the disastrous Trudeau legacy. We had a housing crisis. We had an inflation crisis. You know, we had an economic crisis. We had a unity crisis. Does that sound familiar? You know, it gets confusing. Sometimes it gets a little bit confusing. And, you know, when I talk about the disastrous Trudeau legacy, some Liberal members from time to time bounce up and get defensive of their own government right now, another disastrous Liberal government. And I understand the confusion, Madam Speaker. But if we remember those days, you know, the real difficulty around that, the real tragedy around what happened in the 70s and 80s wasn't just the 14 deficits in 15 years that led to that unbelievable economic pain for families. And many of us remember it. We've just heard another member talk about how difficult it was during that time. But we weren't trading short-term pain for long-term gain. We actually had long-term pain as well. So it was short-term pain and long-term pain, because in the mid-90s, 95 to 97, another Liberal government had to pay the price for all of those deficits that we ran up. We ask the question on a regular basis, Madam Speaker, in this House, how much interest is the Government of Canada going to be paying today on the debt that they've run up over the last 8 years? The answer, we never get an answer from the Liberals, but the answer is in the 40 plus 44 billion range, and the suggestion is now that because of interest rates, that number could be higher. We pay the same on interest, on nothing, on interest as we pay in the Canada Health Transfer right now in this country. After 8 years of a Liberal NDP government, we are throwing away between $44 and $50 billion a year on interest payments that we could be spending on other things that are important, that we could be unlocking, the potential of our housing sector if we just got a handle on our economy. Now, the answer wouldn't be, the Liberal answer might be if they had that money just to spend $50 billion and do a big announcement and call it something fancy. But what we would say on this side, and our leader today did a fantastic speech as he introduced his bill C-356, did a fantastic speech that I would highly recommend people check it out on social media, on X or on Facebook or on YouTube. A growing number of Canadians, his message is resonating with them. Many, many points in that speech that people can go reference if they want to get a little bit of hope. They want to get a little bit of wind in their sails as they're trying to deal with the crisis after crisis after crisis that they've seen befall them because of actions undertaken by the NDP Liberal government of the day. Go see Bill C-356, watch the speech that the Conservative leader, future Prime Minister, made today, and I guarantee you will find some hope in that speech. But Madam Speaker, right now we're dealing with the issues that we have right now. It could be 2 more years that we're dealing with this issue. Very interesting today to hear NDP speakers, many of them who are very passionate about these issues, have very different views of the world than I would have, very different ideas on how we achieve results for Canadians than we would have over here. Very passionate, though, about these issues. Very interesting to hear them speak so critically of the Liberal government. Meanwhile, every single day, they vote to keep this government in power.
That's right. That's right.
As bad as an incompetent Liberal government is, it's even worse to be the party that is voting consistently to keep them in power, that's propping them up day after day after day, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, interesting, I'll touch on another thing that's kind of interesting, because we just had, over the last few days, when we're talking about our economic situation, and these things all connect together, of course, because as we deal with the devastating economics, again, as we learned from the Trudeau debacle of the 70s and 80s, everything is connected. Everything is connected, and eventually there's a cost. Well, we've had, over the last couple of days, we've had this conversation around the carbon tax. And, apparently, there's places in this country where Liberals hold seats, but they're worried that they won't hold them for very much longer. And we found out that those Liberal members of Parliament have a lot of influence, right, over their government because the government's so scared that they're going to lose those seats as they look at the polls. Now, it's not just Atlantic Canada; it would be other places too. But the Minister of Rural Economic Development told the entire country in an interview that the reason that they're getting a break in one part of the country on the carbon tax is not because it makes environmental sense or even because it makes economic sense, but because it makes political sense. That if you vote Liberal, you will be rewarded with tax breaks, but if you're in a part of the country that doesn't vote Liberal, you don't get those same rewards. So as we're having this conversation, I got to thinking as we're listening to that conversation where does this go next, right? Now that is there going to be another interview next weekend that's going to talk about a housing program, for example, that's going to benefit municipalities that vote Liberal? Does it extend eventually? I don't think that the NDP have this kind of power, but maybe does it extend to NDP ridings too? People vote NDP. Maybe I don't think that they've been strong enough negotiators to work that into their deal, but perhaps I think these are reasonable questions that Canadians might have. Is where does this end? This this party, this Liberal Party, is clearly panicking. They are clearly plummeting. They're in a free fall right now, and they're making decisions that in a normal context would not make any sense. They've been making those types of decisions for the last 8 years, and that's got us to where we are right now. But I think Canadians are waking up to this, and I think that it's something that my hope is that our NDP colleagues start to see this as well, and that at some point in time we have an opportunity to have a confidence vote in this Parliament, like we have on a fairly regular basis. But maybe this confidence vote will be different. Maybe rather than just saying, with words that they don't have confidence in the government, because that's all understandable. We all understand that. The part we don't understand is maybe they'll actually vote that way on behalf of their constituents. And maybe we can have these debates in a meaningful way. We can get this country back on track and have these debates during potentially an election time even. That's how dire the situation is right now. And so, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I really look forward to questions. I hope that the questions coming from the Liberal side, maybe they'll ask us about Bill C-356. I have some points here that I can get to if they're curious to know what maybe some of the answers to some of the challenges we have. But I look forward to questions from all sides of the House now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I have had the opportunity to read C-356, and it sounds a lot like our Housing Accelerator Fund, and I guess the best form of political flattery is political plagiarism. So I guess I wonder why I've had the opportunity to look through the last several housing plans from the Conservatives. They've talked about money laundering. They've talked about making land available through the Canada Lands Initiatives. They've talked about addressing amortization periods. They've talked about everything except providing support to people in terms of seniors, persons with disabilities, those people who sit on affordable housing wait lists. My question to the member opposite is why?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, I think it would be hard to accuse me of not standing up for the rights of people with disabilities or vulnerable Canadians in this House. Madam Speaker, the time when vulnerable Canadians were most hurt, the Liberals fearmonger about cuts all the time. The only time that we've undertaken significant cuts, like unbelievable, mind-numbing cuts, was under a Liberal government. 32% cut from the Canada Health Transfer, Canada Social Transfer in 2 years under a Liberal government because of the disastrous Trudeau economic legacy of the 70s and 80s, 14 deficits in 15 years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Well, Madam Speaker, I find it quite ironic when I hear Conservatives rise in this House, blame the NDP, right, when they're responsible for losing 800,000 units when they were in government. Also, Madam Speaker, they have not negotiated or gained any housing in the whole 8 years I've sat in this place. But we've actually been working with trying to get housing. If we were in government, it would be much more, and we'd have a plan making sure that everybody has a place to live. But we were able to negotiate over $7 billion for Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, through you, I'll ask my colleague, because all I hear about their plan is to sell 6,000 public buildings, 15% of federal public lands. Well, we know how that works. We saw Doug Ford in Ontario do it with the Greenbelt, and he lined the pockets of a handful of developers for billions of dollars, $6.8 billion. So my question, Madam Speaker, is what is my colleague going to do to make sure that doesn't happen with federal lands and federal buildings, if that's their plan?
The honourable member. So I've been hearing talk back and forth. Some people seem to be wanting to answer questions when it's not their time to answer. Some people want to ask a question when it's not time. So I would just ask them to wait for their proper time. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, first of all, let me say, I have a lot of respect for that honourable member, the work that he does. He and I disagree on a lot of things, but I have a lot of respect for his passion and his commitment to people. I would just say that, you know, he talked about the influence that the NDP has had on the government and pointed to some things that he calls results. But if you look at the reality, our situation in housing in this country has never been worse. After 8 years of this government, the situation for Canadians in regards to housing has never been worse, and we look forward to turning the tide on that.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, I guess what I'm looking for is what is the plan? If the plan is to put pressure on local governments to create density, what are they going to do to ensure that some of that housing, a large part of that housing, is going to be non-market housing? Right now, we have 3.5% non-market housing in this country, 30% corporate ownership of housing, Madam Speaker, something that I'm sure that the Conservatives are very supportive of. Europe, they have 30% non-market housing. But when you go to Europe, you will not see homelessness like this. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to work with my colleague, and he's a friend. I respect a lot of the work we've done together on mental health and around addictions. I want to hear what their plan is, Madam Speaker, so that we can find some common ground in this place. That's really what's needed right now from all parties. And I think there's a willingness, but we've got to find a pathway to get there.
A brief answer from the member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, the reality is, Madam Speaker, that even in the member's second question, he uses lingo and terminology that isn't actually talking about results. What we need is housing. We need to drive. You know, if the government is going to transfer money to municipalities for housing, it would be reasonable for that government to hold those municipalities accountable for creating actual housing. And so that is what we're going to do. I don't have enough time to give any more background on the leader's speech. I just encourage Canadians to watch it. Find it online and watch it.
Live on my Facebook.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kawartha, for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the members of Peterborough, to the constituents of Peterborough-Kawartha. It's always, you know, a very big honour to stand in the House of Commons and speak on their behalf. And without a doubt, Madam Speaker, the biggest issue facing Canadians right now is housing. It is, if anybody would argue that with me in this House, I would definitely die on that hill. It is the #1 issue across this country. And so tonight, we're talking about the Liberal National Housing Strategy. Now, this is a report that came out of the HoC committee, which I sit on. So I was part of this report that happened. And I want to go through a couple of things here. So the Liberal NDP government announced their national housing strategy in 2017 with great fanfare. I guess they weren't the Liberal NDP government at that time. They were just the Liberal government at that time. The Prime Minister even went so far as to call the national housing strategy transformational. The National Housing Strategy is supposed to remove 530,000 Canadian families from housing needs, reduce chronic homelessness by 50%, protect 385,000 community housing units, provide 300,000 households with affordability support, repair and renew 300,000 existing housing units, create 100,000 new housing units. But here has what has happened since 2015 under the Liberals and their transformational housing strategy. Housing prices have doubled in Canada. Monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled to over $3,000 a month. The average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Canada's 10 biggest cities is $2,213 compared to $1,171. 9 out of 10 young people in this country who do not own a home believe they never will. It now takes over 60% of Canadians' income to cover the cost of owning a home. According to the OECD in 2023, Canada has the largest gap between home prices and incomes among the G7 nations. Canada has the fewest number of homes per capita in the G7. The CMHC is predicting that housing starts will decline by up to 32% this year.
Wow.
That is the situation we're in. Never before in my life, I'm 44 years old, never before in my life have I seen a housing crisis like this. And today at committee, we actually had the opportunity to welcome back members from CMHC as well as from Infrastructure Canada. Now, for people who are watching at home, Infrastructure Canada oversees the program called Reaching Home. Reaching Home is the program that is supposed to fight homelessness. What I'm about to tell you happened today at Parliament in Ottawa. The bureaucrat from Infrastructure Canada said, and I quote, "We have seen tremendous results with the money from this program." Tremendous results? Tremendous results in homelessness, I would say. Madam Speaker, we are less than a mile from Byward Market. Anybody who has come to Ottawa in their life, that was the place you went. There was beaver tails, it was where you came, you visited Parliament Hill. People come now to Parliament Hill, they don't even recognize it. That is the situation across this country. In my community of Peterborough-Kawartha, tents, encampments, homeless people, families, seniors, homelessness. They've seen tremendous results. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to do a quick little Google here, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not sure what tremendous results they're speaking of, but here's just a couple of headlines from in the last month. Metro Vancouver homeless count up 32%. Homeless encampments at an all-time high in Ottawa. The Ottawa article goes on to say, according to data from Brown's department, city staff have responded to 375 encampments so far this year. That's way up from 343 during all of last year and 248 in 2021. In 2020, the first year with comparable data, there were just 65. So 65 in 2020 to 375 in 2023. Tremendous results. It was shocking and unnerving to hear the justification that they are doing a great job, when all you have to do is go down any downtown in this country. I asked people on my Facebook to write into me and to my email, because it's critical that we listen to our constituents, because there's obviously a disconnect from reality. And, you know, we see it. We see the political game. We saw that this weekend with the carbon tax. Oh, carbon tax is great. It's wonderful. It's really helping everything. And the Conservatives have been sitting over here for, years saying it's not working, it's not a good plan. Oh, you know what? We might be losing seats. We better change our approach, because it's political science, not humanity. So I want to read this to you because it really succinks the Canada that this Prime Minister has created. Hi, Michelle. I don't normally get involved in politics or even write to a politician. But the issue around addiction and homelessness is really starting to frustrate me. And the reason is I live in the south end of Peterborough, and we are constantly having issues with people trying to get into our cars. Yesterday, we had someone walk right up our driveway in front of my wife and go into our backyard and snoop around before leaving. On multiple occasions, we have had people sleep in our kids' mini houses in our backyard, and my wife see them when she goes to work at 5:30. As a parent of 2 young kids, we can't even let our children play in our own backyard for fear of people coming back there, and we don't know what these people will do. The fact that they now do it right in front of us, and that we can't do anything is a bit worrisome. I don't know the solutions. I just wanted to share a bit of my story, so hopefully something can be done about this so kids can get back to being kids and not have any fear of who or what is in their toys, or if their toys will even be there when they want to use them because someone else has stolen them. Thanks for reading, and hopefully something changes through all levels of government. That's one of thousands of emails I have of an indication of the country we live in. It is chaos. It is a public safety nightmare. And at the core of all of this is housing. Do you know, in the Reaching Home program, which, again, is supposed to help with homelessness, Reaching Home has 4 regional funding streams that provide funding to communities to address local homelessness. The designated, so this is, as of October 27th, 2023, doing the work and going online to see how to do this, to access these funds. The designated communities funding stream, closed. The Indigenous homelessness funding stream, no way to apply. The rural and remote homelessness funding stream, closed. Territorial homelessness funding stream, no way to apply. That, my friends, is what we're talking about when we say bureaucracy. That, my friends, is what we're talking about when we say gatekeepers. They talk about these programs that you can't even access. And let me tell you another little thing about Reaching Home. And it's all fine and well to have access to programs that you can't even access, but there is no plan for treatment and recovery in any of this. There's a very wishy-washy wraparound support system, and yes, we're going to offer supports. Anybody, I challenge any member in this House to find out if somebody in their local community has timely access to the supports they need to get out of addiction, to get out of abuse, to be successful, to leave the environment they're in. Because it's certainly not in here. If you want success in this country, you have to help people. And wraparound supports is a really nice term, but it means nothing if nothing is in place. And there is nothing in this country that is designated under these Liberals, after 8 years of Justin Trudeau, that focuses on treatment and recovery. So,
Minister by name. She knows she's not supposed to do that. I'm sure it was an error, and I would just ask her to be careful. The member for Peterborough-Kawartha has 1 minute to continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the reality is this. Homelessness is the worst it has ever been. And I, along with my Conservative colleagues, came here to fix it. That's why I ran. And we have to do something. And this national housing strategy is just more paperwork. Every expert has said you need the private sector to close the gap. You need more supply. And yet these Liberals and NDP punish people who want to build homes. Madam Speaker, I ask everyone watching, please vote Conservative. Please pay attention. We need more houses built in this country, and we are the only party willing to do it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I thank the member for her intervention, and I would note that she has never been supportive of any of the programs that the federal government has done with respect to building affordable housing throughout the country. Yet, when in her very own riding, a project is announced and the groundbreaking ceremony is occurring with federal dollars that she voted against, she tweeted out, quote, "Step by step, brick by brick, very happy to support this project." I'm curious if she can inform the House how she was supporting the project, because it clearly wasn't by supporting the monetary measures that went towards it.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting, you know, one of the biggest problems we have in this House is that the Liberals often will say they are spending the money, their money. And what is lost so often is that they forget that they don't have any money. Mm-hmm. They have taxpayers' money. And that is the reality. And that is why you have record high inflation. That is why you have a homelessness problem, because you have reckless spending from a government and a prime minister that has never had to balance a budget. You have reckless spending from a prime minister who doesn't know that it's not his money. And when you waste money, Madam Speaker, and I will give you another little point that happened out of here today in committee, they spent $1.3 billion from the Auditor General report. They said they spent $1.3 billion to reduce homelessness, and they couldn't tell if they'd reduced it at all or not. $708 million of that $1.3 billion went to social distancing, masks. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but when you live in a tent, you don't need those things. You need houses built.
A very, very brief question, because we're running out of time. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, nowhere in the world has the free market solved an affordable housing crisis. We know under the Conservative watch, we lost 800,000 units. We saw REITs and corporate ownership of residential housing go through the roof. We saw housing prices double. Today, we still hear no plan from the Conservatives. All we see is what happens like in Ontario with the Greenbelt. Madam Speaker, I want to hear from my colleague. Do the Conservatives have a plan, and do they support co-op and non-market housing and social housing as a solution to the free market disaster that we're seeing when it comes to housing in this country?
Answer from the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, the reality is when you have an affordability crisis, the first thing people stop doing is giving to charities. The first thing people stop doing is being able to have extra cash. Social services, social programs are funded best when you have a healthy economy. Tell me what's happening in this country right now when we have the record high, historical high usage of a food bank ever. You will only get houses built when the private sector can do that, and then you have a healthy enough economy to have social services money built for that. That's the reality, and we have a government right now that does not respect taxpayers' money.
Here. Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put the question that is currently before the House. The question is the following. Mr. Aitchison, seconded by Mrs. Gray.
Move that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities presented on Monday, June 12, 2023 be concurred in. Amendment, Madame Gray, appuyée par Monsieur Lake.
Mrs. Gray, seconded by Mr. Lake, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities presented on Monday, June 12, 2023 be now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities with instruction that it amend the same to include reference to recent Canadian mortgage and housing corporations. Shall I dispense? Yes. Dispense? La mise au voix porte sur la...
The question is on the amendment. If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Second. The House will now resume with the remaining businesses under routine proceedings. We are now under the rubric of motions. Oh, sorry. Did I say rubric of motions? Okay, motions. Yeah. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition here. I visited with some Falun Gong folks on the weekend. Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation exercises, moral teachings based on the principle of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. In 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched an intensive national persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have been detained in forced labor camps, brainwashing centers, and prisons. Canadian lawyer David Metas and former Canadian Secretary of State David Kilgore conducted an investigation and concluded that the Chinese regime and its agencies throughout China have put to death tens of thousands of Falun Gong prisoners, and their vital organs have been seized. So, and the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning organ harvesting in China. So the undersigned petitioners here are asking the Government of Canada to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, and amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and finally to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Wow. There's like 3 seconds left. The honourable member for Dauphin Creek, no, sorry. Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa. Brief petitions, I hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition once again on behalf of the constituents of Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa. I rise for the 20th time to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River have lost faith in this NDP Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies, which allow violent repeat offenders to be on the streets instead of behind bars. Businesses are struggling to deal with constant crime and chaos. Petitioners are calling on action for jail, not bail, and violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
It's a privilege to rise today on a really important issue that's impacting small businesses throughout Canada. Madam Speaker, small businesses throughout the pandemic closed their doors to protect public health, to protect the people in our communities, Madam Speaker. They're the unsung heroes that aren't talked enough about in this House and in this country. And Madam Speaker, many of them took a major hit, obviously financially. And I've just got some stats from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. They cite that 60% of small businesses are still struggling with pandemic debt. In fact, the average pandemic debt is $126,827. 47% of businesses, small businesses, are operating below normal in terms of sales, and at 19% are at a risk of closure. This is a significant amount of small businesses that are one of the economic drivers in our communities and employ many workers that rely on small businesses to succeed. Now, Madam Speaker, my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, has been pushing on the federal government to extend the CEBA loan for one more year for the full-fledged forgivable portion. We've been calling for a CEBA extension, Madam Speaker, and 250,000 businesses have been, are at risk right now of closing their doors. So as New Democrats, we understand the critical need to support small business, and we're glad to see the Bloc join in our call for a full-fledged extension for next year, Madam Speaker, the end of next year. We're glad to see the Greens support our call to action. But guess who's missing in action? The Conservatives, Madam Speaker. We can't find the Conservatives when it comes to this critical ask of small business that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has identified as critical to supporting small business. And Madam Speaker, I'm just going to read a note from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. It's part of their petition. They're asking people to write to the government. 18 days isn't an extension, it's an insult. That's what the federal government just offered small business when it comes to the CEBA loan. Then they've got to go, if they can, go back to the bank where they got the CEBA loan. They've got to come up with a deal, Madam Speaker, by March, and have that bank take over the loan, or they lose the forgivable piece. And then they've got to pay huge interest on top of that, Madam Speaker, to the bank that finances them. This is absolutely an insult to these small businesses and those that close their doors to protect our health, Madam Speaker. And I went on a business walk with Jolene Dick, the Executive Director of the Alberni Valley Chamber of Commerce. We went into Flandangle's Kitchen and Gifts in Port Alberni. Was talking to Christine Washington. Not only did Christine close her doors to protect public health, she kept her employee going. She went out and got a job so that she could pay her employee the difference on the wage subsidy, Madam Speaker. She has paid $10,000 a year for the last 2 years towards the debt, but she can't afford to meet the deadline. She's on her way back up, but this isn't fair to punish Christine Washington and Flandangle's Kitchen and Gifts, who not only, Madam Speaker, close their doors to support public health, they support our community. Wildflower Bakery, same boat. They paid $5,000 towards their loan. In fact, the mayor of our community, Madam Speaker, who owns a restaurant, told me that there isn't a restaurant she knows of that has been able to pay back the CEBA loan. So I'm asking the government, will they extend the full CEBA loan to the end of next year with the full 1/3 non-repayable portion for December 31st, 2024.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. It's a very important one for our business people and small business all across Canada, including at home in Montreal and in Quebec.
The member opposite, the member for Courtenay Alberni, worked with me back in the pandemic on many supports for our entrepreneurs and small businesses. It was thanks to a lot of collaborative work in this House between members on behalf of small businesses, Madam Speaker, that we were able to put in supports that were absolutely critical in ensuring that entrepreneurs could keep their doors open at a very difficult time. It was actually a lifeline for small businesses, this CEBA program and the loans that were provided. And our government is taking action now in order to provide greater flexibility to small business owners who are finding it difficult to repay those loans. And I appreciate the member opposite raising some concerns with the flexibilities that we have put in place. Voyez-vous, Madame la Présidente?
Madam Speaker, the CEBA was part of our overall response to the pandemic, and that helped stabilize the economy and keep our businesses afloat. And so our government is still committed to supporting small business, and our commitment to this program is emblematic of our unfailing support for businesses and Canadian workers. Almost 1 million more Canadians have a job today compared to the situation before the pandemic. That indicates that our plan during the pandemic paid off. It worked, and we got back more jobs than were lost during the early months of the pandemic. And the IMF and the OECD forecast that Canada will have the highest growth of G7 countries in 2024.
Madam Speaker, provided almost, it's about $49 billion, Madam Speaker, in emergency support to over 900,000 small businesses across the country, including nonprofits, Madam Speaker, nonprofits who were absolutely essential in supporting Canadians during the pandemic and continue to support Canadians today. These businesses and these not-for-profit organizations have been and continue to be the backbone of our communities, and they provide good-paying jobs. They also provide essential services to Canadians. So I am here to reiterate our government's unwavering commitment to support those small businesses, and we have recognized, of course, and I have taken many of these calls, as has the Minister for Small Business, that businesses, and particularly small businesses, have seen some challenges in repaying those important loans. Alors, nous comprenons les exigences et évidemment la complexité d'une petite entreprise, reconnaissant que la fin de l'année est une période quand même chargée pour nos PME. Nous prolongeons jusqu'au 18 janvier 2024 la date limite du remboursement pour pouvoir bénéficier d'une remise partielle du prêt jusqu'à concurrence de 20 000 $. De plus, nous offrons aux PME la possibilité de bénéficier d'une remise partielle de leur prêt jusqu'au 28 mars, à condition qu'elles fassent une demande de refinancement auprès de leurs institutions financières.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I'm urging this government to act. My colleague and I did work together, and I really appreciate the fact that when we kicked and screamed as New Democrats to support small businesses, to fix technicalities at an urgent time for small businesses, we were able to fix some of those problems, Madam Speaker. But right now, we're not done yet. A lot of these small businesses are just starting to recover. I'm urging the government, to not abandon them now. They're looking for an extension to the end of next year, not 3 years from now, Madam Speaker. They closed their doors for public health. There's 250,000 businesses that are at risk, Madam Speaker, at risk. We're asking them to finish the job, support their recovery, give them a little bit more time. They deserve it. They're the backbone, small businesses and the workers in our country are the backbone of our economy. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate my colleagues' arguments from the NDP. Madam Speaker, as I was saying before, we have provided flexibility to help small businesses repay the amounts owing, and we've spoken with financial institutions. They will contact small business, and small businesses will have to negotiate with them. And we are allowing for a partial loan forgiveness until March 2024, and we've taken a number of additional steps to support small business. We also worked with our partners at Visa and MasterCard to reduce credit card fees to help small business, and so we will continue to work hand in hand with small business.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Bonne soirée tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.